Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the night. A huge amount of beast rushed out from the darkness and headed straight for the two of them. Its eyes are like two bright lamps, flashing a heart-pounding light in the night. Its body is as strong as an iron tower, and every run seems to shake the earth. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not distracted by this. They knew that the appearance of this beast was not accidental, but a test of their strength. The two looked at each other, with a determined light in their eyes, as if to say, "No matter what obstacles lie ahead, we will move forward." The beast's roar echoed in the night sky, and its silhouette rushed towards the two people like a black lightning. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved quickly, each mobilizing the strength in their bodies to prepare for this unknown challenge. However, just as the wild 153 beast was about to pounce on the two men, its body suddenly froze in the air. An invisible force emanated from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, binding the beast tightly. There was a gleam of fear in the beast's eyes, as if it was facing a terrifying force that it could not understand. "Humph! A mere beast dares to stop us?" Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and with a move of his body, he pressed towards the beast like a mountain. Xiang Tianlu also flashed and turned into a stream of silver light, heading straight towards beast. The two figures intertwined and collided in the night, and every confrontation stirred up circles of invisible airwaves. The beast kept wailing and struggling under the attacks of the two, but was unable to break free from the invisible bondage. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, Beast's body fell down without a sound. The night grew darker, as if even the light of the stars was swallowed up. Only the light emitted by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's battle flickered in the endless darkness. Just when they thought they had resolved the sudden beast crisis, a deeper and more majestic roar, like the call of an ancient beast, rang out from the deepest night, shaking every inch of the air. Following the roar, a huge monster slowly stepped into the battlefield. Its appearance instantly covered half of the sky. The moonlight cast mottled shadows on its huge body, revealing an ancient and mysterious charm. This is a beast king. Its eyes are like two cold stars in the abyss, flashing with a light of wisdom and cruelty. Its body is covered with black scales. Each piece is like a work of art carved through the years, hard yet full of beauty. Its 4 feet step on the ground, and every step is accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, as if even the earth is trembling under its majesty. This is the Beast King. Xiang Tianlu could not hide his shock in his voice. He had never seen such a powerful creature. Even the beast before seemed as small as an ant in front of the Beast King. Nuo Lin's expression was equally solemn. He felt the oppression emanating from King Beast, a fear that came from deep in his blood. He couldn't help but secretly mobilize the new strength in his body to prepare for this unprecedented challenge. "Tianlu, let's join forces and don't be careless," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice. Although his voice was light, it was firm and unquestionable. The Beast King seemed to sense the determination of the two. It growled and suddenly stretched out its body, like a black lightning, and rushed straight towards Nuo Lin. The speed was so fast that even Xiang Tianlu was frightened, not to mention Nuo Lin, who was facing the enemy head-on. Nuo Lin let out a low roar, and power surged in his body. His figure instantly became blurred, as if blending into the night, and he cleverly avoided the first attack of King Beast. At the same time, he clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and punched towards the flank of King Beast. The wind from his fists was like a dragon, carrying a terrifying force that could tear apart space. However, King Beast was no ordinary creature. He dodged Nuo Lin's attack easily by turning his body to the side and counterattacked with lightning speed. One of his giant claws grabbed Nuo Lin's crown with a whistling sound. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu transformed his body into a stream of silver light and rushed out quickly. He put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords, drawing a brilliant sword energy that went straight for the Beast King's eyes. King Beast snorted coldly and swung out his other giant claw suddenly, colliding with Xiang Tianlu's sword energy, making a deafening roar. At this point in the fight, it is no longer a simple physical collision, but a contest of strength, speed, and wisdom. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought side by side. Sometimes they separated and fought on their own, using their speed and flexibility to restrain the Beast King. Sometimes they attacked together, combining their strength to try to deal a fatal blow to the Beast King. In the night sky, fists whistled and swords flew everywhere. Every clash was accompanied by the tearing of air and the shaking of space. Although the Beast King is powerful, he is gradually showing signs of fatigue under the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin, take advantage of this moment, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He caught a glimpse of King Beast's imperceptible flaw and appeared behind him in a flash. He gathered all his strength in his hands. It blasted towards the Beast King's back. Nuo Lin's mind trembled, and he perceived Xiang Tianlu's action. He moved almost at the same time as Xiang Tianlu, like two intertwined lightnings, one in front and one behind, sandwiching the Beast King in the middle. Nuo Lin's eyes sparkled with an unyielding light. He knew very well that every minute and every second at this moment was the key to determining victory or defeat. Roar! The Beast King roared loudly. It felt the threat from behind. It twisted its body suddenly. It was as heavy as a mountain, but extremely flexible. One giant claw swept towards Xiangtian Road with a strong wind, while the other one gathered terrifying power, ready to meet Nuo Lin's attack. Xiang Tianlu paused in the air, avoiding the giant claws of King Beast almost by a hair's breadth. He was secretly glad in his heart, but he also knew that this was only temporary. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, transforming into a silver halo that surrounded him and added some defensive power to him. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night sky. He knew very well how powerful King Beast was and could not afford to be careless. Nuo Lin's heart tightened when he heard this. He knew very well that Xiang Tianlu's reminder was not groundless. He stared at King Beast with his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body rushed like a river, gathering on his fists. The wind from his fists whistled like two angry dragons, and they blasted towards King Beast's head with terrifying power to tear through space. The Beast King snorted coldly, and his body rolled in the air, avoiding Nuo Lin's attack at an incredible angle. At the same time, its huge claws stretched out like lightning and grabbed Nuo Lin's chest again. Nuo Lin moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, but King Beast's other giant claw followed closely behind, whistling in the wind, and almost tore Nuo Lin's body apart. Tianlu, help me! Nuo Lin shouted. He felt an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu accelerated again and rushed towards King Beast like a silver lightning. He put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords. The spiritual power in his body gathered at his fingertips, transforming into two dazzling sword energies, and went straight for the Beast King's eyes. The Beast King roared, his eyes flashing with anger. Its huge amounts of body suddenly paused in the air, and it adjusted the direction of its attack almost instantly. Its two giant claws swung out at the same time, colliding with Xiang Tianlu's sword energy. In the night sky, the roar was endless, and every confrontation seemed to tear the world apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought side by side. They shuttled through the night sky like ghosts. Every attack was made with all their strength, trying to deal a fatal blow to King Beast. However, the Beast King seemed to have infinite power, and every attack was easily resolved by it. Its eyes were as deep as the abyss, flashing with a light of wisdom and cruelty, as if mocking the powerlessness of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The night grew darker and darker, and the stars seemed to have disappeared. Only Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and the huge Beast King remained between heaven and earth, fighting a life-and-death battle between the two masters. The aftermath of the battle rippled in the night sky like raging waves. Every collision made the surrounding air tremble, as if even the space was wailing. Nuo Lin's figure was like a ghost. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, any hesitation could be fatal. His eyes were like burning flames, flashing with indomitable spirit and determination. Every dodge and every counterattack was done with extreme precision, as if he had merged with the night and become the most dangerous hunter in the night. Nuo Lin, hold on. We will definitely win. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night sky, his tone filled with unquestionable firmness. His figure was like a stream of silver light, drawing brilliant tracks in the night sky. Every time he clashed with King Beast, dazzling sparks burst out as if to ignite the night. The Beast King let out an earth-shaking roar, and its eyes were like two cold stars in the abyss, flashing with cruelty and anger. Huge amounts of its body tumbled in the air, and each attack was like a mountain collapsing, carrying the power to destroy the world. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not retreat. They fought side by side, using their flesh and blood to confront the giant beast from ancient times. In the night sky, fists were whistling and swords were flying everywhere. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures were like two intertwined lightning bolts, shuttling around King Beast. Every attack gathered all their strength, trying to find the fatal flaw. The Beast King was like a ferocious cheetah. Every counterattack was precise and deadly, as if he wanted to completely devour the two ants that dared to challenge him. However, at this moment of life and death, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have found a tacit understanding with each other. They paused at the same time, and almost at the same time, launched fierce attacks on both sides of King Beast. Nuo Lin's fist was like an angry dragon rising from a sea, carrying a terrifying force that could tear apart space, and went straight for the head of King Beast, while Xiang Tianlu's sword energy was like silver lightning, cutting through the night sky and piercing King Beast's heart. The Beast King roared, and his huge amounts of body suddenly paused in the air, as if he was making a final struggle. However, the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two unstoppable torrents that instantly penetrated its defenses. The fist wind and sword energy met in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, as if to tear the night apart. Under the shining light, King Beast's body finally began to tremble, and its eyes flashed with fear and despair. Its huge body rolled in the air, emitting bursts of wailing, as if expressing its unwillingness and helplessness. However, all this cannot be changed. The attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu have completely destroyed its vitality. Finally, with a loud roar, King Beast's body fell to the ground without a sound. Its eyes lost their light, and its huge body slowly fell in the night sky, like a huge rock dropped into a calm lake, causing ripples. The night gradually faded away, and the sky began to turn pale, heralding the arrival of a new day. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of the Beast King, looking at its gradually cooling eyes, with an indescribable, complex emotion welling up in their hearts. We really did it. Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly, with both gratitude for surviving the disaster and awe for the lost lives. Nuo Lin took a deep breath of the morning air, nodded, and said firmly, "Yes, Tianlu. Together, we fought and defeated a seemingly invincible enemy. This is our common honor." The two smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, their eyes were shining with infinite longing for the future. They knew that this battle was just a small episode in their long journey, and that there were more challenges waiting for them ahead. Next to the body of King Beast, they found a secluded valley with green trees and gurgling streams, as if it was a secluded paradise. The two decided to recuperate here and wait for their injuries to heal. Days in a valley are calm and peaceful. During the day, they collected herbs and roasted food with the flesh and blood of the Beast King to replenish their physical strength. At night, they sat around the campfire and shared each other's stories and dreams. Every blade of grass and every tree, every bird song and insect chirp seemed to be singing for their victory. A few days later, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's injuries gradually healed, and they felt more powerful than ever before. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone on them, they knew that it was time to set out on the journey again. The two stood side by side at the entrance of the valley. The morning light penetrated the mist like a thin thread, covering them with a layer of golden battle robe. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the tranquility and strength of the valley into his chest. He turned his head to look at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes flashing with determination and expectation. Heavenly Road, let's go. This world is vast and boundless, and there are countless miracles and challenges waiting for us to explore. Nuo Lin's voice was deep and powerful, like the sound of an ancient bell echoing in the valley. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his eyes showing both nostalgia for past battles and desire for the unknown future. He patted Nuo Lin's shoulder gently and said, "Yes, Nuo Lin. Every battle is a transcendence of oneself, and every victory is the cornerstone to a stronger path." We never stopped. The two men moved, like two sharp swords cutting through the morning light, and instantly rushed out of the valley and galloped towards the unknown distance. Along the way, the mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the vegetation was lush, as if the most exquisite picture of nature was slowly unfolding before their eyes. However, this tranquility did not last long, and an inexplicable sense of crisis quietly crept into my heart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped at the same time, looking around with sharp eyes. "There's an unusual aura." Nuo Lin frowned. His spiritual perception was like an invisible net, trying to capture the subtle movement. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn. "Indeed, there's a sense of oppression and restlessness in the air, as if some giant creature is awakening." Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook, as if a giant beast was struggling underground, trying to break out of the earth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both retreated at the same time, putting some distance between themselves and the impending crisis. Just as they were about to withdraw, a deafening roar sounded, and the ground cracked open with huge amounts of cracks. What gushed out was not magma, but billowing black mist with a suffocating stench and fear. "Is this demon energy?" Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He had read about demon energy in ancient books. It was an evil force that could corrode the souls of living beings and distort the origin of all things. Nuo Lin's eyes were like torches, and his spiritual power was boiling. He said in a deep voice, "No matter what it is, we can't let it wreak havoc. Tianlu, prepare to fight." Before he finished speaking, a huge amount of claws suddenly stretched out from the black mist. It was covered with strange runes and flashed with ominous light, going straight for the vital points of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, avoiding the attack with incredible speed, and at the same time punched out with both fists, and his spiritual power turned into two violent fire dragons, colliding with the devil's claws, bursting out a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu's figure was elusive, like a ghost. He put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords. The spiritual power in his body gathered and turned into silver sword beams, slashing at the black mist around the devil's claws, trying to weaken its power. However, the devil's claws seemed to have infinite power. Every collision made Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel an indescribable pressure, as if the entire world was squeezing their chests. "This is not a solution. We must find its source," Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that only by destroying the source of the evil spirit could this battle be completely ended. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them accelerated again, like two lightning bolts, piercing through the black fog and rushing towards the direction where the devil's claws were stretched out. Along the way, the black fog entangled them like a living thing, trying to hinder their progress. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not retreat. They used their flesh and blood to fight against the evil force. Every attack was concentrated with all their strength, trying to tear open a path to the source. The two of them shuttled through the rolling black fog, and every step seemed to be stepping into an endless abyss. The air around them became heavy and oppressive due to the erosion of demonic energy. Suddenly, fog surged in front, and a monster with a slender body and hair shining with colorful light suddenly appeared. It was the legendary seven-star fox. Its eyes were as deep as stars, but revealed a coldness and cunning that did not belong to this world. The seven deadly star fox's tail swayed gently, and every strand of tail hair seemed to contain the power of the stars. With a light wave, the surrounding mist was like being stirred by an invisible hand, forming strange whirlpools. Its body is light, but it reveals an indescribable majesty and power, as if it is the master of the darkness in the film. The seven deadly star foxes actually appear here. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He knew very well how terrifying this monster was. Not only did it have an astonishing speed, it also possessed the mysterious ability to control the power of the stars. Nuo-Lin's eyes were like torches, and his spiritual power was surging. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that our opponent is more than just demonic energy. Tianlu, be careful." Before he finished his words, the seven-star foxes had transformed into a stream of colorful light and approached in an instant at an astonishing speed, as if it had crossed the boundary of time and space. Nuo-Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the sudden attack, and at the same time punched out with both fists, and his spiritual power condensed into two mad dragons that roared and pounced towards the seven-star foxes. However, the seven deadly star fox seemed to have predicted Nuo-Lin's attack. It flicked its tail lightly, and a colorful light flashed, which actually shattered the two mad dragons and turned them into nothingness. Its body drew a graceful arc in the air and approached again, its claws as sharp as blades, aiming straight at Nuo-Lin's vital points. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu jumped up, put his hands together, and pointed them like swords. The spiritual power in his body gathered into two silver sword beams, like the brightest stars in the night sky, cutting through the darkness and piercing the eyes of the Chi-Ju star fox. But the seven-star fox seemed to have the ability to predict the future. It moved its body to the side again strangely and easily avoided the attack. Its speed and reaction are far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Nuo-Lin secretly marveled in his heart, and at the same time, he retreated violently and stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions without saying a word. The seven-star foxes circled in the air, flashing colorful lights, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Suddenly, its eyes became unusually bright, like two shining stars. Then, the surrounding mist began to surge violently, as if countless star powers were gathering to launch a fatal attack. "Oh no, it's gathering the power of the stars. We must interrupt it," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up again. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river, turning into a silver tornado and sweeping towards the Chi-Ju star fox. Nuo-Lin was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists, and the spiritual power in his body boiled to the extreme, as if he wanted to merge the whole world into it. He shouted, "Dragon Roar Fist." He swung out with both fists, and his spiritual power transformed into two huge amounts of dragon shadows, which blasted towards the seven-star foxes with a deafening dragon roar. The seven deadly star fox snorted coldly, flicked its tail lightly, and the colorful light turned into a barrier, blocking all the attacks from the two. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give up. They followed closely and launched continuous attacks, trying to break the defense of the 7 star foxes. The battle became more intense. The black mist was scattered by the spiritual power of the two people, revealing patches of void illuminated by the power of the stars. Every clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Although the 7 star foxes were powerful, they gradually showed signs of fatigue under the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in its eyes, and it suddenly retreated violently, putting some distance between itself and the two men. Then, it let out a long and strange howl, and the surrounding fog surged again, as if countless star powers were responding to its call. The figure of the 7 deadly star fox appeared and disappeared in the mist, and each flash was accompanied by the surge of star power, as if it had some mysterious connection with the stars between heaven and earth. At this moment, its eyes were like 2 stars about to explode, flashing a heart-pounding light, and the long and strange whistling sound made the surrounding air tremble. It is summoning the power of the stars to launch a final attack. Nuo Lin's eyes were sharp. He felt the power that was constantly gathering in the body of the 7 deadly star fox. It was a power that surpassed what ordinary monsters could control and was enough to threaten their lives. Xiang Tianlu's expression was solemn. He was well aware of the crisis at the moment. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. He whispered, "Nuo Lin, be careful." Then his body turned into a silver lightning and rushed towards the 7 star fox, trying to interrupt its summons. However, the 7 star foxes seemed to have anticipated their actions. Their bodies drew a graceful arc in the air, and they easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, it flicked its tail lightly, and colorful light fell like a meteor shower, instantly igniting the surrounding mist and turning it into a dazzling sea of stars and fire. Nuo Lin retreated violently, avoiding the overwhelming star fire. He knew very well that these flames contained the power of the stars, and if contaminated, the consequences would be disastrous. But even so, he had no intention of retreating. He clenched his fists tightly, and the spiritual energy in his body boiled, as if he wanted to merge the whole world into it. "Come on, 7 star foxes, let's have a real fight," Nuo Lin shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up again like a furious dragon and pounced on the 7 star foxes. Qiju Xinghu snorted coldly and flipped lightly in the air, avoiding Nuo Lin's attack just in time with every movement. There was a cunning gleam in its eyes, as if it was playing some kind of cat and mouse game with Nuo Lin. "Do you think you could defeat me like this? That's ridiculous." The voice of Qiju Xinghu echoed in the mist, with a hint of disdain and ridicule. Nuo Lin became even angrier when he heard this. He was well aware of the cunning and strength of the monster, but he would never surrender. He swung out with both fists, and his spiritual power turned into 2 violent storms, sweeping towards the 7 star foxes. Qiju Xing Fox moved to the side and easily avoided Nuo Lin's attack. But this time, it did not continue to retreat, but suddenly jumped up like a colorful lightning and went straight to Nuo Lin's vitals. Nuo Lin was startled, but then calmed down. He moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the 7 deadly star foxes. At the same time, he swung his fists out again, 970, and his spiritual power turned into 2 invisible fist shadows, which blasted towards the 7 absolute star foxes like 2 lightning bolts. The 7 deadly star fox snorted coldly, flicked its tail lightly, and the colorful light flashed again. This time, it did not choose to evade, but went directly into the fight with Nuo Lin's Fish Shadow Boy. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and the surrounding fog was scattered by this powerful force. Nuo Lin and Qiju Xing, who were both shocked, and took several steps back. What a powerful force! Nuo Lin secretly exclaimed in his heart. He knew that he had reached his limit, but even so, he could not give up. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up again, put his hands together, and pointed them like swords. The spiritual power in his body gathered into a silver sword light, which cut through the darkness and pierced Iju Xinghu. Qiju Xing Fox snorted coldly and flipped lightly again to avoid Xiang Tianlu's attack. The seven-star fox rolled in the air, flashing with colorful light, and every movement was accompanied by the fluctuation of star power, as if it was originally a bright star, shining alone in this dark world. Its eyes are like the abyss, deep and mysterious, revealing a heart-pounding chill. The silver sword light of Xiang Tianlu cut through the darkness, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, but it failed to touch the fur of Qiju Star Fox. The seven deadly star fox sneered and appeared behind Xiang Tianlu in an instant like a ghost, with its sharp claws like blades pointing directly at his vest. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted. The spiritual power in his body surged. He rushed towards the seven-star foxes like an angry lion, trying to rescue Xiang Tianlu from danger. However, the seven-star fox seemed to have seen through Nuo Lin's intentions and flipped lightly again to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. Its tail was like a snake emerging from a cave, instantly wrapping around Xiang Tianlu's legs and pulling him to the ground. To the sky, Nuo Lin was shocked. He was well aware of the crisis at the moment. He clenched his fists, and the spiritual power in his body surged out like a surging river, turning into two violent storms, sweeping towards the seven star foxes. The Qiju star fox snorted coldly, flicked its tail lightly, and threw Xiang Tianlu aside. At the same time, it retreated violently, avoiding Nuo Lin's storm attack. There was a cunning light in its eyes, as if it was playing some kind of life and death game with Nuo Lin. "Do you think you can defeat me just by having more people? That's ridiculous." The voice of Qiju Xinghu echoed in the mist, with a hint of disdain and ridicule. Nuo Lin was furious when he heard this. He was well aware of the cunning and strength of the monster, but he would never surrender. He jumped up again and rushed towards the seven-star foxes like an angry bull. Qiju Xing Fox moved to the side and easily avoided Nuo Lin's attack. It flicked its tail lightly, and colorful light fell like a meteor shower, instantly igniting the surrounding mist and turning it into a dazzling sea of stars and fire. In the sea of fire, the power of the stars surged, as if to devour everything. Nuo Lin rolled in the sea of fire, avoiding the overwhelming flames. He knew very well the horror of these flames. If he were contaminated by them, the consequences would be disastrous. But even so, he had no intention of retreating. The spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano, surging out and transforming into a violent storm, trying to break through the sea of fire and directly hit the seven deadly star fox. The seven-star fox snorted coldly, and his figure appeared and disappeared in the sea of fire. It seemed to merge into this sea of fire, and every flash was accompanied by the surge of star power. Its eyes are like two bright stars, flashing a heart-pounding light. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? How naive and ridiculous." The voice of Qiju Xinghu echoed in the sea of fire, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Nuo Lin became even angrier when he heard this. He was fully aware of the crisis at the moment and knew that he had to do his best. He clenched his teeth, and the spiritual power in his body surged out like a river bursting its banks, transforming into an even more violent storm, sweeping towards the seven star foxes. Qiju Xinghu moved to the side and easily avoided Nuo Lin's storm attack. But this time, it did not continue to retreat, but suddenly jumped up like a phoenix spreading its wings and flying high, and went straight for Nuo Lin's vital points. Nuo Lin was startled, but then calmed down. He moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the seven deadly star foxes. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body surged out like a surging river, transforming into an invisible fish shadow that blasted towards the seven absolute star foxes like lightning. The seven-star fox snorted coldly, flicked its tail lightly, and dispersed Nuo Lin's shadow. But this time, it did not continue to attack, but retreated violently, putting some distance between itself and Nuo Lin. "You're indeed powerful, but not enough. The voice of Chi-Ju Xinghu echoed in the mist, with a hint of admiration and disdain. There was a brighter light flashing in its eyes, as if it was planning an even more terrifying attack. The figure of the 7 deadly star fox appeared and disappeared in the mist, and each flash was accompanied by the roar of star power, as if the stars in the depths of the universe were dancing, releasing endless pressure. The surrounding sea of fire and stars seemed to have become its stage, with every star burning for its performance. Nualin panted, sweat dripping down his forehead and mixing with the dirt on his face. He knew very well that the battle with the 7 star foxes had entered the most critical moment. He clenched his teeth, and the spiritual power in his body surged out like a river bursting its banks, transforming into an even more violent storm, sweeping towards the 7 star foxes again. The 7 star fox snorted coldly, and his figure was like a ghost, moving freely in the storm. Its eyes were like 2 bright stars, flashing a heart-pounding light, and every flash seemed to be mocking Nualin's powerlessness. "Do you think you could trap me like this? That's ridiculous." The voice of Chi-Ju Star Fox echoed in the storm, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Its tail was like a spirit snake emerging from a cave, instantly entangling Nualin's storm and tearing it to pieces. Nualin's body trembled, and his face turned pale instantly. He knew that he had reached his limit, but even so, he could not give up. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged out again, transforming into an invisible fish shadow, which blasted towards the 7 star foxes like lightning. Chi-Ju Xinghu moved his body to the side and easily avoided Nualin's fish shadow. But this time, it did not continue to retreat. Instead, it suddenly jumped up like a phoenix, spreading its wings and flying high. Its claws were like star blades, going straight for Nualin's heart. Nualin was startled, but then calmed down. He moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the 7 deadly star foxes. At the moment when the claws of the 7 star fox were about to touch Nualin's heart, the spiritual power in Nualin's body seemed to boil and surged wildly. His eyes suddenly became deep, as if they could swallow all darkness, echoing the star-like eyes of Chi-Ju Xinghu, but with an expression of indomitable spirit and determination. "Do you think that you're the only one who can control the power of the stars?" Nualin's voice rang out amid the surging spiritual power, with unprecedented firmness and domineering aura. His body suddenly accelerated, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, and rushed directly towards the 7 deadly star foxes. He clenched his fists, and the wind from his fists whistled, carrying the fluctuations of star power, as if to tear the control room apart. The 7 deadly star fox snorted coldly, obviously not expecting Nualin to have such explosive power, but it was not panicked. Its body twisted strangely in the air, like a ghost wandering in the void, and avoided Nualin's attack again. However, Nualin did not give up. His figure drew a perfect arc in the air, like an eagle soaring in the sky, and swooped down on the 7 star foxes again. Every time he swung his fist, it was accompanied by the roar of star power, shaking the surrounding sea of fire into turbulent waves. What a tenacious fellow, but that's it. There was a hint of impatience in the voice of the Chi-Ju Star Fox, and its figure suddenly became blurred, as if it had merged into the surrounding sea of stars and fire. The power of the stars surged, turning into countless bright rays of light, like thousands of arrows fired at the same time, overwhelming Nualin. Nualin faced this overwhelming attack, but he did not retreat at all. The spiritual power in his body seemed to have found an outlet for release, turning into an invisible shield that tightly wrapped himself. The starlight hit the shield, causing a deafening sound and sparks, but it was unable to penetrate Nualin's defense. "Your strength is just this much." Nualin's voice rang out amid the roar, with a hint of sarcasm. He suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse running away, and rushed straight towards the 7 absolute star foxes. This time, his attack was even more swift and fierce, and every punch seemed to shake the heaven and earth. The power of the stars condensed in his fists, turning into a tangible impact, heading straight for the vital points of the 7 absolute star fox. The 7 deadly star fox finally felt threatened. Its body was no longer as relaxed and free as before, and every dodge seemed quite strenuous. Nuo Lin became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His spiritual power seemed to be endless, and each attack was more powerful than the previous one. Finally, after a fierce collision, Nuo Lin seized a flaw in the seven-star fox. His fist was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, penetrating the seven-star fox's defense and hitting its chest directly. The seven deadly star fox let out a shrill wail, its body tumbling in the air, the star fire burning fiercely on it, and the star power began to dissipate, as if it had lost the source of life. Nuo Lin did not give it a chance to breathe. He followed it like a shadow and attacked again. Every punch was like a falling star, carrying destructive power. Finally, after a deafening roar, the body of the seven deadly star fox completely collapsed, turning into star fragments and dissipating in the night sky. With the disappearance of the seven star foxes, the sea of stars and fire in the night sky gradually died down, leaving only silence and peace. Nuo Lin stood there, panting, his eyes showing fatigue, but also joy and relief that were hard to conceal. He turned slowly and looked at Xiang Tianlu in the distance, who was also exhausted but with excitement shining in his eyes. "We won." Nuo Lin's voice was soft but full of power, as if it was the best summary of this battle. Xiang Tianlu nodded with difficulty. Although his body was covered with scars from the previous battle, his heart was filled with admiration and gratitude for Nuo Lin. He struggled to stand up, and the two of them walked towards the place where the seven deadly star foxes disappeared. There, a bead emitting a faint glow lay quietly on the ground. It was the core of the seven deadly star fox and the source of its star power. Various colors flow on the surface of the beads, as if containing the mysteries of the entire universe, and it is breathtakingly beautiful. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without further ado, they both understood the value of this bead. Nuo Lin picked up the bead carefully, and the two studied it together and found that it was a treasure that could absorb the power of the stars and enhance one's own cultivation. Zero request, Flower Zo. This is what we deserve, Nuo Lin said firmly, splitting the bead into two. Although doing so would greatly reduce its effect, in his opinion, the friendship with Wei Lu was far more precious than any treasure. The two of them each took half a bead, and suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged in their bodies, as if the power of countless stars was nourishing their bodies and souls. They closed their eyes, immersed themselves in this power, and felt the changes in themselves. When they opened their eyes again, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both found that their cultivation had made a qualitative leap. Not only was their spiritual power stronger, but they were also able to control the power of the stars more freely. More importantly, their bodies and souls have been greatly strengthened, as if they were reborn. 0. Xiang Tianlu's injuries also recovered quickly under the nourishment of this power. The wounds that were originally extremely painful had now healed, leaving only faint traces. He stretched his body, feeling unprecedented ease and strength, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. As his cultivation improved and his injuries healed, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu embarked on a new journey. They passed through dense forests, crossed towering mountains, and finally came to a dilapidated village. The village was shrouded in thick fog, as if isolated from the world. The dilapidated scene is desolate. The houses collapsed, the walls were mottled, weeds grew everywhere, and it was a desolate place. Occasionally a gust of wind blew by, bringing up a few fallen leaves and making a rustling sound, which added a bit of weirdness. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw vigilance and curiosity in each other's eyes. They walked slowly into the village, taking every step carefully for fear of disturbing some unknown existence. The village was quiet, without a single person in sight. They walked through the narrow streets and saw that the doors on both sides were closed, as if the villagers were hiding from something. Occasionally, the squeaking of mice or the whimpering of wind blowing through the broken windows broke the dead silence. "It seems like no one has lived here for a long time," Xiang Tianlu whispered. His voice echoed in the empty street, adding a bit of weirdness. Nuo Lin nodded. He looked around and found an ancient altar in the center of the village, with some strange runes engraved on it, emitting a faint light. The light seemed particularly dazzling in the darkness, as if some mysterious power was surging in the dark. They approached the altar and saw some dried flowers and unknown offerings on the altar. There was a pungent, musty smell in the air. Nuo Lin frowned. He felt that this place was filled with a strange atmosphere, as if something ominous was about to happen. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the runes on the altar began to flicker, emitting a strange light. Then, the surrounding fog seemed to be pulled by some force and gathered towards the altar, forming a vortex of huge amounts. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked. They knew there was some unknown danger hidden here. They held their weapons tightly, ready to respond. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the altar, as if something was awakening in the darkness. As the low roar echoed on the altar, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's heartstrings were stretched to the extreme, as if an invisible string was controlling their breathing and heartbeat. The fog around them grew thicker and thicker, rolling like ink, tightly enveloping the two of them and the dilapidated village. What is this sound? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. Even he felt unprecedented fear in the face of this unknown power. Nuo Lin did not answer. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring at the direction of the altar. The runes on the altar seemed to come alive. They twisted and entangled, as if weaving some ancient spell. And at the center of the vortex, a cold aura was quietly gathering, like a demon in the abyss, about to break free from its restraints and descend upon the world. Prepare for battle, Nuo Lin whispered. Although his voice was light, it was firm and unquestionable. He knew very well that facing this unknown force, 367 could only fight to have a chance of survival. At this moment, the vortex on the altar suddenly burst open, and a strong cold wind swept out, blowing the two of them back. Then, a blurry figure slowly walked out of the vortex. Its body twisted and changed, like a ghost entangled by countless grudges, which was creepy. "Is this a vengeful spirit?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. He never thought that such a terrifying existence was hidden in this dilapidated village. Nuo Lin didn't answer. He had no time to care about anything else. The vengeful spirit opened its arms, and countless black tentacles stretched out from its body, attacking the two like a poisonous snake in the night. Nuo Lin dodged the first wave of attacks with a flash of his body, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand slashed out a brilliant sword light and slashed towards the evil spirit. Dang! The sword light collided with the tentacles, making a metallic sound. The tentacle seemed to have infinite power, and it actually shattered the sword light. Nuo Lin was shocked. He knew he had underestimated the experience of this evil spirit. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu also launched an attack. He gripped the spear tightly in both hands and rushed towards the evil spirit like a tiger descending from the mountain. The spear drew a perfect arc in the air and stabbed towards the chest of the evil spirit with a whistling sound. The vengeful spirit snorted coldly, twisted its body again, and actually avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its tentacles fell like a rainstorm, launching a fierce attack on the two. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were agile, dodging left and right while constantly launching counterattacks. However, the tentacles of the vengeful spirit seemed endless, and every attack was hard to defend against. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin said to Xiang Tianlu while dodging the attack. He knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would be exhausted by the vengeful spirit and eventually fall into its clutches. Xiang Tianlu nodded. He understood this in his heart. However, facing such a powerful, vengeful spirit, what can they do? Just then, Nuo Lin suddenly remembered something. He looked at the runes on the altar, and a bold idea came to his mind. Perhaps these runes are the key to unlocking the seal of this evil spirit. "Xiang Tianlu, hold it back. I'm going to the altar," Nuo Lin said loudly, with a hint of determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu was startled when he heard this. He knew very well what Nuo Lin's decision meant. However, he had no better choice. So he nodded and rushed towards the evil spirit again, trying to divert its attention. Nu Lin took the opportunity to run towards the altar. As he ran, he stared closely at the runes, trying to find the pattern among them. However, just as he was about to reach the altar, a strong cold wind suddenly blew and made him almost unable to stand. Oh no! Nu Lin thought to himself that something was wrong. He knew that the evil spirit had discovered his intentions. Nu Lin tried his best to keep his body steady. The cold wind was like a sharp blade, cutting his skin and causing stinging pain. But he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. With an unyielding light in his eyes, he continued to stagger towards the altar. Zhang Tianlu, hold on. Nu Lin's voice sounded weak but firm in the cold wind. He knew very well that every second at this moment was crucial. On the Shangtian roadside, the situation has become increasingly critical. The tentacles of the vengeful spirit were like living things, entwining and tearing, and each attack carried destructive power. He swung the spear towards Tianlu, and every impact made his palms numb, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, for Nu Lin and for himself. Nu Lin, hurry! Xiang Tianlu's shout was faintly heard in the gloomy wind, carrying a hint of anxiety and expectation. Nu Lin's heart tightened. He knew very well that he could not let Xiang Tianlu down. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body seemed to boil at this moment, pushing him forward. Finally, Nu Lin arrived at the altar. He clenched his fists, his eyes sharp as torches, staring intently at the twisted runes. He tried to perceive them with his own will, to understand the meaning behind them. At this moment, the roar of the vengeful spirit sounded again. The sound was like thunder, which made Nu Lin's eardrums hurt. He knew that he had no time left. Come on, let me see the limit of your resentment. Nu Lin roared, his voice echoing in the empty village, as if awakening some dormant power. Nu Lin suddenly pressed his hands on the altar, and a powerful force surged out of his body, along his arms, and poured into the altar. The runes seemed to sense this power and began to flash violently, emitting dazzling light. The tentacles of the vengeful spirit paused in the air, as if they were also frightened by this force. It roared angrily, but its tentacles stopped attacking and began to shrink, as if gathering stronger power. Nu Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice came from a distance, with a hint of fear. Nu Lin did not look back. He faced the altar with full concentration. The runes began to slowly arrange themselves, forming a complex pattern, and the center of the pattern was where Nu Lin's palm was. Suddenly, a strong vibration came from the altar, and Nu Lin felt that huge amounts of power were absorbing him firmly. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The power in his body seemed to be completely awakened at this moment, resonating with the power on the altar. At this moment, the roar of the vengeful spirit sounded again, but this time, its voice was filled with a hint of fear and despair. I saw those tentacles began to dance wildly, as if trying to break free from some kind of restraints. Did it succeed? Nu Lin asked secretly in his heart. He opened his eyes and saw that the runes on the altar had completely lit up, forming a dazzling light shield that enveloped both him and the vengeful spirit. However, at the moment when the light shield was formed, an even stronger gust of cold wind surged out from under the altar, carrying with it endless resentment and anger, as if it wanted to swallow up everything. Nu Lin felt a piercing chill rushing straight into his heart, and the resentment contained in the cold wind seemed to freeze his soul. He tried his best, holding down the altar with both hands to prevent himself from being swallowed by the power. Hold on, Nu Lin. You can do it. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in his ears. Although it was weak, it was full of encouragement and trust. A warm current surged in Nu Lin's heart. It was the power of friendship that gave him the courage to persevere in this desperate moment. He took a deep breath and pushed the strength in his body to the extreme, trying to form a deeper resonance with the power on the altar. The runes on the altar glowed brighter and brighter, as if illuminating the entire village. and those tentacles began to struggle frantically under the cover of the light shield, and every dance brought with it the terrifying power to tear apart space. The vengeful spirit let out a shrill roar, and the voice was full of unwillingness and despair. It seemed to realize that it was about to be completely sealed by this power. Nual Lin clenched his teeth, his hands already beginning to tremble from the excessive force. But he did not give up. He knew that giving up at this moment would mean all his previous efforts would be wasted, and both Xiang Tianlu and he would die. Nual Lin, you can do it. Hold on. Xiang Tianlu's voice came again. This time, he seemed to be right beside Nual Lin, fighting side by side with him. Inspired by Xiang Tianlu, the power in Nual Lin's body burst out again. He seemed to have merged with the altar and could clearly feel the flow and changes of that power. At this moment, the light shield on the altar suddenly shrank, tightly wrapping the tentacles inside. The roar of the vengeful spirit became more shrill, as if trying to break free from this last restraint. At the moment when the light shield suddenly shrank, the roar of the vengeful spirit almost tore the space apart. Its tentacles were like madly growing vines, struggling desperately outwards. Every inch of its skin flashed with resentment, trying to break through this final seal. Nual Lin's face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were extremely firm, like two eternal lighthouses, guiding the direction in the darkness. The power in his body was like boiling river water, surging and constantly attacking the confinement of the altar, forming a fierce confrontation with the resentment of the evil spirits. The roar of the vengeful spirit sounded again. This time, it seemed to pour out all its resentment and anger. The tentacles danced in the air, and every time they waved, they carried a terrifying power that could tear apart space, as if they wanted to swallow up the entire world. Nual Lin only felt a powerful force surging from under the altar, forming a fierce collision with the power in his body. His hands felt as if they were pierced by thousands of steel needles, and the pain was unbearable, but he still held on to the altar tightly, not allowing himself to retreat even a little. Nual Lin, you can do it. You must persevere. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in her ears. This time, his voice carried an inexplicable power, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and reach deep into Nual Lin's heart. Inspired by Xiang Tianlu, Nual Lin felt an unprecedented surge of courage and determination. He took a deep breath and pushed the strength in his body to the extreme, as if he wanted to burn his soul and form the most perfect resonance with the power on the altar. At this moment, the runes on the altar began to flicker, emitting an even brighter light. The light was as hot as the sun, evaporating all the surrounding mist. And the light shield became indestructible at this moment, trapping the tentacles of the vengeful spirit firmly within it. The roar of the vengeful spirit gradually became weaker, and its tentacles began to shrink, as if it had lost all its strength. And the light of resentment also became dim at this moment, like a candle that was about to go out. Nual Lin opened his eyes and saw that the runes on the altar had formed a perfect pattern. The pattern contained endless power and wisdom, as if it could see through everything in the world. At this moment, the light shield suddenly exploded, and a powerful force surged out from it, completely defeating the vengeful spirit. I saw a black shadow drawing an arc in the air, then falling heavily to the ground, turning into a pool of black water and dissipating between heaven and earth. At the moment when the vengeful spirit dissipated between heaven and earth, Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and their eyes were shining with gratitude for surviving the calamity and determination to face the unknown. The air around them seemed to freeze at this moment, and only their heavy breathing echoed around the empty altar. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief and leave this gloomy place, a dull sound suddenly came from under the altar, like the breathing of an ancient giant beast, and the entire space was shaken. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions instantly turned solemn. They knew that this was not a simple natural phenomenon, but the awakening of something deeper and more dangerous. Nuo-Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu whispered a warning. His eyes became sharp, as if he could penetrate the fog on the surface and look directly into the unknown abyss. Nuo-Lin said nothing, but silently gathered his strength in his palms, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. Nuo-Lin's eyes were like a cold pond, deep and cold. He stared at the unknown darkness under the altar, as if he could see through every inch of change inside. Xiang Tianlu stood beside him, secretly making hand gestures, ready to respond to any crisis that might arise at any time. There seems to be something ancient and terrifying hidden below. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low, with a hint of worry that was difficult to conceal. His tone showed both awe of the unknown and deep concern for the safety of his friends. Nuo-Lin nodded, strength surging silently in his body, like an undercurrent before a river bursts its banks, ready to burst. Whatever it is, we have to face it. On the road to heaven, you and I are side by side. What is there to fear? Before he finished speaking, the darkness below the altar suddenly surged, like a giant beast from the abyss opening its huge mouth, and an ancient and powerful breath rushed towards them, causing both of them to hold their breath. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble, and cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, surrounding the altar. "Here it comes," Nuo-Lin shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up, like an arrow from a bow, and rushed straight to the center of the crack. At this moment, his hands seemed to have transformed into two invisible blades, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, fiercely slashing at the ever-expanding crack. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook and Nuo-Lin's attack stirred up dust all over the sky, but the crack did not stop expanding. Instead, it seemed to be enraged, and a more ferocious force surged out of it, colliding violently with Nuo-Lin's force in the air, bursting out with brilliant light. This power is beyond imagination. Nuo-Lin was secretly shocked, but he did not retreat. Instead, he became more determined to fight. He knew very well that facing such an opponent, the only way to have a chance of survival was to go all out. Xiang Tianlu saw this and stopped hesitating. He flashed and turned into a stream of light, went around to the other side of the crack, quickly formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and mysterious runes flew out from his fingertips and turned into chains, trying to restrain the ancient power. "Activate the binding spell." With Xiang Tianlu's loud shout, the rune chains tightened instantly and started a fierce battle with the power surging from the cracks. But what was shocking was that the power did not seem to be restrained. Instead, it became more violent, breaking the chains and continuing to spread in all directions. "Nuo-Lin, we can't go on like this. We must find its source." Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed a little vague in the turbulent airflow, but his eyes were unusually firm. Nuo-Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He turned around suddenly, his eyes like torches, piercing through the layers of fog and locking onto a hidden corner under the altar. There, a faint light flickered in the darkness, as if it was the source of this ancient power. "There!" Nuo-Lin shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up again like a flash of lightning and rushed straight to the light. At this moment, his hands seemed to have condensed the power of heaven and earth, and he slammed towards the light with the force of destroying the world. "Break it!" With Nuo-Lin's roar, the light finally couldn't bear it and shattered. A purer yet more powerful force burst out from it, forming a sharp contrast with the previous ancient power. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, and an indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. At the moment when the light shattered, a pure and powerful force surged out like a flood, forming a sharp contrast with the ancient power surrounding 03. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by two completely different forces. The air was distorted, and the space was shaking. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood in the torrent of this power, their clothes rustling, their hair flying, but their eyes were full of determination and indomitable spirit. They know very well that the real challenge has just begun. Suddenly, an extremely cold and chilling aura spread out from the torn space crack, making people shudder. Then, a huge monster slowly appeared. It was a monster covered with dark scales, with eyes as deep as the abyss and emitting a faint blue light, the Wuji black snake. The body of the infinite black burning snake is huge, as majestic as a mountain, and its scales reflect a cold luster under the faint light. Every time the scales rub lightly, it seems as if the sound of metal hitting stone is heard. Its eyes were fixed on Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu. In its gaze was a desire for prey and anger towards those who had trespassed into its territory. Infinite black burning snake. This is actually the legendary infinite black burning snake. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well how powerful this monster was. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Nuo-Lin said nothing, his eyes fixed on the infinite black burning snake. The power in his body surged silently, as if it would explode at any time. He knew very well that facing such an opponent, any words were superfluous, and only strength could decide everything. The infinite black burning snake seemed to sense the hostility of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a dark flame spurted out of its mouth, like a burning black dragon, rushing towards the two of them with the momentum of destroying everything. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body retreated instantly. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Mysterious runes condensed at his fingertips and turned into a barrier, trying to block the dark flames. However, the power of the flames was beyond imagination. Even the barrier cast by Tianlu was swallowed up in an instant and turned into nothingness. The flames continued to attack the two people. Nuo-Lin saw this, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He clenched his hands into fists, and the power in his body burst out completely at this moment, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. He suddenly threw a punch with a thunderous force that collided violently with the flames in the air, causing a deafening roar. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole space seemed to tremble at this moment. The flame was shattered by Nuo-Lin's fist wind, turned into sparks, and dissipated in the air. The infinite black burning snake seemed to be shocked by Nuo-Lin's strength. It let out a deafening roar and leaped suddenly like a black lightning. Its speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Even Nuo-Lin felt a little pressure. "Come on," Nuo-Lin shouted, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He clenched his hands into fists again, and the strength in his body reached its peak at this moment. He seemed to have transformed into a god of war, fearless and moving forward courageously. Boom! There was another loud noise. Nuo-Lin's fist and the infinite black burning snake collided with each other. Brilliant sparks burst out in the air as if a star was falling. The sky and the earth changed color. At this moment, both of them seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. There was only fighting, only life and death. Nuo-Lin's fists were like a violent storm, continuous, and every attack carried the power to destroy the world. The infinite black burning snake, relying on its powerful body and strange speed, started a fierce contest with Nuo-Lin. "Xiang Tianlu, help me!" Nuo-Lin suddenly shouted in the fierce battle. He knew very well that it would be difficult to defeat this infinite black burning snake by himself. Xiang Tianlu stopped hesitating after hearing that. He flashed and turned into a stream of light, circling to the other side of the Wuji black burning snake. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and mysterious runes flew out from his fingertips and turned into chains, trying to restrain the Wuji black burning snake. Cast the binding spell again. There was a hint of determination in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that this attack would be the key to whether they could defeat the infinite black burning snake. However, the infinite black burning snake seemed to see through Xiang Tianlu's intention. It swung its tail suddenly, and the whip-like tail, with the power to tear apart space, severely lashed those rune chains. Crack! With a crisp sound, The rune chain shattered under the tail of the infinite black burning snake and turned into nothingness. The attack on Tianlu failed again. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up, as if he had found the flaw of the infinite black burning snake. He flashed and appeared above the head of the infinite black burning snake like a ghost, with his hands clenched into fists. With the force of destroying the heavens and the earth, it hit the vital point of the infinite black burning snake fiercely. Die! Nuo Lin's voice was full of determination and murderous intent. He knew very well that this blow would be the key to determining victory or defeat. However, just when Nuo Lin's fist was about to hit the Wuji black burning snake, the monster suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body seemed to merge into the darkness and turned into nothingness. Oh no, it's an illusion! Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He knew very well that even he would find it difficult to see through the illusion technique of the infinite black burning snake. Nuo Lin's punch missed. He was shocked and quickly retracted his punch. But at this moment, an extremely cold aura suddenly attacked him from behind. It was a sneak attack from the Wuji black burning snake. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in his ears. But at the moment, it was critical, and Nuo Lin had no time to react. Nuo Lin only felt the cold wind behind him like a knife. The sound of cutting the air was sharp and piercing. It was a fear warning from the depths of his soul, making the hairs all over his body stand up. At this critical moment between life and death, the potential hidden in his body seemed to be completely stimulated, and his body twisted at a speed that defied common sense, almost escaping death. A mere trifle. The voice of the infinite black burning snake echoed in the empty space with a hint of mockery and disdain. Its figure reappeared like a ghost, floating not far from Nuo Lin, its eyes flashing with faint blue light, as if it could see into the deepest fear in people's hearts. Nuo Lin's face turned pale. He had never seen such a cunning and powerful opponent. Every attack of the infinite black burning snake is just right, not overly forcing, yet always making people feel despair, as if it is enjoying this game of cat and mouse. Xiang Tianlu, you and I will join forces to kill him with one strike. Nuo Lin's voice was low and firm. He knew very well that if they continued to delay like this, it would only consume their physical strength and will, and eventually they would fall into the trap of the Wuji black burning snake. Nodding to Tianlu, he knew Nuo Lin's determination and understood that the current situation was not optimistic. He flipped his hands quickly and muttered something, and the air was filled with an ancient and mysterious charm. It was a secret technique unique to his family, which could briefly communicate between heaven and earth and borrow a bit of power of law. The heaven and earth are our mirrors. All things are our guides, and we will bind you. Xiang Tianlu roared. As his words fell, the space around him seemed to solidify. Rune chains that were invisible to the naked eye emerged from the void, interweaving into an impenetrable net, covering the Wuji black burning snake. When the infinite black burning snake saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, which then turned into a sneer. It twisted its body slightly, as if it merged into the void. The rune chains lost their target the moment they touched it and fell into the air one after another. You dare to show off your trivial skills in front of me. The voice of the infinite black burning snake sounded again. This time, it no longer hit its body, but slowly approached the two people in an almost provocative posture. Nuo Lin's eyes turned red when he saw this, and the power in his body boiled, almost breaking through the restraints of his body. He no longer waited and suddenly jumped up like a meteor across the night sky, heading straight for the infinite black burning snake. I want your life. Nuo Lin roared, his fists carrying the sound of wind and thunder. Every swing seemed to shake the heaven and earth, and the air around him exploded with a deafening roar. The infinite black burning snake moved its body to the side, easily avoiding Nuo Lin's attack, and at the same time opened its huge mouth, and a dark flame that was even more turbulent than before gushed out, like a black dragon trying to devour Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin twisted his body in the air, avoiding the flames at an incredible angle. But the scorching heat still tore his clothes, charred his skin, and caused him unbearable pain. He gritted his teeth and persisted, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring at the infinite black burning snake, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Xiang Tianlu, can your binding spell be faster? I need a flaw. Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the fierce battle. There was a hint of urgency in his tone, but more of it was unyielding. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He knew very well that the situation was critical at the moment, but casting the binding spell took time and required a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. He closed his eyes and concentrated, devoting himself to communicating with the laws of heaven and earth, trying to find a chance for a breakthrough. Here it comes. Xiang Tianlu suddenly opened his eyes, an unprecedented light flashing in his eyes. His hands quickly formed seals, and he muttered something. This time, his voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. Binding spell, ultimate form, cage of heaven and earth. As Xiang Tianlu's words fell, the entire space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and huge amounts of rune chains emerged from the void. They intertwined together to form a cage that trapped the infinite black burning snake. Stuck firmly in it, the infinite black burning snake roared angrily in the cage of heaven and earth, twisting its body wildly, and every impact made the space tremble, as if it wanted to completely destroy the cage. However, the 547 rune chains were extremely tough and did not move at all, no matter how it struggled. Humph! A mere cage. You think you can trap me, the infinite black burning snake? The voice of the infinite black burning snake was filled with reluctance and anger, and its eyes flashed with a faint blue light, as if they were about to burn. Rise up and release the power to destroy everything. Nuo Lin felt a little relieved when he saw this, but he did not slack off at all. He knew very well how powerful the infinite black burning snake was. Being trapped at this moment was only temporary. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill it, once it escaped, the consequences would be disastrous. Go to the sky now is the time. Nuo Lin growled, and his body suddenly rose up again, like a bright meteor, and rushed straight towards the infinite black burning snake in the cage of heaven and earth. His fists were wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder, and every swing seemed to be able to tear apart space, carrying the momentum of destroying everything. Nodding to Tianlu, he quickly flipped his hands, muttered something, and communicated with the laws of heaven and earth again, providing Nuo Lin with a constant source of strength support. His face was pale, and it was obvious that performing this secret technique was a huge burden for him. But he had no complaints, because he knew that this was their only chance of survival. Nuo Lin's body was as fast as lightning, and he instantly arrived in front of the infinite black burning snake. His eyes were red, as if burning with fire, and his fists, with endless power, slammed hard on the scales of the infinite black burning snake. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin's fist collided with the scales of the Wuji black burning snake, bursting into brilliant sparks. The scales actually sank slightly under Nuo Lin's strength, and then quickly returned to their original shape, as if there was no damage at all. However, Nuo Lin was not discouraged. He knew very well that the scales of the infinite black burning snake were extremely hard, but not indestructible. He punched again, and this time his strength was more concentrated, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength on this point. Break it for me, Nuo Lin roared, and his fist slammed hard on the scales of the infinite black burning snake again. This time, the scales finally couldn't bear it anymore, and made a crisp cracking sound, and then flew everywhere. The infinite black burning snake roared in pain, and its eyes stared at Nuo Lin even more angrily, as if it wanted to eat him alive. However, at this moment, it has been firmly trapped in the cage of heaven and earth and cannot escape. Nuo Lin took the opportunity, and his fists rained down on the infinite black burning snake. Every blow made the huge body tremble. The infinite black burning snake struggled desperately, but in this cage of heaven and earth, its strength seemed to be weakened a lot, and it was unable to compete with Nuo Lin at all. Xiang Tianlu increased the power of the binding spell. Nuo Lin growled. He knew very well that this was a critical moment, and he must not relax at all. Xiang Tianlu's face turned even paler when he heard this, but he increased the power of the binding spell without any hesitation. The rune chain seemed to be injected with new vitality, becoming even tougher, trapping the infinite black burning snake firmly inside, making it unable to move. Nuo Lin was overjoyed when he saw this. He punched again, and this time, his target was the vital point of the Wuji black burning snake. He knew very well that this was the weakness of the snake monster. As long as he hit it, he would be able to kill it. Die! Nuo Lin roared, and his fist, with endless power, hit the vital point of the Wuji black burning snake fiercely. At that moment, the whole space seemed to be still. A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the infinite black burning snake, and then it slowly fell down. Its body is huge, but under Nuo Lin's power, it seems to become as light as a feather. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their faces filled with the joy of victory. They knew that although the battle was difficult, they relied on their courage and wisdom to finally defeat the powerful infinite black burning snake. However, at this moment, the fallen infinite black burning snake suddenly moved again. Its eyes flickered with a faint blue light, as if they were about to burn and release a force that could destroy everything. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He knew very well the power of a monster's self-destruction. If they didn't stop it in time, both of them would die. Nuo Lin's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He was well aware of the critical situation at the moment. If he did not stop the Wuji black burning snake from self-destructing in time, the consequences would be disastrous. He rushed forward without hesitation, hugged the huge body tightly with both hands, trying to prevent it from self-destructing. Xiang Tianlu, think of a solution quickly. Nuo Lin growled, his voice filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Xiang Tianlu was extremely anxious when he saw this. He knew very well that the current situation did not allow for any hesitation, and he had to find a way to stop the infinite black burning snake from self-destructing as soon as possible. However, the power of the monster's self-destruction was too strong. What could he do? At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly remembered an ancient legend passed down in his family. It is said that in ancient times, there was a mysterious power that could seal the self-destruction of monsters. However, this power has been lost for a long time, and no one knows how to use it. Forget it, let's give it a try. Xiang Tianlu said to himself. He quickly flipped his hands, muttered something, and began to try to exert that mysterious power. I saw his hands drawing mysterious runes in the air. Those runes flashed with bright light, as if they contained endless power. As his words fell, the runes seemed to be injected with new vitality and transformed into chains that tightly wrapped around the infinite black burning snake. Those rune chains meandered like spirit snakes, tightly wrapped around the huge body of the infinite black burning snake, flashing with eerie light, as if to seal its self-destructive power. However, the infinite black burning snake was obviously unwilling to surrender. Blue light shone brightly in its eyes, and its body twisted violently, trying to break free from the restraints. Hold it down. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He kept changing hand seals with his hands and chanted spells like thunder, trying to strengthen the power of the rune chain. It seemed as if all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was mobilized by him, forming powerful forces that were injected into the chains. Nuo Lin hugged the infinite black burning snake tightly. He could feel the power of self-destruction surging in the body of the infinite black burning snake, like a raging ocean that could drown him at any time. His face was pale, but his eyes were extremely determined. He would never allow this infinite black burning snake to self-destruct. Otherwise, he and Xiang Tianlu would both die. Nuo Lin, hold on. I will definitely be able to seal its self-destructive power. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded in Nuo Lin's ears, with a hint of firmness and eagerness. Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. He knew very well that Xiang Tianlu's secret technique had reached its limit, and at this moment he could only rely on his own strength to hold on. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength on his arms, trying to suppress the violent force of self-destruction with his physical strength. The struggle of the infinite black burning snake became more and more violent. Its scales flashed coldly in the sun, and every collision made Nuo Lin feel a huge amount of power coming. His arms felt like they were about to be torn apart, but he gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to let go. You want to seal me? You are dreaming. The voice of the infinite black burning snake sounded in Nuo Lin's ears, full of resentment and anger. The blue light in its eyes was so bright that it seemed to be burning and swallowing everything. Nuo Lin's heart trembled. He knew very well that this infinite black burning snake had gone completely crazy. If it was not stopped in time, the consequences would be disastrous. He shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to suppress the infinite black burning snake. However, at this moment, the rune chain suddenly shone brightly and turned into rays of light that tightly wrapped the body of the infinite black burning snake. Those lights seemed to have life, constantly moving around the body of the infinite black burning snake, sealing its self-destructive power. The struggle of the infinite black burning snake gradually weakened, and the blue light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Nuo Lin was overjoyed when he saw this, for he knew that he and Xiang Tianlu had finally succeeded. However, at this moment, the infinite black burning snake suddenly jumped up again, with crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to destroy everything. It opened its huge mouth, and a jet of black flame gushed out of its mouth, heading straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin was shocked. He didn't expect that the infinite black burning snake had such powerful power. He quickly dodged to the side, but the flames kept chasing him as if they had life. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He quickly used his secret technique to try to block the flames. However, the flame was too powerful, and his secret technique was unable to stop it. Nuo Lin's heart was filled with determination. He knew there was no way out now. He shouted loudly, concentrated all his strength into his fists, and punched the flames hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the flame collided with Nuo Lin's fist, bursting into brilliant light. Nuo Lin only felt a huge amount of force coming, and his body was like being hit by a huge hammer and flew backwards. However, the flame gradually dissipated under Nuo Lin's fist and eventually turned into nothingness. The infinite black burning snake also completely lost its vitality under the impact of this force, and its huge body slowly fell down. Nuo Lin struggled to get up from the ground. His arms were bloody, but he didn't care. He looked at the infinite black burning snake lying on the ground. A victorious smile appeared on his face. We succeeded. Xiang Tianlu ran over from a distance, looking at the Wuji black burning snake lying on the ground, and smiled with joy. The two men stood side by side beside the corpse of the infinite black burning snake, looking at the smiles on each other's faces, as if they were comrades who had experienced a life-and-death catastrophe. Xiang Tianlu patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. After this battle, it's time to relax." Nuo Lin nodded, and the two of them packed up and left the battle site. They followed the winding mountain road westward, and after several days of trekking, they finally arrived at a prosperous ancient city, Gunan City. Gunan City is nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The city walls are tall and majestic, and the city gates are carved with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns, highlighting the glorious history of this ancient city. The two walked through the busy streets and saw shops lined up on both sides with a dazzling array of goods. "It's so lively here," exclaimed Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it is indeed very lively here. Why don't we stay here for a few more days and relax?" The two walked into a tea house and sat down by the window. The tea house was bustling with people and filled with the aroma of tea. They ordered a pot of the best Longjing tea and sipped it while admiring the scenery outside the window. Outside the window, a clear stream flows by, with a few green lotus leaves floating on the surface of the river. A few lotus flowers stand tall and graceful, emitting a faint fragrance. On both sides of the river, willows sway in the wind. In the distance, there are continuous mountains enshrouded in clouds and mist, like a beautiful painting. "The scenery here is so beautiful," exclaimed Noalin. Xiang Tianlu nodded and smiled. "Yes, the scenery here is indeed beautiful. We might as well stay here for a few more days and enjoy this wonderful time." After tasting the tea, the two began to stroll around Gunan City. They walked into a jewelry store and saw all kinds of precious gems and jades on display in the store, sparkling brightly. Nualin is not interested in jewelry, but Xiang Tianlu has a special liking for these treasures. He selected carefully, and from time to time asked the owner about the characteristics and prices of various gems. "This jade pendant is nice, with a smooth texture and pure color," Xiang Tianlu said, pointing to a jade pendant. The shop owner smiled and nodded, introducing, "This gentleman is really a connoisseur of goods. This jade pendant is carved from top-grade Hittian jade and is priceless." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, he was moved, but then he thought that he didn't have much money on this trip, so he had to give up. He continued to pick out other treasures, but still failed to find what he liked. After leaving the jewelry store, the two walked into an antique shop. The store is filled with various antiques and porcelain, exuding an ancient atmosphere. Nualin didn't know much about these antiques, but Xiang Tianlu was quite interested in these treasures. He examined each antique carefully, and from time to time asked the shop owner about their origins and ages. "This blue and white porcelain vase is nice, with an elegant shape and clear glaze," Xiang Tianlu said, pointing to a blue and white porcelain vase. The shop owner smiled and nodded, introducing, "This young man has a good eye. This blue and white porcelain vase is a fine product from the Ming Dynasty and is worth a lot of money." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart moved again, but considering that he had limited money, he had to continue looking for other treasures. He walked to a corner and saw some seemingly insignificant antiques and sundries placed there. He looked at each item carefully, and suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a seemingly ordinary copper. "This copper pot is a little special," Xiang Tianlu said. Upon hearing this, Nualin walked over and took a closer look at the copper pot. It had an ancient shape and some strange patterns carved on it, which seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. He asked, "Is there anything special about this copper kettle?" Xiang Tianlu shook his head and said, "I don't really know, but I feel like it seems different, perhaps a rare treasure." After discussing it, the two decided to buy the copper kettle. They asked the shop owner about the price, and after some bargaining, they finally bought the copper kettle at a very low price. After leaving the antique shop, the two found an inn to stay in. They sat in the courtyard of the inn, sipping tea and admiring the copper kettle. As night falls, the lights of Gunan City gradually light up, casting a soft golden veil on this ancient city. In the courtyard of the inn, Xiang Tianlu and Nualin sat around a stone table, which was filled with snacks and tea they had just bought from the street. The air was filled with the aroma of food and the fragrance of tea. "Nualin, look at the pattern on this copper pot. Does it look familiar to you?" Xiang Tianlu turned to ask Nualin while gently running his fingertips across the patterns on the pot. Nualin took a closer look and found that the patterns were indeed complex and ancient, as if every stroke concealed a piece of forgotten history. Indeed, these symbols seem to be recorded in the ancient books of the family, but I can't remember the specific meaning anymore. Nualin frowned slightly, trying to recall. "Anyway, since we think it's special, there must be a reason for it." Xiang Tianlu picked up the copper pot and shook it gently, and a slight metallic collision sound came from inside. "Maybe. What secrets does it hide? We are waiting to discover them." Just as Xiang Tianlu and Nualin were immersed in the mystery of the copper pot, a breeze blew by, bringing the fresh air from the distant mountains, which formed a sharp contrast with the warm atmosphere in the inn. Nualin looked up at the starry sky. The stars were like pearls scattered on black satin, quiet and profound. Xiang Tianlu, do you think this copper pot is related to our adventure? After all, since we embarked on the journey to find the lost treasure, every step has been full of surprises. There was a hint of thought in Nuo Lin's voice, his eyes still fixed on the vast starry sky. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu gently put down the copper pot in his hand, and his eyes became profound. Indeed, from the sudden appearance of the infinite black burning snake to the copper pot in our hands now, Doki seems to be guiding us towards an unknown destination. Also, have you noticed that the atmosphere around us seems to have changed since we got this copper kettle? Nuo Lin turned his head and looked at Xiang Tianlu in confusion. Changed? You mean? Yes, it has become calmer, even a little abnormal. Although Gunin's city is prosperous, I always feel like something is missing, an indescribable vitality or tension. It was as if the whole city was making way for us, waiting for us to uncover a secret. Xiang Tianlu's voice was deep and powerful, and every word struck Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "If this is true, then this copper pot may be the key. But the question is, how do we unlock its secrets? We can't just stare at it." Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Perhaps we could try the old method. I remember that the ancient family books mentioned that some treasures require specific rituals or spells to activate. We might as well start with the simplest, for example, using moonlight, or..." Before he could finish his words, a sudden burst of light interrupted Xiang Tianlu's words. They both looked up at the same time and saw a full moon hanging high in the night sky. The bright moonlight just passed through the clouds and shone squarely on the copper pot. The light seemed to have magical power, causing the pattern on the surface of the copper pot to glow slightly and gradually become clearer. "Look!" Nuo Lin exclaimed, pointing at the copper pot. Xiang Tianlu stood up suddenly, his eyes fixed on the changes in the copper pot. As the light grew brighter, the pattern on the copper pot began to rotate slowly, eventually forming a complex pattern. There seemed to be a small groove in the center, waiting for something to be placed in it. "What is this? Could it be?" Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled with excitement. He realized that they might be standing on the threshold of uncovering a major secret. Nuo Lin quickly took out a small stone from his arms. It was picked up from the edge of the battlefield after they defeated the infinite black burning snake. It had a strange shape, and patterns similar to copper and gold patterns were engraved on the surface. "Could it be this?" he asked tentatively, slowly moving the small stone closer to the groove in the center of the copper pot. Just as the small stone was about to touch the groove, the lights in the entire inn suddenly went out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Then, the copper pot emitted a dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. Then everything returned to calm, leaving only Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, and the copper pot lying quietly on the table. The pattern on the copper pot had completely changed, as if hiding a deeper secret. Just as the light faded and the surroundings returned to silence, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Inside the inn, the candlelight was lit again, but it seemed dimmer than before, with a hint of inexplicable ancient charm. "What is this?" Nuo Lin's voice was a little hoarse. The small stone in his hand had now merged into the copper pot, as if it had never existed. Only the ever-changing pattern was left, slowly flowing on the surface of the copper pot, revealing a heart-pounding fluctuation. He shook his head slowly to Tianlu, his eyes as deep as the abyss, as if he could see through the essence of all things in the world. "Whatever it is, it's extraordinary. Our journey may become more complicated and confusing because of this." After saying this, he reached out and gently stroked the copper pot. The pattern seemed to come alive, dancing with his fingertips, releasing bursts of gentle yet majestic aura. Xiang Tianlu's heart moved, as if there was a force calling him and leading him forward. "Nuo Lin, we can't stay any longer. The secret of this copper pot may be hidden in the unknown road ahead." Xiang Tianlu's words were filled with unquestionable firmness. He stood up, his eyes as sharp as torches, and looked at the simple wooden door leading to the outside world. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin also stood up, with a look of determination in his eyes. Okay, no matter what the road ahead is, I will walk with you. The two walked out of the inn side by side. It was already late at night, but the lights in Gunnan City were still dim, like a never-ending scroll of prosperity. However, in their eyes, these lights seemed to have lost their former warmth, becoming cold and strange, as if the whole world was silent for the upcoming unknown. Walking along the street, Gunnan City looks even more ancient and mysterious at night. On both sides of the street, the ancient buildings cast mottled shadows under the moonlight, like the whispers of history, telling the past glory and vicissitudes in silence. Suddenly, a breeze blew, causing the lanterns on both sides of the street to sway gently, making a creaking sound, as if some ancient mechanism was triggered. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin stopped at the same time, their eyes sharp as torches, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. At this moment, the pattern on the copper pot suddenly shone brightly, illusory, the figures of the two people. Then, an indescribable force surged out from the copper pot and turned into a beam of light, rushing straight into the sky and splitting the night in two. This, Nuo Lin was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange sight before. He was shocked and uneasy. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped the copper pot, feeling the surge of power, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. It seems that our journey is destined to be extraordinary. This copper pot may be the key to our search for the lost treasure. After saying this, he moved and turned into a stream of light, rushing away in the direction indicated by the light column. Seeing this, Nuo Lin followed without hesitation. The two figures gradually walked away in the night, leaving only a series of light and shadows, like an ancient legend, quietly playing out in the night sky. The night was as dark as ink, and the two walked through the ancient streets and alleys. Every step seemed to span 1,000 years of time. The night was dark, like a giant invisible net, tightly enveloping the ancient and deep streets of South Shirgu City. Shangtian Road and Nuo Lin run through it. The stone pavement under your feet appears bumpy due to years of erosion. Every step you take carries the echo of history. Xiang Tianlu, where will this copper pot take us? Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly in the night wind, but it was more of a desire and curiosity about the unknown. He followed Xianlu's steps closely, his eyes never leaving the road ahead, guided by the beam of light, feeling both nervous and expectant. Xiang Tianlu did not look back, but said firmly, "No matter where you are, as long as there is light in your heart, you can move forward fearlessly. Since this copper pot chose us, there must be a reason for it." As they went deeper into the ancient alley, the surrounding scenery gradually became strange and mysterious. The gate of the ancient house was closed, and the verdigris on the door knocker flickered faintly in the moonlight, as if there was a forgotten story behind each door. Occasionally, a gust of wind blows, causing the bamboo leaves in the courtyard to rustle, adding a bit of tranquility and depth. "Look there!" Nuo Lin suddenly pointed forward, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Zero, request flowers." I saw an ancient stone bridge spanning a narrow stream. The bridge was made of bluestone, and the years had left mottled marks on it. On the other side of the bridge is a dense bamboo forest. The moonlight shines through the gaps between the bamboo leaves, casting mottled light and shadows like a moving ink painting. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly, motioning Nuo Lin to follow. They stepped onto the stone bridge, each step accompanied by a slight sound of footsteps, which seemed particularly clear in the silent night. The stream under the bridge gurgled, the sound of water intertwined with the night wind, creating a melodious nocturne. After crossing the stone bridge, the two walked into the deep bamboo forest. The moonlight was thin and the bamboo forest was filled with shadows, as if every bamboo had turned into a guard of Proxima Midnight, quietly watching their arrival. Some ancient power seems to be hidden deep in this bamboo forest. Xiang Tianlu whispered, his voice echoing among the bamboo leaves with a barely perceptible tremor. He held the copper pot tightly, and the flowing light of the pattern seemed even more mysterious in the night. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, stepping cautiously in with sharp eyes, trying to catch this subtle movement in the darkness. However, deep in the bamboo forest, there was no other sound except the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave rose from the ground, like an undercurrent, instantly breaking the tranquility around. Xiang Tianlu's expression was startled. He felt the unusual power, and a strong premonition surged in his heart. "Be careful," he shouted in a low voice, and his body instantly accelerated and rushed forward, trying to avoid the unknown crisis. However, the moment he moved, the air in the bamboo forest seemed to solidify, and an invisible force locked them firmly. Nuo Lin's face suddenly changed. He felt unprecedented pressure, as if the entire bamboo forest had turned into an invisible cage at this moment, trapping them tightly. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were determined. He knew very well that the only way to survive was to break the impasse. He took a deep breath, and there seemed to be some kind of power stirring in his body, resonating with the pattern on the copper pot. "Nuo Lin, believe me, let's charge together," he growled, and his body suddenly jumped up like a wild horse breaking free from its reins and attacked the invisible pressure. At the same time, the pattern on the copper pot shone brightly, turning into a dazzling blade of light, cutting through the night sky and slashing at the invisible bondage. In the bamboo forest, the sound of wind suddenly stopped, as if even time had frozen at this moment. The light blade collided with the invisible pressure, causing a deafening roar that made the bamboo leaves fly everywhere, and even sparks like lightning flashed between the leaves. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin staggered, but they did not give up. Instead, they used the force of the impact to move forward. Deep in the bamboo forest, it seemed as if some ancient seal had been touched, and an ancient and powerful aura quietly permeated. What kind of power is this?" Nuo Lin gasped, his eyes filled with fear and shock. He had never seen such a powerful power before, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the front. There, at the end of the bamboo forest, a deep black hole quietly appeared, like a portal to another world, emitting an alluring light. "Let's go," he shouted, pulling Nuo Lin and rushing towards the 643 black hole. However, just as they were about to step into the black hole, an even more powerful force surged out of the black hole and forced them back. Just as Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin were forced back by the power gushing out of the black hole, a low and long roar suddenly came from the depths of the bamboo forest. The sound was like the call of an ancient giant beast, shaking every inch of the air, making the two people's hearts and minds involuntarily tense. As the sound approached, the light and shadows in the bamboo forest began to distort, as if some indescribable existence was crossing the boundaries of space and descending here. Then, a huge monster stumbled out from the depths of the bamboo forest. It was huge, covered with dark scales, and flashed a cold light under the weak moonlight. This monster has 3 huge amounts of heads, each with a pair of blood-red eyes that flash with cunning and ferocious light. It is the legendary 3-headed bone dragon. Each mouth of the 3-headed bone dragon was dripping with sticky saliva, emitting a disgusting stench. Its back was covered with sharp bone spurs, like a moving fortress, both terrifying and majestic. Its appearance made the entire bamboo forest tremble, and an extremely depressing atmosphere filled the air. "This is a 3-headed bone dragon." Nuo Lin's voice was filled with unbelievable fear. He had never thought that such a terrifying monster was hidden in this seemingly peaceful bamboo forest. Xiang Tianlu's expression was equally solemn, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He knew very well that facing such a monster, the only way to have a chance of survival was to go all out. He held the copper pot tightly, and the light on the pattern seemed to sense the determination of its owner, becoming brighter and brighter, as if ready to burst out with amazing power at any time. Nuolin, be careful. Let's join forces to fight the enemy. Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the three-headed bone dragon. His speed was so fast that he almost turned into an afterimage and arrived in front of the monster in an instant. Seeing this, Nuolin followed without any hesitation. He clenched his fists as if some kind of power was awakening in his body, making his fists glow faintly in the night. Xiang Tianlu took the lead. His fist, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, smashed hard into the head of one of the three-headed bone dragon. However, the scales of the monster were extremely hard. Although Xiang Tianlu's fist was incredibly powerful, it only left a shallow mark on the scales. The three-headed bone dragon roared angrily, and the three heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time, spewing hot flames towards Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin. The flames were like three galloping fire dragons, carrying destructive power, instantly igniting the surrounding bamboo forest. The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the night sky. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack of fire in a flash. He snorted coldly and accelerated again, moving around the three-headed bone dragon like a ghost, looking for flaws in his attack. Nuolin chose to face it head-on. He shouted loudly, and it seemed as if some mysterious power was surging in his body, causing his strength to surge instantly. He threw punches like rain, each of which carried the power of a tsunami, smashing hard into the other head of the three-headed bone dragon. The three-headed bone dragon roared in pain. Its two heads were hit hard at the same time, scales flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the monster did not retreat, but instead launched a counterattack even more violently. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin were in a bitter battle. Although the two of them joined forces and temporarily resisted the attack of the three-headed bone dragon, as time went on, their physical and spiritual power were constantly depleted. However, the monsters seemed to possess endless power, and each attack became more and more ferocious. As the battle between the two sides was in full swing, an unprecedented determination surged in Nuolin's heart. He knew very well that if he could not find a way to defeat this legendary three-headed bone dragon as soon as possible, he and Xiang Tianlu would both die. Xiang Tianlu, you and I will join forces to attack its eyes. Nuolin's voice rang out like thunder in the roaring battlefield. His eyes were like torches, fixed tightly on the three hideous faces of the three-headed bone dragon. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart moved, and he instantly understood Nuolin's intention. He retreated violently, and together with Nuolin, they trapped the main bone dragon in the middle. The two men moved as fast as lightning, constantly changing positions, trying to find the best time to attack. The three-headed bone dragon seemed to have noticed the intentions of the two people. It roared even more angrily, and its three heads turned at the same time, with bloodthirsty light flashing in its blood-red eyes. Each of its attacks became more and more ferocious, as if it wanted to devour the two completely. However, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down. They were nimble and agile, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. Every dodge was just right, avoiding the monster's fatal attacks, while constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuolin found a breakthrough. He shouted loudly, and it seemed as if some mysterious power was boiling in his body, causing his speed and strength to increase dramatically in an instant. He rushed to one of the three-headed bone dragon's heads like a flash of lightning. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and smashed hard into the pair of blood-red eyes. "Break it for me." Nuolin's voice exploded like thunder, and his fist drew a brilliant trajectory in the night sky. With the power to destroy the world, 5.2 fiercely slammed into the eyes of the three-headed bone dragon. With a shrill roar, one of the three-headed bone dragon's heads exploded instantly. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire bamboo forest blood red. The monster rolled over in pain, and the two remaining heads also let out terrified roars. However, Nuo Lin did not stop there. He suddenly jumped up again, like a tiger descending from a mountain, and launched a fierce attack on the remaining two heads. Each of his punches was like a meteorite falling to the ground, carrying with it destructive force, causing the scales of the three-headed bone dragon to fly everywhere and blood to spurt out like a fountain. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu joined the battle without hesitation. He moved around the three-headed bone dragon like a ghost, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Each of his attacks was precise and fatal, causing the monster's injuries to become more serious. Nuo Lin, hold on, we will definitely win. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the roaring battlefield, and his eyes flashed with determination. Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. He knew very well that in this life-and-death battle, he and Xiang Tianlu had become each other's strongest support. He shouted loudly, and once again swung his fists like rain, launching a final charge towards the three-headed bone dragon. Nuo Lin's fists were like a violent storm, and each blow carried the power of a tsunami, bombarding the remaining two heads of the three-headed bone dragon. Scales flew everywhere, flesh and blood blurred, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The once invincible monster was now a powerful crossbow under the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Roar! The three-headed bone dragon let out a final desperate roar, its voice filled with resentment and anger. Its two heads swung wildly, trying to break free from the siege of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, but every struggle was in vain, only making its wounds more torn, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Nuo Lin's eyes were as cold as ice. He knew very well that he couldn't relax at all at this moment. He let out a low roar, as if some ancient power was awakening in his body, allowing his speed and strength to rise to the limit again. He was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing towards the three-headed bone dragon regardless of everything, his fists whistling and bringing about violent storms. Xiang Tianlu, today we will let this legendary monster see the courage and wisdom of human beings. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roaring battlefield. Each of his punches seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, bombarding the body of the three-headed bone dragon, causing the huge body to tremble continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He accelerated again, moving around the three-headed bone dragon like a ghost, looking for the final fatal blow. Each of his attacks was as fast as lightning, accurately hitting the monster's vital points, making the monster's injuries even more serious. Nuo Lin, today we fight side by side, sharing life and death. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night sky, his tone full of determination and pride. He flashed and instantly appeared behind the three-headed bone dragon. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and launched a final charge towards the spine of the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiang Tianlu's fist hit the spine of the three-headed bone dragon like a meteorite. The huge body stiffened instantly, as if it was fixed by an invisible force. Then, Nuo Lin rushed over from the other side, and his fist slammed into the other side of the monster's spine like raging waves. With a crisp crack sound, the spine of the three-headed bone dragon finally couldn't bear it and broke completely. The huge body fell like a kite with a broken string, raising a cloud of dust and bamboo leaves. Just when the two thought the battle was finally over and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the falling giant body suddenly burst into a dazzling light, as if some ancient power was awakening within the body. The dust and bamboo leaves were instantly blown away by this force, forming a vortex of huge amounts. When the light faded, a brand new figure appeared before their eyes. This is no longer the three-headed bone dragon covered with scars from before, but a much larger and more terrifying existence. Its scales became harder and shone with a metallic luster, as if they could withstand any attack in the world. The three heads became even more ferocious at this moment, with raging rage burning in their blood-red eyes, as if they wanted to devour the entire world. Is this the second form?" New Orleans' voice was filled with incredible shock. He had never heard that a monster could evolve in battle and become so powerful. Xiang Tianlu's expression also became solemn. He knew very well that the enemy before them was no longer someone they could easily deal with. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power surge in his body, preparing for a more difficult battle. The new form of the three-headed bone dragon let out a deafening roar, as if announcing its rebirth. Its three heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time, spewing out even hotter and more violent flames, instantly turning the surrounding bamboo forest into a sea of fire. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, avoiding the dragon-like flaming attack. Their eyes were full of determination and indomitable spirit. They knew that no matter how powerful the enemy before them was, they could not give up. New Orleans, be careful. Its power is far beyond before. Xiang Tianlu warned loudly. His figure moved around the three-headed bone dragon like a ghost, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. New Orleans nodded. An unprecedented fighting spirit surged in his heart. He shouted loudly, as if some mysterious power was awakening in his body, which made his speed and strength rise to new heights again. He rushed towards the three-headed bone dragon like a war horse that had broken free from its reins, his fists whistling and bringing up violent storms. However, this new three-headed bone dragon seemed to have infinite defensive power, and every attack from New Orleans could only leave shallow marks on its scales. However, the monster's counterattack became more and more ferocious, and every attack seemed to devour the two completely. The battle once again became fierce. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu joined forces to fight against this more powerful enemy. They put all their strength into every attack, and every dodge was just right. However, as time went on, the physical and spiritual strength of the two were constantly consumed, while the monsters seemed to have endless power. Just when the two felt exhausted, the three-headed bone dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar, and the three heads opened at the same time, revealing their sharp fangs. It seemed as if it was about to launch a final fatal blow to completely defeat the two. New Orleans, be careful, Xiang Tianlu warned loudly, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Just as Xiang Tianlu finished his words, the three heads of the three-headed bone dragon trembled suddenly, and three torrents of flames like mountain torrents swept towards New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu with destructive power. New Orleans' face changed drastically, and he turned quickly, like a fish swimming in a sea of fire, trying to avoid the deadly flames. However, the speed and power of the flames were beyond imagination. Even though he tried his best, he was still swept by a scorching heat wave. His clothes were instantly reduced to ashes, and his exposed skin was burnt black. The severe pain almost made him faint. New Orleans, seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed with determination. He no longer hesitated, and the spiritual power in his body surged as if it was about to break through the constraints of his body. His figure turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the three-headed bone dragon, trying to use his body to block the fatal blow for New Orleans. Xiang Tianlu, New Orleans' voice was filled with shock and emotion, but his words were interrupted by Xiang Tianlu's actions. Xiang Tianlu was like a bright meteor, slamming fiercely into one of the three-headed bone dragon's heads, causing cracks to appear on its hard scales under the huge amounts of impact. However, Xiang Tianlu was also seriously injured. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. To the sky, New Orleans roared, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He knew very well that he was no longer able to fight at this moment, but when he saw Xiang Tianlu lying on the ground seriously injured, his fighting spirit became stronger. The three-headed bone dragon seemed to be angered by Xiang Tianlu's actions. It let out an even more deafening roar and raised its three heads at the same time, ready to launch a more violent attack. New Orleans knew very well that at this moment, Both he and Xiang Tianlu were on the brink of life and death. If they did not find a chance to escape, they would probably die here. He took a deep breath, endured the severe pain in his body, picked up Xiang Tianlu on his back, and then took advantage of the brief gap before the three-headed bone dragon attacked, and shot towards Yuan Jiang like an arrow. His speed seemed to have surpassed the limits of human beings. Even in this dangerous battlefield, he could move freely as if in an empty land. Nuo-Lin, can we escape? Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little weak and uncertain, but his eyes were shining with the light of survival. Yes, as long as we don't give up, there will be a chance. Nuo-Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that at this moment he was not only fighting for himself, but also for Xiang Tianlu, for the friendship and belief between them. However, just as they were about to rush out of the bamboo forest and escape from this land of death, the three-headed bone dragon attacked again. A black beam of light, like lightning, with destructive power, instantly cut through the night sky and went straight to the vital points of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Be careful," Nuo-Lin shouted, and he turned quickly, trying to avoid the deadly beam of light. However, the speed and power of a light beam were beyond imagination. Even though he tried his best, he could only barely avoid the vital parts. But his left arm was hit by the light beam and turned into nothingness in an instant. The severe pain almost made him faint. The severe pain in Nuo-Lin's left arm made his eyes go black, and he almost fell to the ground. But his strong will to survive supported him and made him grit his teeth and persevere. Xiang Tianlu on his back also endured the pain and used up his last bit of strength to whisper in Nuo-Lin's ear, "Nuo-Lin, we can't run away like this. We must think of a way." Nuo-Lin's mind moved. He knew that a head-on confrontation was hopeless, and the only way was to outsmart him. He quickly glanced around. It was dark and gloomy deep in the bamboo forest, as if it was hiding endless secrets and possibilities. His eyes suddenly fixed on a steep cliff where grew an ancient giant tree with lush branches and leaves and a thick trunk, as if it could bear everything. "Xiang Tianlu, look at that tree," Nuo-Lin called out in a low voice. At the same time, he turned around and, taking advantage of the cover of the bamboo forest, rushed towards the cliff. Although Xiang Tianlu was seriously injured, he was still conscious. He followed Nuo-Lin's gaze and immediately understood Nuo-Lin's intention. He endured the pain and used up his last bit of strength to coordinate with Nuo-Lin's steps. The two of them shuttled through the bamboo forest like a black lightning. The three-headed bone dragon obviously did not expect the two people to suddenly change direction. It roared, and its body suddenly jumped up like a black whirlwind, chasing after them relentlessly. But Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were moving faster and faster, as if they had merged into the bamboo forest and become a part of it. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the cliff, and the ancient giant tree was right in front of them. Nuo-Lin was delighted. He shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body surged as if it was about to break through the constraints of his body. He leaped up and flew towards the crown of the giant tree like an eagle spreading its wings. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them landed on the crown of the giant tree almost at the same time. The tree canopy was lush and covered them completely like a natural barrier. The three-headed bone dragon chased to the bottom of the cliff, but suddenly stopped. It looked up at the ancient giant tree, with doubt and vigilance flashing in its eyes. It seemed to sense the mysterious power contained in the giant tree and did not dare to move forward easily. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu hid in the tree canopy, not daring to breathe. They knew very well that they were on the brink of life and death, and if they were not careful, they would be doomed. "Nuo-Lin, what should we do?" Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice, his voice trembling slightly, and he had obviously reached his limit. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath and looked at the three bone dragons, his eyes flashing with determination. He whispered to Xiang Tianlu, "Xiang Tianlu, do you believe me?" Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes flashing with trust and determination. "I believe you, Nuo-Lin." Nuo-Lin smiled slightly and whispered to Xiang Tianlu, Okay, then close your eyes and don't move no matter what happens. Although Xiang Tianlu was puzzled, he still closed his eyes as he was told. Then he felt a powerful force surging from Nualin as if to lift him up. He was startled, but then he felt a warm force wrapping him tightly, making him feel at ease. It turned out that Nualin displayed the mysterious power hidden in his body at the critical moment. It was a kind of power that he had never truly mastered, but was stimulated at this moment. With the help of this power, he lifted up Xiang Tianlu and himself, and then like a fallen leaf, he gently floated down from the crown of the giant tree and landed on the other side of the cliff. The three-headed bone dragon obviously did not expect the two people to have such means. It roared angrily, but could only watch the two people disappear from its sight. When Nualin and Xiang Tianlu finally landed on the ground, they smiled at each other, their eyes filled with joy for the rest of their lives. Although they were seriously injured, they were lucky to escape from that place of death. Nualin, thank you, Xiang Tianlu whispered, with a hint of sob in his voice. Nualin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "We are brothers. There is no need to talk about this." After the two escaped from the pursuit of the three-headed bone dragon, Nualin and Xiang Tianlu stumbled forward along the rugged mountain road. As the night deepens, the moonlight shines through the sparse clouds, casting mottled silver light, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to this quiet valley. There seems to be a cave ahead. Let's take shelter there for the night. Nualin pointed to a dark cave entrance not far away. The cave was half covered by vines and weeds and was difficult to spot without careful observation. He nodded to Tianlu. His face was pale, and every step he took was extremely difficult. The two supported each other and finally arrived in front of the cave. Nualin carefully pushed aside the vines and walked in first. The inside of the cave is much larger than it looks from the outside and is extremely dry. There's also some glowing moss growing on the walls of the cave, bringing a glimmer of light to this dark space. This place is nice. Let's heal our wounds here. Nualin looked back at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of concern. Xiang Tianlu leaned against the wall of the cave and slowly sat down. The wounds on his body had begun to become inflamed due to long-term running around, and the pain was unbearable. Nualin was not much better off. Although he had used his spiritual power to temporarily seal the wound on his left arm, the destructive power from the three-headed bone dragon was still raging in his body, making him feel weak. "You take a rest first. I will treat your wound." Nualin took out some herbs from his arms. He had collected them at the edge of the bamboo forest. Although they were not precious, they were effective in stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate on trying to mobilize the remaining power in his body to assist in healing. Nualin carefully cleaned his wounds and applied herbs, her movements gentle and skillful. "Nualin, your wound also needs treatment." Although Xiang Tianlu was weak, his heart was full of gratitude. He forced himself to help Nualin. "Don't worry, I'm well aware of my own injuries." Nualin replied with a smile, but his eyes revealed a bit of determination. He knew that he had to be strong at this moment, because he was Xiang Tianlu's support and the key to their survival. The two of them healed their wounds quietly in the cave, and time seemed to slow down at this moment. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the first ray of sunlight shone through the cave and onto them, they both felt an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Their wounds have been treated initially, and although they have not fully recovered, they are at least no longer in danger of death. "Nualin, thank you." Xiang Tianlu expressed his gratitude to Nualin again. Nualin smiled and patted Xiang Tianlu on the shoulder. "We are brothers. No need to be so polite. As long as we are together, nothing can defeat us." After a night of rest and healing, both of them recovered a lot of their physical strength and spirit. The sunlight outside the cave shines through the gaps in the vines and sprinkles into the cave, bringing a touch of vitality and warmth to this dark space. "Nualin, look." Xiang Tianlu pointed to a glowing moss on the wall of the cave. The moss emitted a faint blue light under the sunlight, just like the stars in the night sky, beautiful and mysterious. Nu Lin looked in the direction Xiang Tianlu pointed, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This moss is really strange. I wonder if it has any special effects. Smiling slightly at Tianlu, he stood up, walked slowly to the moss, and reached out to touch it gently. The surface of the moss is soft and moist, as if it contains some unknown power. Perhaps we could try to use these mosses to speed up our healing process. Xiang Tianlu put forward a bold hypothesis. Nu Lin heard this, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But we don't know whether these mosses are poisonous or whether they will cause other unknown effects on our bodies. Xiang Tianlu nodded, knowing that Nu Lin's worries were not unnecessary. However, he had an inexplicable intuition in his heart, telling him that these mosses might really be able to help them. Nu Lin, I understand your concerns. However, we are now in a desperate situation and we cannot let go of any glimmer of hope. I'm willing to take a risk. What about you? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of firmness and determination. Nu Lin looked at Xiang Tianlu. He knew Xiang Tianlu's character very well. Once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Moreover, he also had an inexplicable trust in Xiang Tianlu's intuition. Okay, let's try it together. Nu Lin finally nodded. He walked to Xiang Tianlu and collected the glowing moss with him. The two men crushed the moss and applied it to the wound. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the wound, as if some power was repairing their damaged bodies. They closed their eyes and began to concentrate, trying to communicate with this power to speed up the healing process. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when they opened their eyes again, they found that their wounds had mostly healed, and their bodies, which had been in unbearable pain, felt much more relaxed. They smiled at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. It seems that our adventure is worth it, Xiang Tianlu said with a smile, with a hint of relief and ease in his voice. Nu Lin also nodded. Yes, I didn't expect these mosses to have such magical effects. However, we still have to be careful. After all, this valley is full of unknowns and dangers. The two packed up their luggage and prepared to move on. They knew that although they had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the three-headed bone dragon, there were other unknown enemies and dangers waiting for them in this valley. They must remain vigilant at all times to survive in this land of death. When they walked out of the cave and came to the entrance of the valley, they found a dense forest ahead. The trees in the forest are towering and lush, as if hiding countless secrets and dangers. The two stepped into the entrance of the valley, and before them was a vast forest. Ancient trees were towering, and their branches and leaves intertwined into an impenetrable net, blocking out the sunlight and making the interior of the forest appear dark and deep. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled like a whisper or a howl, adding a bit of mystery and weirdness to the forest. Nu Lin, there must be something strange in this forest. We need to be more careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and powerful. His eyes were like torches, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Nu Lin nodded. He tightly grasped the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword lightly tapped the ground, making a crisp sound. That was his posture ready for battle. He knew very well that in this unknown forest, any slight disturbance could hide a fatal crisis. The two stepped into the forest cautiously. The soil under their feet was soft and moist, and every step seemed to be stepping on an endless abyss. The trees around them seemed to come alive, their branches and leaves swaying in the wind, as if they were spying on their whereabouts. Suddenly, a low roar broke the silence of the forest, and then a strong breath came from the depths of the forest, making the hearts of both men tighten suddenly. They looked at each other, and a hint of solemnity flashed in their eyes. It seems that this forest does not welcome us. Xiang Tianlu sneered, and he rushed out first. His long sword cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp whistle. Nu Lin followed closely behind, his figure moving through the woods like a ghost, waving his sword. The sword light was like a dragon. Branches and leaves flew everywhere he passed, as if even the air was split in two. The two of them sped along the way, and all the obstacles they encountered were overcome with lightning speed. The trees in the forest seemed to be their enemies, each one trying to block their way, but each time they were defeated by their amazing strength and skills. However, as they went deeper into the forest, the powerful aura became clearer and clearer, as if something was waiting for them in the depths of the forest. The two men's heartbeats accelerated. They knew that the real test was about to come. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up, and the trees in the forest seemed to be pulled by this force, with branches and leaves dancing wildly, as if about to set off a storm. The two men paused, tightly gripping the long swords in their hands, staring at the scene ahead with sharp eyes. In the wild wind, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's gazes flashed with an unyielding light, like two bright fires burning in the endless darkness. Nuo Lin, get ready, the real challenge is coming. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm in the strong wind. His figure was like a sword drawn from its sheath, with its edge exposed, ready to meet unknown challenges at any time. Nuo Lin took a deep breath and suppressed his inner fear and anxiety. The long sword trembled slightly in his hand, which was the excitement and nervousness before the battle. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Come on, Adeb. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, we will fight side by side and get through it together." Before he finished speaking, a huge amount of black shadow suddenly rushed out from the depths of the forest, like a running beast with unparalleled power, and headed straight for the two of them. It was a storm shadow formed by strong winds and branches. Although it was invisible and intangible, it contained destructive power. He roared angrily at Tianlu and swung his sword suddenly. The sword light was like a dragon, and it collided fiercely with the shadow of the storm. Suddenly, the sword light and the storm intertwined, erupting with a deafening roar, and the entire forest seemed to tremble under this power. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He flashed and appeared at the side of Storm's shadow like a ghost. He swung his sword, and the sword light was as fast as lightning, instantly splitting Storm's shadow into two. However, the Storm shadow seemed to have a regenerative healing factor. After being cut off, it instantly recondensed and launched a fierce attack on the two again. The two men moved as fast as the wind, shuttling through the forest and engaging in a fierce battle with Storm shadow. Sword lights and storms intertwined, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks, shrouding the entire forest in chaos. The battle lasted for a long time, and the physical and spiritual strength of the two were constantly consumed, but their will became stronger and stronger. They knew that only by persisting could they defeat this mysterious force and get out of the forest. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body seemed to burst out completely at this moment. A bright light bloomed on the long sword, like the scorching sun in the space, dispersing the shadow of the surrounding storm. Seeing this, Nuo Lin also gritted his teeth, pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, swung his sword, and a huge amount of sword light cut through the sky, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, fiercely slashing towards the core of Storm Shadow. The sword light collided with the core of Storm Shadow, bursting out with unprecedented light and power. At that moment, the entire forest seemed to be swallowed up by this power and fell into darkness and chaos. In the chaos of light and power, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin seemed to have become the masters of this world. The collision of their swords and the shadow of the storm seemed to have opened up a whole new world. Xiang Tianlu's sword seemed to be given life in the dazzling light. Every swing was accompanied by a thunderous roar. Wherever the sword pointed, the shadows of the storm retreated as if they had encountered an insurmountable chasm. There was a determined light in his eyes, as if he wanted to split this chaotic world into two. Nuo Lin was not willing to be outdone. The light of his sword was like lightning that cut through the night sky, and every time he slashed, it carried the power to destroy the world. His figure shuttled through the shadow of the storm like a fish in water, and every attack was precise and deadly. He had only one belief in his heart, which was to defeat this mysterious force and get out of the forest. The collision between the two swords and the shadow of the storm became more and more intense. Every tenth confrontation seemed to tear the land apart. Their spiritual power seemed endless at this moment, and every attack contained the power to destroy the world. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. When the swords of the two men collided with the shadow of storm again, a mysterious force suddenly erupted from the center of the collision, enveloping both of them in a shadow of storm. This power carries with it endless majesty and mystery, as if it came from another world. It instantly defeated Storm Shadow and also raised the spiritual power of the two to a new level. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin both felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies, as if their bodies were reshaped by this power. "What is going on?" Nuo Lin shouted in surprise. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to be endless at this moment, and he could even feel the flow of spiritual energy around him. Xiang Tianlu also showed a look of shock, but he quickly regained his composure. He felt the power in his body was constantly rising, as if it was about to break through some shackles. He took a deep breath and said to Nuolin, "I don't know, but this is our chance. We must seize this power and make ourselves stronger." After saying that, Xiang Tianlu swung his sword again. This time, his sword light contained even more terrifying power, as if it wanted to cut the whole world in half. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. His sword was like a sharp blade cutting through the void, and every strike brought destructive power. The two of them exerted their strength to the fullest in chaos, as if they wanted to bring the whole world under their control. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the chaos, and every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks. However, just when this power reached its peak, an even more mysterious phenomenon occurred. The two suddenly felt a powerful force pulling them into an unknown space. This space is filled with endless darkness and chaos, as if it is a whole new world. "Where is this?" Nuo Lin shouted in horror. He felt as if his spiritual power was suppressed at this moment, and he could not exert its due strength. Xiang Tianlu also revealed a solemn expression. He tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and stared at the surroundings. He knew that this unknown space was filled with endless crises and opportunities. They must deal with it carefully in order to get out of this space and move on. In this unknown space, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin seemed to be surrounded by endless darkness and chaos, and every step they took seemed extremely heavy. However, even in such an environment, their eyes still shone with an unyielding light, as if they were willing to use their own hands to tear apart the darkness and find a ray of hope. "Nuo Lin, we can't give up like this." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the darkness with an unquestionable firmness. He gripped the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the darkness, as if declaring war on the unknown. Nuo Lin nodded, and his eyes became firm. He took a deep breath, pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, swung the sword, and a sword light suddenly lit up in the darkness, like lightning that cuts through the night sky, illuminating an area in front of him. The two continued to move forward, their swords intertwined in the darkness, and every collision produced dazzling sparks, as if they were waging a silent battle with the darkness. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, like two ghostly shadows wandering in the night, carrying endless mystery and majesty. However, at this moment, a sudden change broke the tranquility in the darkness. A powerful force suddenly surged from all directions, binding the two people tightly. This power carried with it endless majesty and oppression, as if it was going to completely destroy both of their bodies and souls. "What kind of power is this?" Nuo Lin shouted with difficulty. He felt that his spiritual power seemed to be completely suppressed at this moment, and he could not exert its due strength. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Xiang Tianlu also showed a solemn look. He felt that the strength in his body was being constantly devoured by this mysterious power, as if it was going to swallow him whole. However, he did not give up but gritted his teeth and pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, trying to break through this restraint. "We can't surrender like this," Xiang Tianlu roared, and his sword suddenly lit up in the darkness, like a burning flame, illuminating the darkness ahead. He swung his sword, and every strike carried the power to destroy the world, trying to break through the restraints. Nualin also saw hope. He gritted his teeth and pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. He swung his sword, and a sword light suddenly lit up in the darkness, like a meteor that streaked across the night sky and slammed into the mysterious power. The swords of the two men intertwined in the darkness, and every collision produced dazzling sparks and deafening roars. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, like two shadows dancing wildly in the night, carrying with them endless mystery and majesty. However, at this moment, a more mysterious phenomenon occurred. When the swords of the two men collided again, an even more powerful force erupted from the center of the collision, knocking both of them away. Their bodies rolled in the air like two fallen leaves blown up by the wind, and finally smashed heavily to the ground. The two of them struggled to get up from the ground, and the scene around them had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally endless darkness and chaos turned into a gorgeous illusion at this moment. The colorful lights intertwined together to form a dreamlike picture. Where is this? Nual Lin rubbed his painful shoulder, his eyes full of astonishment. He looked around and saw that the lights seemed to have life and were flowing slowly. Each ray of light contained different powers, which made people feel awe. Xiang Tianlu also stood up. He stared at the illusion with a frown on his face. "It seems that we have been drawn into an unknown space. The power here is far beyond what we have encountered before." His voice was solemn, but more of a desire for the unknown and the courage to explore. The two walked forward cautiously, each step being between the intersection of light and shadow. They discovered that the light in this illusion was not only beautiful, but also contained powerful spiritual power. Whenever their swords came into contact with these lights, they would cause a violent shock, as if they were conversing with some ancient power. "Xiang Tianlu, do you think we can use the power here to strengthen ourselves?" Nual Lin suddenly suggested. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had already seen what he would look like after his strength greatly increased. Xiang Tianlu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, the power here is too strong. If we can master one or two things, our strength will be improved immeasurably. But at the same time, this also means huge amounts of risk. We have to proceed with caution." The two continued to go deeper into the illusion. They tried to communicate with the light and try to draw strength from it. Every time their swords collided with the light, a powerful force would surge into their bodies, causing them to feel a strong tingling and numbness. But it is this pain that makes them more determined to master this power. As time went by, they gradually discovered that these lights seem to have some kind of pattern. They flow along certain trajectories, as if weaving a network of huge amounts of spiritual power. And every time their sword beams overlapped with these trajectories, the tingling and numbness would be much lessened, and instead a warm force would flow through their bodies. "It seems that we have found the trick," Xiang Tianlu shouted excitedly. He swung the sword, and the sword light perfectly overlapped with a ray of light. At that moment, he felt that the spiritual power in his body seemed to have been sublimated, becoming purer and more powerful. Nual Lin followed closely behind. His sword light also overlapped with the light, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "This feeling is so wonderful." The two of them constantly explored and experimented in this fantasy world, and their strength was constantly improving. However, at this moment, a sudden change once again broke the tranquility here. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the illusion, shrouding both of them. This ray of light was stronger than any before, as if it would completely devour them. Their bodies tumbled in the air, and roars came from their ears, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. When the light gradually faded, the two found that they were no longer in the previous illusion. They are in a brand new space, a space full of unknowns and mysteries, as if it is a whole new world waiting for them to explore. When the light completely dissipated, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found themselves standing on a vast grassland. The sky was high and clear, with a few white clouds floating leisurely. At the end of the grassland, the mountains are towering, as if they are the backbone of the world, giving people a sense of grandeur. Where is this place? Xiang Tianlu looked around, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Nuo Lin took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the surge and activity of the spiritual power in his body after being baptized by the light. No matter where we are, we have to be careful. There is a hint of firmness in his words and a passion for exploring the unknown in his eyes. Just as the two were about to move on, a deep and powerful roar suddenly sounded from deep in the grassland, making their eardrums buzz. Then, a powerful aura surged in from the end of the grassland, like an unstoppable torrent that was about to completely drown them. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body retreated violently in an instant. At the same time, he drew his sword, the sword light flashed, and he was ready for battle. Nuo Lin followed closely behind. His sword light was equally dazzling, and he stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring directly at the source of that powerful aura. At the end of the grassland, the huge sister of Song dynasty slowly walked out. It is several meters long, and its body is covered with scales that gleam with a metallic luster. Each scale seems to have been tempered through thousands of blows and is extremely hard. Its eyes were like two bright lamps, flashing a cold and cruel light. Its mouth revealed sharp fangs, dripping with saliva and emitting a disgusting stench. "Is this Qinji Qingqian?" Xiang Tianlu said in a low voice, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He had read about this monster in ancient books and knew that it possessed amazing strength and speed, as well as cunning intelligence and brutal fighting instincts. "Qinji Qingqian?" Nuo Lin frowned, but then his eyes became firm. "Humph, no matter what it is, we can't back down." Before he finished speaking, Qinji Qingqian had already launched an attack. It flashed and pounced towards the two people like a bolt of lightning. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swung their swords to meet the enemy almost at the same time, and the two sword beams met in the air, making a deafening roar. Qinji Qingqian roared and suddenly stopped in the air, as if blocked by an invisible force. It lowered its head and looked at its scales that were cut by the sword, with a flash of anger and surprise in its eyes. What a fast speed! Nuo Lin secretly praised in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt a little pressure. He knew that the monster was much stronger than them, and he had to go all out to have a chance of winning. Xiang Tianlu also knew this very well. He whispered to Nuo Lin, "Let's attack together. Don't give it any chance to breathe." The two of them suddenly rose up at the same time, rushing towards Qinji Qingqian like two gusts of wind. Their sword beams intertwined in the air to form a dense net surrounding the monster. Every time the sword light collides with the scales, dazzling sparks and deafening roars will erupt, as if to tear the grassland apart. Qinji Qingqian tiger was not to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth and howled out streams of blazing flames. The flames formed fire dragons in the air, roaring towards the two people. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu dodged flexibly and swung their swords at the fire dragons at the same time. Every collision between the sword and the flame would cause a violent explosion, blowing the surrounding grass and trees to pieces. The battle continued on the grassland, and every confrontation was terrifying. Although Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are quite powerful, they still seem to be struggling in front of Qinji Qingqian. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their faces were covered with a mixture of sweat and dirt. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, and he decided to take a risk. His body suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Qinji Qingqian like a flash of lightning. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air and headed straight for the monster's eyes. Shinji Kinkienhu snorted coldly, turned his body to the side, and easily dodged the attack. But what it didn't expect was that Nuo Lin's attack was just a feint. His body turned in the air and fell on the back of the monster like a fallen leaf. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, concentrating all his spiritual power on the tip of the sword. "Break it!" Nuo Lin shouted, and the sword light streaked across the night sky like a bright meteor, piercing fiercely into Shinji Kinkien's back. The monster let out a shrill roar and rolled in the air. Its eyes turned red, as if they were about to spit out fire. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out streams of blazing flames once again. The flames surged like raging waves, dyeing the night sky red, and the wind on the grassland seemed to stagnate for a moment in this heat. Nuo Lin's figure shuttled through the gaps in the flames, like the ghost in Proxima Midnight. Every dodge was just right, avoiding the fatal high temperature while constantly closing the distance with Shinji Kinkienhu. You think you can stop me with just this little flame?" Nuo Lin's voice seemed particularly calm amid the roar of the flames. His eyes flashed with an unyielding light, as if he wanted to swallow up the endless heat wave. Shinji Qingxian Tiger roared continuously, and each breath was like a volcanic eruption. The grass and trees on the grassland turned to ashes under this continuous attack, and the whole place was in ruins. Although its body is huge, its movements are extremely agile. Every turn and jump reveals an indescribable elegance and lethality. "Nuo Lin, be careful." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded in the distance. He was holding a long sword and struggling to resist the aftermath of fire coming from all directions. His clothes were singed and his skin was covered with scars, but his eyes remained firm and he showed no sign of retreating. Nuo Lin did not respond. All his attention was focused on the giant beast in front of him. He knew very well that only by getting rid of Shinji Kinkienhu could they truly escape from this land of death. At this moment, Shinji Qingxian Tiger suddenly stopped spitting fire. It lowered its head, and its eyes were like two burning stars staring at Nuo Lin. There was a suffocating tension in the air, as if even time had frozen at this moment. "Is it coming?" Nuo Lin thought to himself, his body tense to the extreme, every cell in his body preparing for the upcoming battle. Sure enough, Shinji Kinkienhu suddenly launched an attack. Its body was like a moving mountain, rushing towards Nuo Lin with unstoppable momentum. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, but the Shinji Qingxian Tiger's tail followed him like a shadow, sweeping towards his waist with a whistling sound. Nuo Lin twisted his body in the air, avoiding the attack at an almost impossible angle. But even so, he still felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was knocked backwards and almost fell to the ground. "What a strong force!" Nuo Lin secretly exclaimed in his heart. He quickly adjusted his body shape and stood firm again. There was an even more blazing light flashing in his eyes, which was a desire for victory and respect for the strong enemy. Shinji Qingxian Tiger pounced again. This time it was faster and more powerful. Nuo Lin did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the spiritual power in his body. He held the hilt tightly with both hands, and the tip of the sword drew a series of brilliant trajectories in the air, colliding with the claws and fangs of the Shinji Qingxian Tiger, making a deafening roar. Every collision was like a collision of stars. The dust on the grassland was stirred up by this force, forming huge amounts of waves. The battle between Nuo Lin and Shinji Kinkienhu has gone beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. This is a real life-and-death contest. Roar! Shinji Qingxian Tiger let out another deafening roar. Its eyes had turned red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Its body rolled in the air, and every time it landed, it was like an earthquake, shaking the surrounding land and cracking it. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He moved across the grassland like a ghost, and every swing of his sword was like lightning cutting through the night sky. The battle between him and Shinji Kinkianhu has entered a white-hot stage, with every second filled with life-and-death crises. Xiang Tianlu, why are you still standing there? Come and help. Nuo Lin took time out from the fierce battle to shout. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat this powerful monster by himself. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately gave up his efforts to resist the aftermath of the flames and rushed towards the battlefield like a flash of lightning. His sword drew graceful arcs in the air, and every swing of the sword was like a sharp blade cutting through space. Xiang Tianlu suddenly rushed into the battlefield like a gust of wind. His arrival seemed to inject new vitality into this anxious battlefield. The long sword seemed to come alive in his hand, and every swing was sharp enough to tear through space. 1.2 The attack collided with Shinji Kinkiana's attack, causing a series of sparks and roars. Nuo Lin, hold on. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. His eyes burned with an unyielding fire. He fought side by side with Nuo Lin to face this powerful monster together. Shinji Kinkianhu felt the threat from Xiang Tianlu. It roared angrily, and the fire in its eyes became more intense, as if it wanted to burn the entire grassland to ashes. Its body rolled in the air, and every time it landed, there was an earth-shaking roar. The land on the grassland kept cracking under its feet, and dust was flying. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back. They knew that only by unity could they defeat this powerful monster. Their eyes were full of determination and trust, as if saying, whether life or death, we will face it together. Shinji Kinkianhu launched an attack again. It was as fast as lightning and rushed towards the two with an unstoppable force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swung their swords at the same time to meet the enemy. Their sword beams intertwined in the air to form a dense net, trying to block Shinji Kinkianhu's attack. However, Shinji Kinkianhu's power was too strong, and their sword net collapsed instantly under the impact of the monster. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were knocked backwards by the force, their bodies tumbling in the air, and they managed to stabilize themselves with great difficulty. The power of this monster is too terrifying. We must find its weakness. After Nuo Lin stabilized his body in the air, he immediately shouted to Xiang Tianlu. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, and prepared to launch a more violent attack. At this moment, Shinji Kinkianhu launched an attack again. Its body was like a moving mountain, rushing towards the two people with a suffocating sense of oppression. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swung their swords at the same time to meet the enemy. Their sword beams intertwined in the air to form a brilliant trajectory, colliding with the claws and fangs of Shinji Qingxian Tiger. Every collision caused a deafening roar, and the dust on the grassland was blown up by this force, forming huge waves of earth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu kept retreating under the attack of the demon beast. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their faces were covered with a mixture of sweat and dirt. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted again, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu's shout echoed in the roaring battlefield, like a thunderclap, awakening the fighting spirit deep in Nuo Lin's heart. His eyes flashed with an unyielding light, as if they could penetrate the blazing flames of Shinji Kinkianhu and look directly into the depths of his soul. Xiang Tianlu, look at the tiger's claws. Every time it lands, its right hind leg trembles slightly. That might be its weakness. Nuo Lin keenly caught a tiny movement of the Shinji Qingxian tiger during the fierce battle and quickly conveyed the information to Xiang Tianlu. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his eyes lit up as if he had found a lighthouse in the darkness. He retreated violently, putting some distance between himself and Nuo Lin. At the same time, spiritual energy surged in his body, and the light on his sword became brighter, as if he was gathering the power of heaven and earth to deal a fatal blow to Shinji Kinkianhu. Shinji Kinkianhu seemed to have sensed the intentions of the two people. It roared angrily, and the flames around it became more intense, as if it was going to burn the entire space into nothingness. It rose into the air again, like a burning black cloud, covering the sky and the sun, pressing towards the two of them. Now, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing on the flank of Qianji Qingqian Tiger. His sword light was like the brightest star in the night sky, pointing directly at the slightly trembling right hind leg. Xiang Tianlu drew a graceful arc in the air and rushed from another direction, with his sword pointing directly at Ganji Qingqianhu's eyes, intending to interfere with his vision and create opportunities for Nuo Lin. Qianji Qingqianhu roared continuously, and its claws and fangs intertwined in the air to form a web of death, trying to block the attacks of the two. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu already had a tacit understanding. Their sword beams intertwined in the air, forming brilliant light curtains, which collided with the monster's attacks, creating countless sparks and illuminating the grassland shrouded in flames. Nuo Lin's sword light was like a meteor across the night sky, with a sense of determination and indomitable spirit, piercing straight into Qianji Qingqianhu's right hind leg. In Nuo Lin's eyes, the slightly trembling legs were the only path to victory. Qianji Qingqian Tiger roared continuously, and its sharp claws drew deadly tracks in the air, trying to block Nuo Lin's attack. But Nuo Lin's figure was like a ghost. His movements were as fast as lightning, and every dodge was just right, as if he had merged with the air, making the monster's attacks miss repeatedly. Roar! Qianji Qingqian Tiger let out a deafening roar, with flames burning in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour Nuo Lin. But Nuo Lin was not afraid at all. There was a determined light in his eyes, and the sword in his hand shone even brighter, as if it was going to cut through the world shrouded in flames. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also launched an attack. His long sword was like lightning, pointing directly at Qianji Qingqianhu's eyes. The monster's sight was attracted by this attack, and its attention was instantly distracted, creating a great opportunity for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin took advantage of the opportunity, and his sword gleamed like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, penetrating the Qianji Qingqian Tiger's defense and piercing its right hind leg accurately. At that moment, the monster let out a shrill roar. Its body lost balance in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The dust on the grassland was lifted up by this force, forming huge waves. The huge body of Qianji Qingqianhu rolled in the dust. Its eyes gradually lost their light, and the flames around it gradually went out. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu rushed to Qianji Qingqianhu's side in an instant like an arrow shot from a bow. His long sword drew a graceful arc in the air, going straight to the vital point of the monster. This time, Qianji Qingqian Tiger could no longer resist, and its life fire was completely extinguished at this moment. The battle was over, and the flames on the grassland gradually died down, leaving only a charred and desolate scene. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood in the center of the battlefield, their clothes torn, covered in sweat and dirt, but their eyes were shining with the light of victory. "We succeeded," Xiang Tianlu panted, a long-lost smile on his face. Although his voice was hoarse, it was full of joy and excitement. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, and the wind on the grassland blew gently, taking away the blood and anxiety on the battlefield. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. The tacit understanding and friendship that they had experienced after life and death seemed particularly precious at this moment. They slowly walked towards the huge body of Qianji Qingqianhu. The powerful enemy that once made them feel despair was now lying quietly on the grassland, without the arrogance and threats of the past. Nuo Lin's sword was still stuck in its right hind leg, flashing with cold light, as if telling the story of the thrilling battle just now. Xiangdianlu look. Nuo Lin pointed at Qianji Qingqianhu's chest, where there was a gem that was shining with strange light, lying quietly on the monster's chest, as if it was its last treasure. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his eyes were immediately attracted to the gem. He walked closer and found that it was a gem emitting a faint blue light. It contained a powerful spiritual power fluctuation that made people want to get closer. Is this the inner elixir of a demon beast? Xiang Tianlu said in surprise. He knew much more about demon beasts than Nuo Lin. He knew that after death, some powerful monsters would produce inner elixirs in their bodies, which contained the monster's lifetime cultivation and spiritual power and were extremely precious treasures. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He carefully drew out the sword, then walked to Qinji Qingqianu's side and reached out to take the gem. As soon as he got the gem, a warm and powerful spiritual energy immediately flowed into his body, making him feel comfortable. We really got it? Nuo Lin looked at the gem in his hand with some disbelief, his voice trembling a little. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we really got it. This is the fruit of our victory." The two decided to share the power of the gem. They found a safe place, sat cross-legged, and placed the gem between them. As they circulated their spiritual energy, the light on the gem became brighter and brighter, and powerful spiritual energy poured into their bodies like a torrent. Under the impact of this force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt that their cultivation was improving rapidly. Their bodies seemed to be reshaped, becoming tougher and stronger. The fluctuations of spiritual energy formed halos around them, enveloping the two of them, as if they had become gods on the grassland. When the light of the gem finally dissipated, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both opened their eyes. There was a brighter light flashing in their eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies, as if they had been reborn and become more powerful beings. As the power of the gem was completely absorbed, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood up and looked at each other. There is no need for words to describe the deep friendship that had been formed from their shared experience of life and death. They cheered themselves up and set out on their journey again, their hearts full of expectations and longings for the future. Leaving the battlefield, they crossed a vast grassland. The wild flowers on the grassland swayed in the wind, colorful, like the most gorgeous palette of nature. In the distance, the mountains are towering and shrouded in clouds and mist, as if they are the guardians of the earth, quietly watching the travelers passing by. The sunlight shines through the clouds, casting mottled light and shadows, adding a bit of mystery and peace to this land. After several days of trekking, they arrived at a quiet little village. The village is surrounded by lush trees, with gurgling streams that are crystal clear. The villagers live and work in peace and contentment, with simple smiles on their faces. The houses are arranged in an orderly manner. The roofs are covered with green tiles, and the smoke from cooking fires rises up, interweaving with the mountain mist in the distance to form a harmonious picture. It's so beautiful here, like a paradise on earth. Nuo Lin couldn't help but sigh, his voice full of longing for this peaceful life. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we have experienced so many ups and downs along the way. It is rare to be able to stay in a place like this." The two decided to rest and recuperate in the village and adjust their condition. They found an inn that looked quite warm. The owner of the inn was a kind old lady. When she saw the two young travelers, she warmly invited them to sit down and prepared hot meals for them. "Children, you have come from far away, right? Although our place is remote, the scenery is picturesque and the people are simple. I hope you can feel the warmth of home here." The old lady chatted with them while she was busy. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gratefully took the food and ate it with relish. After dinner, they strolled along the village paths, feeling the local customs and culture. Children were playing in the fields, old people were sitting in the shade of trees to enjoy the cool, and the occasional sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking added a touch of rural charm. "Xiang Tianlu, do you think we should slow down and enjoy this kind of life?" Nuo Lin looked at the scene in front of him, feeling inexplicably moved. Xiang Tianlu thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, we have been rushing along the way and rarely have the opportunity to stop and enjoy the scenery along the way. But don't forget, our goal is still ahead. When the time is right, we will come back. Maybe then, we will have more time and mood to enjoy this tranquility." The two walked and talked, and before they knew it, the sun had set. The sunset glowed half the sky red, and the entire village was stained with a golden glow. They returned to the inn and lay on their comfortable beds, their hearts filled with unprecedented peace and satisfaction. It was late at night, and the moonlight shone through the window into the house. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were lying on the bed. Although they were physically exhausted, they were mentally excited. It was late at night, and the moonlight was as silver, spreading over the entire small village, covering this peaceful place with a layer of mysterious veil. However, this tranquility did not last long. An ominous atmosphere quietly spread, as if some unknown danger was quietly approaching. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were lying on the bed. Although they were extremely tired, as warriors, their vigilance did not decrease. When the ominous atmosphere spread, the two opened their eyes almost at the same time, their gazes as sharp as torches, piercing through the darkness, staring at what was happening outside the window. "Something's going on," Nuo-Lin whispered. Although his voice was light, it was full of unquestionable firmness. He nodded to Tianlu, and in a flash he came to the window. He stared into the darkness in the distance, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, after a while, bursts of low roars could be heard faintly, accompanied by rapid and chaotic footsteps, as if countless beasts were rushing towards the village. Wolf pack. Xiang Tianlu's face changed. He knew very well how terrifying wolves were, especially at night. They were like ghosts, moving silently in the darkness and making it hard to defend against. Nuo-Lin also looked solemn when he heard this. He quickly put on his clothes, picked up his sword, and rushed out of the inn with Xiang Tianlu. At the moment, the whole village had been awakened, and the villagers were running around in panic. The shouts and cries were intertwined, forming a chaotic picture. "Don't panic, everyone. Find a place to hide," Nuo-Lin shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the night sky, instantly calming the panicked villagers. Xiang Tianlu quickly looked around, looking for traces of the wolves. Sure enough, not long after, he saw a pair of eyes flashing green light in the darkness in the distance. Those were the eyes of the wolves. They were approaching the village silently like ghosts. "Get ready for battle," Xiang Tianlu shouted softly, and his figure rushed towards the wolf pack like a flash of lightning. Nuo-Lin followed closely behind, unsheathing his sword, flashing with a cold light, as if to cut through the endless darkness. As soon as the two stepped into the wolf pack, they were immediately caught in a fierce battle. The wolves' attack was like a violent storm, dense and fierce. Their sharp claws flashed across the night sky like lightning, carrying a fatal threat. However, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not afraid at all. They were agile and quick, and every time they swung their swords, they blocked the wolves' attacks just right. Roar! A low roar sounded, and a huge wolf king rushed out from the darkness, its eyes burning like flames, with endless murderous intent. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin snorted coldly and moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the Wolf King's attack. At the same time, the long sword in his hand flashed like lightning and chopped the Wolf King's side. The Wolf King roared miserably in pain and involuntarily took a few steps back. However, this was just the beginning of the fight. Led by the Wolf King, the wolves launched another fierce attack. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought side by side. Their swords flashed like a weave, and every swing of the sword was accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing, pushing the wolves back again and again. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," Nuo-Lin suddenly shouted. He noticed a cunning wolf sneaking up on Xiang Tianlu from behind. Xiang Tianlu heard the sound and moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the wolf's sneak attack. At the same time, he swung his sword and split the wolf in half. Blood splattered everywhere, staining his clothes red, but his eyes became more determined and colder. The battle continued. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two whirlwinds, shuttling through the wolf pack. Their swords flashed like weaving threads, and every swing of the sword was accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing. Liang Kun fought back again and again. The wolves came like a tide, wave after wave, as if there would never be a stop. The night grew darker, and the moonlight seemed to become dim in the fierce battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were trapped in a wolf pack, and every time they swung their swords, they brushed past the death god. Their breathing was heavy and rapid, and sweat and blood mixed together, soaking their clothes, but it could not extinguish the fighting spirit in their hearts. Xiang Tianlu, your left side, Nuo Lin reminded loudly, and, at the same time, swept his sword, forcing back a wolf that was trying to attack Xiang Tianlu from the side. The wolf's fangs collided with the sword's edge, sparks flew, and a crisp sound was made. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly turned his body to the side, swung his sword back, and cut the evil wolf in half. The wolf's blood gushed out, staining his sword blade red and also highlighting his stern face. He shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, the Wolf King is coming again." Sure enough, the huge Wolf King, like a lord in the dark, launched a fierce attack on Nuo Lin again. Its eyes were like two burning flames, filled with a desire for blood. The Wolf King opened his bloody mouth, revealing his sharp fangs, as if he wanted to swallow Nuo Lin in one gulp. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and collided with the Wolf King's fangs. The two forces collided in the air, making a deafening roar. Nuo Lin's body shook slightly, but he immediately stabilized himself and swung his sword like a dragon, slashing at the Wolf King again. The Wolf King roared and retreated violently, but then rushed towards Nuo Lin like an arrow. Its speed is simply astonishing. It seemed as if an invisible battlefield had formed between Nuo Lin and the Wolf King, and every confrontation was filled with the thrill of a life-and-death struggle. "Nuo Lin, hold on!" Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly from the side, while constantly swinging his sword to force back the surrounding wolves. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he wanted to tear the darkness apart completely. Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. He knew very well that in this moment of life and death, only trust and persistence between each other could enable them to overcome the difficulties together. He took a deep breath, swung his sword again, and started a more intense confrontation with the Wolf King. The night seemed to be dyed darker by the endless blood. The moonlight trembled in the flying wolf hair and splattered blood, as if even it was moved. The battle between Nuo Lin and the Wolf King has reached a fever pitch. Every collision of sword and fang seems to shake the world. The Wolf King roared continuously, and each attack was powerful enough to tear steel apart. In its eyes, besides the desire for blood, there's also a bit of madness and indomitable spirit. As for Nuo Lin, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His swordsmanship was like a violent storm, and every sword strike was aimed directly at the Wolf King's vital points, without any hesitation or holding back. "Xiang Tianlu, take care of yourself. I will deal with this Wolf King." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the night sky with unquestionable firmness. Xiang Tianlu nodded when he heard this and focused his attention on the wolves around him. The long sword in his hand was like a dancing silver dragon, and every swing was accompanied by the wolves howling and the splashing of blood and flesh. Although there were a large number of wolves, they could not get close to Xiang Tianlu due to his fierce swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Nuo Lin's battle with the Wolf King has entered the most critical moment. Each attack of the Wolf King became more ferocious, as if he wanted to devour Nuo Lin completely. But Nuo Lin was not afraid at all. His sword skills became more and more fierce, and every swing of the sword was like the dawn, sweeping away the haze and the darkness. Roar! The Wolf King roared again. Its body drew a graceful arc in the air and rushed straight to Nuo Lin's throat. Nuo Lin snorted coldly and moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the Wolf King's fatal blow. At the same time, The long sword in his hand flashed like lightning and pierced into the Wolf King's side. The Wolf King howled miserably in pain, and his body tumbled in the air and fell down. However, this is not the end. The Wolf King's vitality was extremely strong. After rolling on the ground for several times, it stood up again. Although its body was covered with wounds, its eyes burning with flames were still full of desire for battle. The Wolf King stood up again, his body trembling with pain, but his eyes burning with unyielding flames became even brighter. It seemed to know that this was the final showdown between it and New Lin, and no matter what the result was, it would determine its fate. New Lin stared at the Wolf King. There was no mercy or sympathy in his eyes, only the desire for victory and respect for the strong. He knew that only by completely defeating the Wolf King could he end the battle and protect the peace of the village. Come on, Wolf King, let's have the final showdown. New Lin shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the night sky, full of strength and determination. The Wolf King seemed to understand what New Lin said. It let out another deafening roar and rushed towards New Lin like an arrow. This time, it was faster and more powerful, as if it wanted to pour out all its anger and unwillingness in this one blow. New Lin did not retreat, but advanced. He faced the Wolf King's attack. The sword in his hand was like the dawn light, cutting through the haze in the darkness. The sword and the Fong collided again in the air, making a deafening sound, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. In every clash, New Lin could feel the Wolf King's growing power, and he himself showed no sign of weakness, using all his strength every time he swung his sword. Their figures intertwined in the night sky, like two strong winds, tearing apart the surrounding air. New Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly at the side. He noticed a cunning flash in the Wolf King's eyes. Sure enough, just when New Lin was concentrating on dealing with the Wolf King's frontal attack, the Wolf King suddenly turned sideways, revealing its injured flank, but that was not a flaw, but a bait. New Lin's heart trembled, but he reacted very quickly and instantly moved his body to the side, avoiding the Wolf King's sneak attack. At the same time, the long sword in his hand flashed like lightning and pierced into the Wolf King's neck. This time, he showed no hesitation or reservation, and his sword pierced directly through the Wolf King's carotid artery. The Wolf King's body froze in the air, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining New Lin's clothes red and highlighting his stern face. Finally, the Wolf King's body fell down weakly, and his eyes that were burning with flames gradually lost their luster. We won! New Lin shouted loudly, his voice full of joy and pride of victory. After seeing the Wolf King fall, the surrounding wolves also fled in all directions and disappeared into the night. Xiang Tianlu walked over, patted New Lin on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good job, New Lin. We succeeded." New Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side, looking at the Wolf King's gradually cooling body. In their hearts, there was both the joy of victory and the faint sorrow for the passing of life. But on this battlefield intertwined with moonlight and blood, they had no time to worry, because although the battle was over, their journey had just begun. "Let's go, Shangtian Road." New Lin's voice rang out in the silent night, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, but more of a firmness for the future. After nodding to Tianlu, the two of them calmed down and set off on their journey home. Along the way, the lights of the villages flickered in the night, as if guiding them and celebrating their victory. The villagers had already rushed over after hearing the news, but when they saw New Lin and Xiang Tianlu covered in blood and exhausted, all their words turned into silent respect. "Thank you, two heroes, for protecting our home." The village chief's voice was a little choked. He held New Lin and Xiang Tianlu's hands tightly, his eyes full of gratitude. New Lin smiled and shook his head. "It's just what we should do. But the battle is not over. We still have a long way to go." Xiang Tianlu also echoed, "Yes, village chief. Please take good care of yourself. We will come back and protect this land." After bidding farewell to the villagers, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu embarked on a new journey. As the night faded, the sky began to turn pale, and the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds, shining on them and bringing a touch of warmth. They walked on the winding mountain road, with thick fallen leaves and soil under their feet, and each step made a firm sound. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear in the morning light. The lush trees, gurgling streams, and occasional bird calls formed a peaceful and harmonious picture. Nuo Lin and Zhang Tianlu walked in the dim light of morning light and went deep into this ancient and mysterious forest. The forest is filled with mist, which is like a dream, but it also hides unknown dangers. Their steps are firm, and every step seems to be in dialogue with the earth, drawing strength from nature. There seems to be an unusual smell ahead. Nuo Lin suddenly stopped, frowning. His perception was like that of a sharp cheetah, capturing every fluctuation in the air. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu also restrained his expression and lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his sword, as if he was ready to deal with any sudden battle at any time. It is better to be careful. There are always unknown challenges waiting for us in the depths of this forest. Before he finished speaking, a gust of rapid wind suddenly sounded, like a sign before a violent storm. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the woods at an incredible speed and came straight towards the two of them. It was a huge amount of Black Panther, its eyes flashing with dark green light, its muscles tense like a beast ready to attack. "Come on!" Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, and instead of retreating, he advanced like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards Black Panther's attack. The long sword in his hand drew a brilliant sword light in the air, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, with endless sharpness. Dang! The collision between the sword and the claw produced a crisp sound of metal hitting each other, and sparks flew everywhere. Black Panther's power was amazing. With one claw, Nuo Lin's arm went slightly numb. But he was not afraid. He turned his body to the side and swung his sword, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Black Panther's throat. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He flashed like a ghost and launched an attack from the side. His swordsmanship was agile and graceful, and each of his swords landed precisely on Black Panther's weak points, forcing it to be distracted to deal with the situation. Black Panther roared continuously, leaping and moving in the woods like a black lightning, sometimes appearing above Nuo Lin's head, sometimes appearing behind Xiang Tianlu, trying to gain the upper hand with a speed advantage. A mere trifle. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, his figure constantly changing position like a shadow in the wind. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by a sharp sword light that neutralized Black Panther's attack. Xiang Tianlu seemed to have merged into the forest. His swordsmanship was integrated with nature. Every time he swung his sword, it was like a spring breeze, seemingly gentle, but actually concealed murderous intent. "You are very good." Black Panther suddenly spoke in a hoarse and low voice, with wisdom flashing in his eyes, as if he could see into people's hearts. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both slightly stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that this Black Panther could actually speak. But soon, they regained their composure because they knew that the real battle had just begun. "Stop talking nonsense. I will kill you here today." Nuo Lin shouted and swung his sword suddenly. A dazzling sword energy rushed towards Black Panther like a dragon soaring into the sky. Zero. Asterisk. Black Panther retreated violently, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he became even more excited. It knew that it had encountered a real opponent. "Let's see who is stronger between you and me." Black Panther growled and rushed out again like an arrow from a bow, engaging in a more intense confrontation with Nuo Lin and Xiang Weilu. In the woods, sword lights and claw shadows intertwined, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening sound, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. Trees were cut down by the sword energy, fallen leaves were blown up by the wind, and the whole forest fell into chaos. However, just as the fierce battle reached its climax, A strange light suddenly lit up from the depths of the forest, like the brightest star in the night sky, but completely different from it. The light contains an ancient and mysterious atmosphere that makes people feel awe. Bibi, Nuo Lin, and Xiang Tianlu stopped what they were doing at the same time, their eyes fixed on the light, their hearts filled with doubts and curiosity. It seems that this forest is much more complicated than we imagined, Xiang Tianlu said slowly, his eyes showing both vigilance and desire for the unknown. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's gazes were like two sharp swords piercing through the fog, firmly fixed on the source of the strange light. That light was like the awakening of gods and ancient legends, mysterious and awe-inspiring. We have to go and take a look. Nuo Lin's voice was firm, without any hesitation. He knew very well that as a warrior, it was his destiny to explore the unknown and meet challenges. He nodded to Tianlu, with the same determination flashing in his eyes. The two of them moved like two gusts of wind and instantly rushed towards the direction of the light. As they went deeper, the scene of the forest began to change subtly. The originally dense trees gradually became sparse, and the sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. There's a strange fragrance in the air, which seems to cleanse the soul and make people forget the troubles of the world. However, just as they were about to approach the light, a figure suddenly jumped out from the woods and blocked their way. It was a demon beast with a slender body, fur as bright as fire, and eyes like two dazzling gems, flashing a breathtaking light. Its tail swayed gently, like a flexible snake of fire, and every swing was accompanied by the distortion and fluctuation of the air. "Is this the Yinjua fox?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice, his voice full of shock and disbelief. The Yinshao fox is a very rare and powerful monster in legend. It is said that its fur can resist all fire in the world, and its eyes can see into people's hearts and control their desires and fears. Nuo Lin stared at the monster in front of him. There was no fear in his heart, only the challenge and desire for the unknown. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if telling the glory and determination of the warrior. "Come on, let us see how strong you are," Nuo Lin shouted, and rushed out like an arrow. His sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and rushed straight towards the Yinjua fox. Yinjua fox dodged Nuo Lin's attack easily with a flash of his body. It waved its tail lightly, and a flame rose into the air like an angry dragon and rushed straight to Nuo Lin's face. Nuo Lin turned his body to the side in a 250 shape and turned his sword, cutting the flame into two parts. But just when he thought he had resolved the crisis, an even more intense flame suddenly fell from the sky, pouring down like a rain of fire. Nuo Lin snorted coldly and rolled continuously in the air. Each time he rolled, he avoided the fire attack just in time. The long sword in his hand was like the dawn, and every time he swung it, it was accompanied by a sharp sword light that cut off the flames around the plaque. Xiang Tianlu, on the other hand, was silently observing the battle from the side. He did not rush to act, but waited for the best time. His swordsmanship is agile and graceful, and every swing of the sword seems to be integrated with nature. It looks gentle, but actually contains murderous intent. The Yinjua fox obviously did not take Xiang Tianlu seriously, and its attention was completely focused on Nuo Lin. It knew that only by defeating this powerful warrior could it move on. A mere trifle. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, his figure constantly changing positions like a shadow in the wind. The long sword in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and every time he swung it, it was accompanied by a brilliant sword energy which neutralized Yanjuahu's attack. The Yinjua fox roared continuously, with anger and unwillingness flashing in its eyes. It knew that it had met a real opponent. Then it began to show its true strength. Its fur suddenly burst into flames, and it seemed to have transformed into a burning ball of fire, rushing towards Nuo Lin at an incredible speed. Nuo Lin's eyes narrowed as he felt the powerful aura emanating from the Yinzhua fox. He knew that this was a life-and-death battle, and that there was no room for negligence. So he took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength on the sword in his hand. Sword intent, condense. Nuo Lin shouted, and the long sword drew a perfect arc in the air. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the air seemed to be torn apart. An extremely sharp sword intent swept out like a violent storm and rushed straight towards Yinzhua fox. The sword intent released by Nuo Lin was like a violent storm, with the power to tear apart the heaven and earth, and it went straight to Yinzhua. However, the monster did not retreat. Instead, it let out a long howl towards the sky, and the flames around it became even more intense, as if it wanted to devour the sword intent. "Oomph, you think you can hurt me with just your sword intent?" Yinzhua's voice echoed in the flames, with a hint of disdain and arrogance. Its eyes sparkle with a fascinating light, as if it can see through all the waste in the world. Nuo Lin was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that this Yinzhua fox was so powerful that even his sword intent could not cause any substantial damage to it. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he became more determined to fight. He knew very well that the real battle had just begun. "Let's see. Is your fire more powerful, or is my sword sharper?" Nuo Lin shouted, and rushed out again like an arrow from a bow, with his long sword drawing brilliant tracks in the air. The sword contained terrifying power that was enough to split mountains and rocks. The Yinzhua fox was agile and moved through the flames like a ghost, dodging Nuo Lin's attacks just in time every time. Its tail danced like a spirit snake, and every swing was accompanied by blazing flames, as if it wanted to devour Nuo Lin in this endless sea of fire. "Can you hide?" Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and his body rolled continuously in the air. Each roll was accompanied by the swing of the long sword. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and going straight to the vital point of Yinzhua fox. However, Yinzhua seemed to see through Nuo Lin's attack trajectory and was able to predict it in advance and easily dodge it every time. There was a cunning light in its eyes, as if it was mocking Nuo Lin's fruitless efforts. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu, who had been watching the battle on the sidelines, finally moved. His figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared on the flank of Yinzhua fox. His swordsmanship is agile and graceful, and every swing of the sword seems to be integrated with nature. It looks gentle, but actually contains murderous intent. Do you think you are the only one who can see its attack trajectory?" Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the air with a hint of coldness. His sword was swung out as gently as a spring breeze, but in an instant it turned into a sharp sword energy and rushed straight into Yinzhua's eyes. The Yinzhua fox obviously didn't expect Xiang Tianlu to suddenly attack, and a hint of astonishment flashed in its eyes. But it is a powerful monster after all, and its reaction is extremely fast. It turned its body to the side and narrowly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. But this dodging made it lose its guard against Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin was overjoyed when he saw this. He took the opportunity to leap up, and his sword cut through the sky like the dawn light, piercing straight into the heart of Yinzhua fox. This sword condensed all his strength and will, as if he wanted to kill the monster in one fell swoop. The Yinzhua fox roared continuously. It felt the horror of Nuo Lin's sword. It tried its best, and the flames around it surged again, trying to resist the edge of the sword. However, this sword was too sharp and too decisive, and even its flames could not completely resist it. Bang! With a loud bang, the long sword finally pierced the heart of Yinzhua. The monster's body stiffened instantly, and the flames around it gradually went out. There was reluctance and despair in its eyes, as if it couldn't believe that it had been defeated by these two humans. Bang! The moment the long sword pierced through Yinzhua's heart, it seemed as if the whole world stopped. However, at this moment of life and death, the thickness suddenly increased. The monster that should have fallen to the ground, its body twisted strangely, and the flames around it burned again, more fiercely than before, as if it was the karma fire pouring out from the depths of hell, carrying with it endless resentment and unwillingness. How is it possible? New Orleans' pupils suddenly shrank. He clearly felt that the Yinjua fox's vitality was recovering at an incredible speed, and its wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if some mysterious power was supporting it. Xiang Tianlu was also stunned. He had never seen such a strange sight. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. Obviously, he was also shocked by this sudden change. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can kill me like this? How ridiculous. Yin Zhuohu's voice echoed in the flames, with a hint of madness and complacency. Its eyes flashed with fascinating light again, but this time, the light seemed to contain some ancient and evil power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that this battle was far more complicated and difficult than they had imagined. It seems that we have underestimated this monster, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, with a hint of determination in his voice. But even so, we can't retreat. Nuo Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his strength on the sword in his hand. He understood that facing such an enemy, only by going all out could he achieve victory. Come again, Nuo Lin shouted, and rushed out again like an arrow from a bow. The long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and went straight to Yin Zhuo Fox. However, this time, Yin Zhuohu did not choose to hide. Flames rolled around it, as if it had transformed into a burning fire dragon, opening its huge mouth to face Nuo Lin's attack. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, making a deafening noise. The flames and sword energy intertwined together, forming brilliant and terrifying rays of light, as if they were going to tear the world apart. Nuo Lin only felt a huge amount of power coming, and his body involuntarily took several steps backwards. He looked up and saw Yin Zhuo Fox staring at him coldly, with the light in its eyes becoming even more blazing, as if it wanted to devour him completely. The power of you humans is just this. Yin Zhuohu sneered, and his body suddenly rose up again like a vengeful fire ghost and rushed straight towards Nuo Lin. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu flashed and instantly appeared in front of Nuo Lin. The long sword in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, colliding with the flames of the Yin Zhuo Fox, making a clang sound of metal collision. Xiang Tianlu, be careful, Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that Yin Zhuo, who at the moment was much stronger than before. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to win. Xiang Tianlu did not answer, but concentrated on fighting with Yin Zhuo Fox. His swordsmanship was agile and graceful, and every swing of the sword seemed to be a dialogue with nature. But even so, he could not completely suppress Yin Zhuohu's offensive. In the battlefield where flames and sword shadows intertwined, the confrontation between Xiang Tianlu and Yin Zhuohu became more and more intense. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the space was shaking. Nuo Lin stood aside, his eyes sharp, ready to provide support at any time. His heart was filled with a sense of urgency, because even Xiang Tianlu's agile and elegant swordsmanship seemed increasingly difficult in front of Yin Zhuohu's seemingly never-extinguishing flames. Xiang Tianlu, its flame contains some kind of ancient power. You must find its weakness, Nuo Lin reminded loudly. His voice seemed weak in the roar, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Xiang Tianlu's heart. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated, like a spirit bird flying through the woods, and started a more intense fight with the Yin Zhuo Fox. His swordsmanship became more agile, and every time he swung the sword, it seemed as if he was talking to the air, looking for that delicate balance point, trying to break the flame defense of Yin Zhuo Fox. Roar! The Yin Zhuo Fox let out a deafening roar, with madness flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to pour out all its anger and unwillingness on the two creatures that dared to challenge it. Flames burst out from its pores, forming chains of blazing fire that coiled toward the heavenly road. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the fire chain. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, and at the same time he became more determined to find the weakness of Yinzhua Fox. He knew that only by finding the hidden flaw could he defeat this powerful monster in one fell swoop. The flames surged like raging waves, dyeing the world red. Nu Lin stood in a corner of the battlefield, staring at the fierce and almost crazy confrontation between Xiang Tianlu and Yin Zhua with a sharp gaze. Every time the sword's shadow collided with the flame, his heart beat faster, as if the whole world was trembling at this moment. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. Nu Lin's voice seemed weak amid the roar, but it was filled with unquestionable firmness. He knew very well that at the moment, every minute and every second was crucial, and any slackness could lead to the balance of battle tipping. Xiang Tianlu's figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the ocean of flames, and every swing of his sword was like dancing with the death god. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. Every time he swung his sword, he was able to avoid the Yinzhua Fox's deadly fire attack just in time. At the same time, he was constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Roar! The Yinzhua Fox let out another deafening roar, its eyes flashing with a mixture of madness and despair. It knew that it had reached a critical moment of life and death. If it could not defeat these two humans in one fell swoop, then only destruction would await it. The flames swept towards Xiangtian Road like a violent storm, and each attack carried enough power to destroy everything. However, Xiang Tianlu was like a dancer walking on the edge of life and death, avoiding fatal attacks with subtle movements every time, while also constantly consuming the power of Yinzhua Fox. Nu Lin, I found it. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out amid the roar, with a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. He finally discovered the subtle flaw in the Yinzhua Fox's flame defense. It was a faint light hidden in the deepest part of the flame, which seemed to be the heart of the flame and also its weakness. Nu Lin was delighted when he heard this. He immediately gathered all his strength, and the long sword in his hand made a low chant, as if it was also looking forward to the arrival of this attack. He knew that this was their only chance to defeat Yinzhua Fox. Xiang Tianlu, are you ready? Nu Lin's voice rang out amid the roar, with unquestionable determination. Ready, Xiang Tianlu responded loudly, and his 097 figure suddenly accelerated, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, and rushed straight towards Yinzhua Fox. His swordsmanship reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Every sword strike landed precisely on Yinzhua Fox's fire defense, constantly weakening its power while also guiding Nu Lin's attack. Boom! At this moment, Nu Lin's sword finally resonated with Xiang Tianlu's swordsmanship, like the dawn light that broke through the shackles of darkness and pierced straight into the heart of Yinzhua Fox hidden deep in the flames. Ah! The Yinzhua Fox let out a shrill scream. Its body began to tremble violently, and the flames gradually went out. Its eyes, which once sparkled with madness, have now become dim and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the Yinzhua Fox finally fell to the ground powerlessly. The flames were completely extinguished, leaving only a charred mark. The smoke cleared and the battlefield was dead silent, with only a breeze blowing by, bringing with it a slight smell of burning. Nu Lin stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, staring at the fallen Yinzhua Fox, confirming that it was no longer alive. We did it, Nu Lin panted, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the result of extreme fatigue after the battle and the joy of victory. Xiang Tianlu nodded, with a tired but satisfied smile on his face. Yes, it's finally over. This battle is much more difficult than we expected. The two smiled at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust between them were sublimated at this moment. They knew that it was this tacit understanding and cooperation that enabled them to defeat such a powerful enemy. Let's find a safe place to rest first, Nu Lin suggested, his eyes scanning the surroundings, looking for a possible shelter. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two began to search in the ruins. Soon, they found a cave covered by rocks. Although the entrance was small, the interior was spacious and dry, making it an ideal place to rest. After entering the cave, the two found a corner to sit down and began to heal their injuries. The cave was pitch black, with only the faint light from the torches and the two people's hands illuminating this temporary shelter. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and every second was filled with torment and waiting. But no matter how difficult it was, the two of them gritted their teeth and persevered, because they knew that only when they regained their strength could they move forward. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the cave through the entrance, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their injuries have recovered greatly, and although they are still a little weak, it is enough to support them to move forward. How do you feel? Nuo Lin asked Xiang Tianlu, with a hint of concern in his voice. Much better, Xiang Tianlu responded. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt the strength surging again in his body. The two walked out of the cave, and the scene before them made them feel dazed. The sunshine, the green trees, the bird song, it all seemed so strange and yet so familiar. They knew that they had not seen such a peaceful and beautiful scene for a long time. It's time for us to set off. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, suppressed the emotion in his heart, and turned to look into the distance. The two continued their journey in the morning light. The scenery along the way slowly unfolded like a picture scroll, with green mountains and gurgling streams, as if nature was also singing for their victory. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's mood also became relaxed. They occasionally stopped to admire the scenery and drink tea, enjoying the rare, quiet time. However, this tranquility did not last long. A few days later, when they came to an endless mountain range, suddenly, a mountain peak shook violently, as if a giant beast awakened under the earth's crust, and the mountain shook and the earth trembled, shocking. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light shot up from the top of the peak, illuminating half the sky and attracting the attention of all things. That's a treasure has been born. Nuo Lin's eyes were bright, and his tone was full of excitement. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn, but he could not hide his excitement. We have to hurry. Such a strange phenomenon will definitely attract countless strong men and monsters. The two of them no longer hesitated and quickly approached the mountain like lightning. As they approached, an extremely rich spiritual energy came over them, making people feel relaxed and happy, as if even all the fatigue in their bodies was swept away. When they finally reached the top, they saw a spiritual plant emitting a soft light, quietly growing in the cracks of the rocks. Its leaves were like jade carvings, and its petals were like jumping flames, emitting a faint fragrance. This was the legendary blue flame sky blue lotus. This lotus not only has the magical effect of healing all kinds of injuries and improving cultivation, but it is also an essential material for refining high-level elixirs and is extremely precious. However, just as they were about to pick them, a deafening roar was heard from afar, and then a monster covered in fiery red scales and as huge as a mountain broke through the air. It was the blue flame sky scale beast that was guarding the blue flame sky lotus. The beast's eyes were like torches, and it spewed out blazing flames from its mouth. Its body was surrounded by raging flames, and it looked so fierce, as if it would turn any creature that dared to approach into ashes. The blue flame sky scale beast is such a powerful being. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that the strength of this beast was definitely not comparable to the Yinchao fox they had encountered before. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped the sword, his eyes flashing with determination. No matter what, we must get the azure flame sky blue lotus. Nuo Lin, are you ready? Definitely, Nuo Lin responded, and the two of them jumped up at the same time, facing the terrifying blue flame sky scale beast. The battle broke out instantly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu cooperated tacitly. One took the main attack, and the other supported. The sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the flame of the Qingyan Tianlin beast, making a deafening roar. The flames and sword energy intertwined, turning everything around into nothingness, and the entire peak seemed to be shrouded in October chaos. Roar! The blue flame sky scale beast roared, and the flames around it became more violent. Every attack carried a destructive force, trying to completely devour the two people. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its flame spray, Nuo Lin warned loudly, and at the same time, he turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided a blazing flame. Xiang Tianlu was agile, moving through the flames like a fish. Every swing of his sword just weakened the attack of the blue flame sky scale beast, while he was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Nuo Lin, wait for the right moment. Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and his body accelerated suddenly, going straight for the vital point of the blue flame sky scale beast. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin's mind focused, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, fixed tightly on the violent blue flame sky scale beast. The beast's shadow was tumbling and flames were raging. Every claw strike seemed to tear the space apart. The scorching heat made the edges of the two people's clothes curl slightly, giving off a burnt smell even though they were far apart. Humph! How could such a ferocious creature surrender so easily? Nuo Lin growled. The spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. He leapt up like a wild horse, charging straight at the blue flame sky scale beast. His fists whistled with thunderous sounds, colliding with the beast's sharp claws, stirring up circles of spiritual energy, ripples visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, the air seemed to be completely sucked out where the two collided, forming a brief vacuum zone, followed by an even more violent airwave that shattered the surrounding rocks, and smoke and dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Xiang Tianlu was not idle. His figure was looming in the smoke and dust like a ghost. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light. Every swing was extremely precise, the best, cutting through the flames surrounding the green flame sky-scale beast, looking for the almost non-existent flaw in its skin. Roar! The blue flame sky-scale beast let out a deafening roar. It seemed to feel an unprecedented threat. Its eyes burned with even more intense flames. The flames around its body surged in speed, forming fire tornadoes that swept towards the two of them. The high temperature almost distorted the space. Nuo Lin worked together. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear amid the roar. He flashed and took the initiative to face a tornado of fire. He waved his sword and lightly tapped the tip of the sword, opening up a path into raging flames and going straight to the flank of the green flame sky-scale beast. Seeing this, Nuo Lin's heart moved, and the spiritual power in his body boiled again. He seemed to have transformed into a mad lion, rushing towards the blue flame sky-scale beast regardless of everything. The wind of his fists fell like a rainstorm, and each punch contained the power to split stones. The head-on collision with the beast aroused bursts of roars, as if the world was shaking. "You beast, today is your end," Nuo Lin roared. He felt the limit of the spiritual power in his body, but the light in his eyes became more and more determined, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and determination into this final decisive battle. The blue flame sky-scale beast seemed to have sensed the two's determination. It no longer attacked blindly, but began to display more cunning fighting skills. The fire tornado and the blazing flames intertwined into a web, attempting to trap the two to death in the sea of fire. "Xiang Tianlu, hold on. We will definitely win." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roar of the flames. He knew very well that at this moment, they had no way out. Only by trying their best could they find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. He nodded to Tianlu, with a flash of determination in his eyes. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the flame of the blue flame sky-scale beast again. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but to confront it head-on. The tip of the sword and the flame intertwined, emitting a dazzling light, as if to illuminate the whole world. In the dazzling light, The confrontation between Xiang Tianlu and the blue flame sky scale beast became more and more intense. Every collision between the sword tip and the flame was like the collision of stars, bursting out with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surrounding space. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn, with sweat dripping down his cheeks, but his eyes became more determined, as if at this moment he had already put his own life and death aside. Song weighs hope of victory. Beast, today is your end. He growled at Tianlu 413. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the flames. Every swing of his sword was extremely precise, as if he could see through every move of the blue flame sky scale beast. The sword light and flames intertwined, erupting with a deafening roar. The entire peak seemed to be shaking, as if even the heaven and earth were shaken by this battle. The blue flame sky scale beast roared continuously. It felt Xiang Tianlu's determination and strength, and a trace of panic began to appear in the blazing flames. But as a demon beast guarding the azure flame sky lotus, it would never surrender easily. It suddenly rose up like a burning volcano and pounced towards the heavenly road. The scorching flames almost reduced everything to ashes. Humph, you're still a little naive if you want to trap me. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly. His body moved flexibly in the flames like a fish, and he avoided the fatal attacks of the blue flame sky scale beast just right every time. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. Every swing carried a fierce, murderous intent, aiming directly at the vital point of the blue flame sky scale beast. On the other side, Nuo-Lin was also engaged in a fierce battle with the other sharp claw of the blue flame sky scale beast. His fists were like a violent storm, each of them containing the power to split stones and break monuments. When they collided with the claws of the blue flame sky scale, ADJ beast, they set off bursts of roars. The interweaving of flames and fist wind seemed to tear the world apart. Xiang Tianlu, be careful, Nuo-Lin suddenly shouted. He felt the cunning and strength of the blue flame sky scale beast and knew that this battle could not tolerate any negligence. He leaped up like a madly galloping tiger and rushed towards the flank of the blue flame sky scale beast, trying to share the pressure with Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu's heart moved when he heard this. He knew Nuo-Lin's intention very well. Then, he accelerated again and rushed towards the head of the blue flame sky scale beast like lightning. His long sword was like the fangs of a poisonous snake, piercing its eyes. He knew that as long as he could severely damage the blue flame sky scale beast's eyes, he would be able to break its offensive and gain a glimmer of hope for the final victory. The blue flame sky scale beast roared continuously as it felt the fatal threat from Xiang Tianlu. It suddenly turned its body to the side, trying to avoid Xiang Tianlu's attack. But Xiang Tianlu seemed to have already seen through its movements. His sword drew a graceful arc in the air, like a meteor in the sky, and accurately pierced into the left eye of the blue flame sky scale beast. Roar! The blue flame sky scale beast let out a deafening roar, and the flames around it suddenly surged, as if it was going to engulf the entire peak. The roar of the blue flame sky scale beast echoed at the top of the mountain, and the blazing flames surged like a raging wave, as if it was going to burn the entire world to ashes. Although Xiang Tianlu's sword pierced its left eye, the blue flame sky scale beast's anger and unwillingness caused it to launch a more violent counterattack. Nuo-Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well how crazy and powerful the blue flame sky scale beast was. At this moment, it no longer had any rationality and only knew how to fight back madly. He moved back and forth in the flames like a ghost, trying to buy Nuo-Lin a chance to catch his breath. Nuo-Lin was startled when he heard this. He felt the madness and power of the blue flame sky scale beast, but the light in his eyes became more and more determined. He knew very well that he had no way out at this moment, and the only way to survive this battle was to try his best. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the blue flame sky scale beast like a tiger coming down the mountain. The wind from the fist whistled and fell on the body of the green flame sky-scale beast like a violent storm. Every collision caused a roar, as if it was going to tear the world apart. The blue flame sky-scale beast roared continuously. It felt the fierce attack from New All-In. But at this moment, it has completely fallen into madness, without any fear or retreat. It suddenly rose up like a burning volcano and pounced towards New All-In. New All-In moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the fatal attack of the blue flame sky-scale beast. At the same time, his fist was as strong as a dragon, with a whistling sound, and it fell on the body of the blue flame sky-scale beast again. Every collision caused the blue flame sky-scale beast to roar in pain, but New All-In seemed tireless and continued to launch fierce attacks. "You beast, today is your end," New All-In roared. He felt the spiritual power in his body boiling and surging. He knew very well that he had reached his limit at this moment, but this limit made him burst out with even more powerful strength. The roar of the blue flame sky-scale beast gradually became weaker, and the flames around it began to dim. The joint attack of New All-In and Xiang Tianlu was no longer able to bear it. Its body began to stagger, and each attack became weak and ineffective. "New All-In, take advantage of now," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He saw the weakness and fatigue of the blue flame sky-scale beast. He rushed towards the head of the blue flame sky-scale beast like a ghost, and his long sword pierced its throat like the fangs of a poisonous snake. New All-In's heart moved when he heard this. He rushed towards the heart of the blue flame sky-scale beast like lightning, his fist whistling with destructive power. At this moment, his attack and Xiang Tianlu's attack landed on the blue flame sky-scale beast at the same time. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the blue flame sky-scale beast fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its eyes had lost their light, and the flames around it had completely gone out. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and on the top of the peak, only New All-In and Xiang Tianlu were left, as well as the blue flame sky-scale beast lying in a pool of blood. The aftermath of the battle was still reverberating in the air, as if even the entire world was trembling over this epic battle. New All-In stood beside the corpse of the blue flame sky-scale beast, with some flame embers still remaining on his fist, which was the testimony of his fierce battle with the beast. He was panting, but his eyes were shining with excitement and satisfaction. He knew that this battle not only sharpened his will, but also made his strength achieve a qualitative leap. "Xiang Tianlu, how are you?" New All-In turned to look at Xiang Tianlu and asked with concern. Although his voice was a little hoarse, it was full of power. Xiang Tianlu gently brushed the dust off his body, sheathed his sword, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "I'm fine, just wasted a few days. How about you? How do you feel?" New All-In grinned, revealing his white teeth. He said, "Me too, but it feels so good. It's as if all the blood in my body is boiling, and strength is constantly surging." The two smiled at each other, and both understood the joy and encouragement in each other's hearts. They knew that victory in this battle not only meant that they had obtained the Azure Flame Sky Blue Lotus, but also meant that they had taken another solid step on the path of cultivation. Xiang Tianlu walked forward, and his eyes fell on the corpse of the blue flame sky-scale beast, where a lotus emitting a faint green light was lying quietly. That was the goal of their trip, the Azure Flame Sky Lotus. "Is this the Azure Flame Sky Lotus?" New All-In asked softly, his eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. Nodding to Tianlu, he slowly walked forward and reached out to gently touch the blue lotus. He said, "Yes, this is the Azure Flame Sky Lotus. According to legend, it contains endless spiritual power and life force, which can help us break through bottlenecks and greatly increase our strength." New All-In's heart moved when he heard this. He walked forward and stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, his eyes fixed on the green lotus. They knew that at this moment, they were one step closer to becoming truly strong. Just as New All-In and Xiang Tianlu were preparing to pick the legendary Azure Flame Sky Lotus, An inexplicable force suddenly burst out from the azure lotus, transforming into a blue beam of light that shot straight into the sky. This sudden change surprised both of them. They quickly stepped back and looked at everything in front of them vigilantly. "What's going on?" Nuo Lin frowned, feeling uneasy. Xiang Tianlu also had a serious expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that the azure flame sky blue lotus is not as simple as imagined. It seems to have its own will." The beam of light lasted for a while and then gradually dissipated. The green lotus seemed to be activated and began to emit a richer light, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy within it became increasingly stronger. "What should we do?" Nuo Lin looked at Xiang Tianlu with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and said, "Now that we have come this far, there is no reason to retreat. We must obtain the azure flame sky lotus, which is the key to our improvement in strength." As he spoke, he took another step forward, ready to pick the green lotus. However, at this moment, a strong spiritual power storm suddenly surged around Qinglian, as if it was going to draw them in. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed and used their skills to nimbly avoid the attacks of the spiritual power storm. They knew that the spiritual power storm at this moment was just an appetizer, and the real challenge was still to come. Sure enough, as the spiritual power storm gradually subsided, an ancient rune array suddenly emerged under the green lotus. This rune array exudes a mysterious light, as if connecting to another unknown world. It seemed that we have to go through this rune array to get the blue flame sky lotus. Xiang Tianlu came to the conclusion after observing for a while. Nuo Lin nodded and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's get started." The two looked at each other and saw the firmness and determination in each other's eyes. They knew that this moment of test would determine their future fate. Xiang Tianlu was the first to step into the rune formation, and his figure was instantly enveloped by a burst of light. Immediately afterwards, Nuo Lin followed closely and stepped into the rune formation. The rune formation began to operate, and powerful spiritual energy surged in from all directions, binding the two of them tightly inside. They felt unprecedented pressure, as if the entire world was squeezing their bodies. "Hold on, we will definitely succeed," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. His voice sounded particularly firm in the storm of spiritual power. Nuo Lin clenched his teeth and silently cheered himself up in his heart. He knew that he had no way out at this moment, and only by going all out could he break through the current predicament. As time went by, the light of the rune array gradually weakened, but the strength of the two people was constantly improving. They felt the surge of spiritual power in their bodies, as if the whole world was under their control. Just as the light of the rune array was about to completely dissipate, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt a powerful force surging from their bodies, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding with the spiritual power between heaven and earth, and their strength had achieved a qualitative leap silently. "This feeling is so wonderful," Nuo Lin couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light, which was the joy after his desire for power was satisfied. Xiang Tianlu was the same. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this the power of the azure flame, sky blue lotus? It really lives up to its reputation. The two smiled at each other, and there was no need for words to explain their tacit understanding. They knew that although this adventure was full of unknowns and dangers, what they would ultimately gain was not only an increase in strength, but also a deep trust and reliance on each other. After the rune array completely disappeared, they found themselves in a strange space. There are no blue sky and white clouds, no mountains or rivers here, only endless void and floating runes. These runes emit a soft light, making the entire space look mysterious and solemn. It seems we have to keep moving forward. Xiang Tianlu looked at this unknown space with curiosity and caution in his eyes. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes swept across the runes around him, and an inexplicable urge surged in his heart. These runes seemed to hide some secrets, We have to find a way to unlock them. The two began to explore this rune space. They tried to touch the runes, and each touch caused a slight vibration, as if the runes were responding to their exploration. "Look over there!" Nu Lin suddenly shouted, pointing to an area not far away. There, a huge amount of rune light gate slowly opened, emitting an attractive light, as if inviting them to enter. Nu Lin's eyes fixed as he looked at the slowly opening rune light gate. An indescribable impulse and curiosity surged in his heart. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Brother Xiang, behind this light gate may be the real secret of the azure flame, sky blue lotus. Shall we go in?" Xiang Tianlu pondered for a moment, his eyes deep, as if he could see through the light door and see the world behind it. He nodded, his voice firm. "Now that we have come this far, no matter what challenges lie ahead, we cannot retreat. Let's go in together." The two of them moved like two streams of light and instantly rushed into the rune light gate. Inside the light gate is a bizarre world, with spiritual powers of various colors interweaving into a network, forming complex rune patterns one after another, which slowly rotate in the void, emitting a heart-pounding historical crystal. Here, such a strong spiritual power fluctuation. As soon as Nu Lin stepped in, he felt an unprecedented pressure coming towards him. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down the shock in his heart. Xiang Tianlu seemed calmer. He looked around, trying to find a way forward. However, at this moment, the surrounding runes suddenly began to flicker, releasing a dazzling light, and then powerful spiritual power surged towards them like a tide. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a shadow, avoiding the first wave of spiritual power. Nu Lin's reaction was not slow either. He turned his body to the side and used his agility to avoid the spiritual attack. However, this is just the beginning. As the runes continued to flash, more and more spiritual power gathered and formed spiritual power storms. They raged in the space as if to destroy everything. "This is not a solution, 033. We have to find a way to crack these runes," Nu Lin shouted loudly, his voice sounding particularly weak in the storm of spiritual power. Nodding in agreement, Xiang Tianlu began to observe the runes carefully, trying to find the pattern among them. However, these runes are too complex, as if they contain some profound laws that are difficult to understand. At this moment, Nu Lin suddenly thought of something. He looked up at Xiang Tianlu. "Brother Xiang, do you still remember the rune array we encountered before? Perhaps these runes also follow a certain arrangement pattern." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He began to try to analyze the arrangements and combinations of the runes according to Nu Lin's suggestion. After some effort, he finally found a clue. "Look!" Xiang Tianlu pointed to a rune in front of him, his voice filled with excitement. "These runes seem to be arranged in a certain order. If we can find this law, perhaps we can crack this space." Nu Lin was cheered up when he heard this. He immediately began to study the arrangement patterns of the runes with Xiang Tianlu. After some hard work, they finally found a solution. However, at this moment, the spiritual power storm around them suddenly became more violent, as if it was trying to stop them from moving forward. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with an unyielding light flashing in their eyes. They knew that the real test had just begun. "Brother Xiang, it looks like we have to go all out." Nu Lin took a deep breath, his tone filled with unquestionable firmness. Nodding to Tianlu, his figure instantly became solemn, as if he was ready to face the coming storm at any time. The surrounding spiritual power storm was like a raging beast, constantly rushing towards them, and every impact carried the power to destroy the world. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed like two streams of light passing through the storm. Each of their moves was precise and deadly, trying to find the key to cracking this force storm. These runes seemed to resonate with our spiritual power. Nu Lin suddenly discovered this pattern while dodging, and he immediately told Xiang Tianlu about his discovery. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He began to try to integrate his spiritual power with the surrounding runes, trying to find the key to cracking this space formation. However, this is not an easy task. The surrounding runes seem to have their own will. They kept changing their arrangement, trying to prevent Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu from cracking it. It seems that we have to use some tricks. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and his figure suddenly became illusory, as if he had merged into this space. Xiang Tianlu was slightly shocked when he saw this, but he quickly calmed down and started to cooperate with Nuo Lin. The two of them, one virtual and one real, are like yin and yang, constantly trying to crack the mystery of this space formation. As they worked hard, the surrounding runes began to gradually dim, and the force storm also weakened a lot. However, at this moment, a more powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from the center of the formation, as if it was going to devour them completely. Oh no, this is the backlash of the formation. Nuo Lin's face changed drastically, and he immediately reminded Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu was startled when he heard this. He immediately increased the output of his spiritual power, trying to resist the backlash. However, this force was so strong that they both almost couldn't breathe. Brother Xiang, hold on. We will definitely find a way to break it. Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with unquestionable determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes fixed on the runes in front of him, trying to find the key to crack it. However, at this moment his figure suddenly shook, as if being pulled by some force. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a shadow and hid to the side. Nuo Lin reacted very quickly and immediately noticed something was wrong with Xiang Tianlu. He turned his body to the side and also dodged the attack of the mysterious force. However, his heart was full of doubts and uneasiness. What's going on? Where does this power come from? Nuo Lin asked with a frown. Xiang Tianlu also had a serious expression on his face. He shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel like there seems to be some more powerful force hidden behind this formation. We have to be careful with this. Just as Nuo Lin was talking to Xiang Tianlu, a low and long roar suddenly echoed in the empty formation space, causing pain in their eardrums and trembling in their hearts. This roar contained endless majesty and murderous intent, as if it came from an ancient overlord, declaring that its territory was inviolable. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable fishy wind blew in my face, bringing with it a disgusting stench. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's eyes were almost simultaneously locked on the source of the sound. A huge monster covered with pitch-black scales, slowly walking out of the mountain from the shadow of the formation. The monster's eyes were red, like two burning flames, flashing with a captivating light. It was the legendary, soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard. Every step taken by the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard seemed to weigh several kilograms, suppressing the surrounding spiritual energy storm. Its tail was long and powerful, with the end like a sharp blade, flashing with cold light. Its limbs were thick, and the tips of its claws flashed with a metallic luster. Every time it landed, it stirred up circles of spiritual power ripples. This is the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard. Nuo Lin's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was disbelief in his voice. He knew very well that this monster was famous for its speed, strength, and eyes that could capture people's minds and souls, and was extremely difficult to deal with. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn. He whispered to Nuo Lin, it seems that we not only have to crack this space formation, but also have to get rid of this big guy first. The soul-snatching, eye-captured leopard seemed to sense the threat from the two people. It suddenly raised its head and locked its eyes on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its red gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything and look directly into their souls. Then, it let out an even louder roar, and its body rushed towards the two people like an arrow from a bow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved almost at the same time. Their bodies transformed into two streams of light, each using their own skills to fight against the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard in the narrow space. The long sword in Nuo Lin's hand flashed with cold light, and every time he swung the sword, it brought with it a sharp sword wind, trying to find the flaw of the monster. While Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands, and waves of spiritual power overflowed from his fingertips, turning into various means of attack, constantly bombarding the soul-snatching, eye-capture leopard. However, the speed and strength of the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard were beyond imagination. Not only could it easily avoid the attacks of the two, it could also launch a counterattack in an instant. The sharp claws drew silver tracks in the air, and every time they collided with Nuo Lin or Xiang Tianlu's weapons, a series of sparks would be set off, making a deafening sound. "We can't go on like this, it's too fast." Nuo Lin couldn't help but shout after narrowly avoiding the fatal blow of the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard in a confrontation. Xiang Tianlu frowned when he heard this. He knew very well that it would be difficult to defeat a powerful monster in a short period of time with just the strength of two people. So, he had an idea and said to Nuo Lin, "You are responsible for attracting its attention. I will set up a temporary formation and try to trap it." Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin nodded, then suddenly jumped up again and launched a more fierce attack on the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard. Xiang Tianlu quickly retreated, forming seals with his hands. Complex runes jumped on his fingertips and finally turned into a dazzling light curtain, covering the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard cage 03. However, the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard is obviously not an easy opponent to deal with. It roared, and its scales burst into dazzling light, as if it was going to tear the light curtain apart. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even weirder light, as if it was about to launch some kind of powerful mental attack. "Be careful of its eyes," Xiang Tianlu warned loudly. Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this and immediately closed his eyes. Relying on his perception and experience, he continued to deal with the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard. However, even so, he still felt a strong sense of oppression from those eyes, as if his soul might be taken away at any time. At this moment, the light curtain suddenly made a crisp cracking sound. The figure of the soul-snatching, eye-captured leopard was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It instantly broke free from the constraints of the formation and launched a fierce attack on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. "Oh no, the formation has been broken." Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the temporary formation he had carefully arranged could be broken so easily by the soul-snatching, eye-captured leopard. Once the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard escaped, its attack became more and more ferocious, as if it wanted to pour all its anger on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its eyes were as red as torches, and every glance was like two invisible blades, attempting to tear the two people's minds apart and take away their souls. "Nuo Lin, be careful of its eyes," Xiang Tianlu reminded loudly again. At the same time, he retreated violently, trying to distance himself from the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard so that he could better observe and analyze the attack pattern of this monster. Nuo Lin closed his eyes tightly and used his perception to avoid the attack of the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard. But even so, he could still feel the murderous intent coming from monster. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He knew that if he could not find a way to defeat the monster as soon as possible, both he and Xiang Tianlu would die. "Brother Xiang, this is not a solution. We must find its weakness," Nuo Lin shouted loudly while dodging, his voice carrying a hint of anxiety and helplessness. Xiang Tianlu was extremely anxious when he heard this. He knew very well that the eyes of the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard were its most powerful weapon, but also its biggest weakness. However, how to get close to this monster and accurately hit its eyes is a huge problem. At this moment, the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard launched an attack again. Its figure shuttled through the space like a ghost, and each attack carried a deadly threat. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu could only dodge based on instinct and experience, but even so, several deep scars appeared on their bodies, and their clothes were stained with blood. "We can't go on like this," Xiang Tianlu shouted in his heart. and he decided to take a risk. He flashed and, with the help of a clever move, instantly appeared on the flank of the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard. Nuolin, attack its eyes! Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and, at the same time, he formed seals with his hands. A bright spiritual power wave burst out instantly, turning into a huge amount of spiritual power palm, grabbing the eyes of the soul-snatching eye leopard. Nuolin was delighted when he heard this. He immediately opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as torches, staring at the eyes of the soul-snatching eye-capture leopard. At that moment, he seemed to see two balls of burning flames jumping wildly. "Now!" Nuolin shouted, and he jumped up and rushed towards the soul-snatching leopard like a flash of lightning. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, and with endless murderous intent and determination, it pierced straight into the monster's eyes. The soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard obviously did not expect Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin to attack at the same time, and a trace of astonishment and panic flashed in its eyes. However, as a powerful monster, it quickly regained its composure and tried to block Nuolin's attack with its claws. However, it was too late. Nuolin's sword pierced through the eyes of the soul-snatching eye leopard like a bolt of lightning, piercing it in an instant. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's spiritual power palm also fiercely grabbed the monster's head, pressing its huge amounts of body firmly to the ground. Roar! The soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard let out a shrill roar. Black blood flowed from its eyes, and its body began to tremble violently. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu were both delighted when they saw this. They knew that they had found the monster's weakness and successfully defeated it. However, at this moment, a powerful spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted from the body of the soul-snatching eye. This wave of spiritual power swept in like a violent torrent, sweeping both Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu into it. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard's body were like a volcanic eruption, violent and fierce, instantly engulfing Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu in a spiritual energy storm. In the storm, spiritual power was like a sharp blade, cutting every inch of space. The clothes of the two were torn to shreds, and bloodstains were left on their skin. "Keep steady and don't be blown away by this force," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. He quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to use his spiritual power to build a protective shield to resist the violent impact of this spiritual power. Hearing this, Nuolin gritted his teeth, grasped the sword tightly with both hands, inserted the tip of the sword into the ground, and used the power of the ground to stabilize his body. His eyes were fixed on the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard. Even though the monster was already dying, he knew that this final struggle was the most dangerous. The soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard struggled frantically in the spiritual power storm. Although its eyes had been pierced, its red pupils still flashed with unwillingness. Its limbs kicked wildly on the ground, and each kick caused ripples of spiritual power, as if to tear the space apart. "Brother Xiang, we must end this battle now," Nuolin shouted loudly. His voice seemed a little weak in the spiritual power storm, but Xiang Tianlu heard it clearly. Xiang Tianlu nodded, knowing full well that the current situation did not allow for any delay. He formed seals with his hands again, and this time he concentrated his spiritual power to the extreme, transforming it into a bright light, and blasted towards the head of the soul-snatching, eye-capture leopard. In the world ravaged by the spiritual power storm, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu were like two small boats, struggling in the surging ocean of spiritual power. In the center of the storm, the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard struggled more and more frantically. Although its body was covered with scars, the indomitable will that came from its ancient bloodline allowed it to burst out with unprecedented power at this final moment. Boom! With a loud noise, the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard's limbs suddenly kicked the ground. The ground seemed unable to withstand this force and cracked. Cracks spread in all directions like a spiderweb. The spiritual power storm became even more violent, as if it would devour everything between heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He knew very well that the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard was at the end of its strength at this moment, but the power of its dying struggle should not be underestimated. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, turning into rays of light, forming protective layers around him, trying to resist the raging spiritual energy storm. Nualin, hold on. Its power is almost exhausted. As long as we can hold on through this moment, victory will belong to us. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the storm, shaking people's hearts like thunder. Nualin clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew very well that they had no way out at this moment, and only by trying their best could they win this life-and-death battle. He swung the long sword in his hand in the storm, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sword light, trying to find a glimmer of life in the storm. The roar of the eye-snatching leopard echoed in the storm. Although its eyes were blind, its instinctive desire to kill made it even more crazy. Its body rolled in the storm, and each roll was accompanied by the explosion of ripples of spiritual energy, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Brother Xiang, we can't passively defend like this anymore. We must take the initiative, otherwise we will all be swallowed up by this force. Nualin's voice rang out in the storm, with a hint of determination in his tone. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. He knew very well that what Nualin said was true. If they continued to passively defend like this, sooner or later they would be exhausted of their spiritual power by this force and eventually perish in this moonstorm. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged to the extreme, transforming into a bright light, and blasted towards the head of the soul-snatching, eye-capture leopard. Boom! The light collided with the storm, making a deafening noise. At that moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were trembling. The roar of the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard was drowned out by the light, and its body began to gradually shrink under the illumination of the light. The power derived from its ancient bloodline also completely dissipated at this moment. The storm gradually subsided, and peace returned to the world again. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. Although their clothes were tattered and their skin was streaked with blood, the joy of victory made them forget all their fatigue and pain. After the storm, the world was in ruins, but Nualin and Xiang Tianlu's hearts were filled with joy and excitement. They looked at the gradually shrinking, soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard, with a gleam of victory in their eyes. We really did it. Nualin's voice was filled with a hint of irrepressible excitement. He gripped the sword tightly, with the tip of the sword lightly touching the ground, as if he was still recalling the thrilling battle just now. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. He walked to the side of the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard and carefully beat the powerful monster that once put them in life and death crisis. At this moment, its body has completely lost its vitality, and the eyes that once flashed with a strange light have closed forever. See if there are any treasures on it, Xiang Tianlu suggested. He knew very well that there were often precious treasures hidden in the bodies of monsters. These treasures were undoubtedly huge amounts of temptation for practitioners. Upon hearing this, Nualin immediately began to search the body of the soul-snatching, eye-snatching leopard carefully. After a while, he found a bead that was glowing with a faint light in the monster's belly. This bead is crystal clear, as if it contains infinite power. Brother Xiang, what do you think this is? Nualin handed the bead to Xiang Tianlu, curiosity and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu took the bead and looked at it carefully. He felt the rich spiritual power contained in the bead, and his heart couldn't help but move. This should be the inner elixir of the soul-stealing, eye-catching leopard, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. He knew very well that the inner elixir was the essence of a monster's cultivation. This inner elixir not only contains powerful spiritual power, but may also hide the ability of the monster. Let's take it, Nualin suggested. He knew very well that such a treasure was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to improve their strength. Xiang Tianlu nodded. He knew very well that they needed such a treasure to enhance their strength at this moment. So, the two of them divided the inner elixir into two and each took half. The inner elixir melted as soon as it entered their mouths, transforming into a warm spiritual power that flowed into their bodies. This spiritual power seemed to have life, flowing through their meridians, nourishing their bodies and souls. So comfortable, Nuo-Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh. He felt that his strength was increasing rapidly, as if an infinite power was surging in his body. Xiang Tianlu also felt the same change. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the change in this power. He found that his spiritual power became purer and stronger, and there were even signs of breaking through the bottleneck. We have to quickly find a place to consolidate our cultivation, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. He knew very well that they were at a critical moment in their cultivation improvement, and they had to find a safe place to consolidate their cultivation, otherwise they would probably fail. Nuo-Lin nodded immediately after hearing this. He knew very well that what Xiang Tianlu said was true, so the two of them quickly left the battlefield and found a hidden cave to consolidate their cultivation. In the cave, they each sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and concentrated, and began to practice their skills, integrating the newly acquired spiritual power into their bodies. As time went by, their cultivation gradually stabilized and their strength once again made a qualitative leap. Good money. After several days of closed-door training, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's cultivation has become as stable as before, and with the help of the inner elixir, their strength is even better than before. The two decided to embark on the journey again to explore this vast world of cultivation. They left the cave and slowly went down the winding mountain road, and soon they arrived at a prosperous town, Yanglong City. Yanglong City is located by the mountains and rivers, with towering city walls and lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns carved on the city gates, demonstrating the prosperity and nobility of this place. The streets in the city are lined with shops, and people are busy. Various hawking sounds and laughter are intertwined, making the city very lively. Wow, Brother Xiang, look at this Yanglong City. It's so prosperous. Nuo-Lin pointed ahead excitedly, with curiosity and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. He was also attracted by the prosperity of the city. The two strolled along the street, admiring the shops and buildings on both sides, and feeling the unique charm of this city. Nuo-Lin, look, there's a stall selling elixirs over there. Let's go over and take a look. Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to a stall not far away. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin nodded immediately, and the two of them walked quickly towards the stall. Various magical medicines are displayed on the stalls. Some are colorful, and some emit a faint fragrance, making people want to get closer to take a closer look. Boss, what kind of these elixirs are there? Nuo-Lin asked curiously. The stall owner was an old man in his 50s. He smiled and replied, "This young man is really a connoisseur of goods. These spiritual medicines are carefully selected by me, including this spiritual essence grass that enhances spiritual power and the rejuvenation pill that heals wounds." Xiang Tianlu was listening carefully at the side, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by an inconspicuous small bottle in the corner of the stall. He walked forward, picked up the small bottle, and looked at it carefully. "Boss, what's in this bottle?" Xiang Tianlu asked curiously. The stall owner took a look at the small bottle, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "This is a bottle of mysterious liquid medicine that I got by accident. I don't know what its specific use is, but I can feel the powerful spiritual power fluctuations contained in it. However, I have not been able to sell it because I am not sure of its efficacy." Nuo-Lin was listening at the side and couldn't help but feel moved. He knows very well that sometimes seemingly insignificant things often contain huge amounts of value. So he patted Xiang Tianlu on the shoulder and signaled him to buy the mysterious medicine. Xiang Tianlu nodded, looked at the stall owner, and said, "Boss, "We are very interested in this medicine. I wonder how much you are willing to sell it for." When the stall owner heard this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Since you are so knowledgeable, I will give you a reasonable price. How about 50 spirit stones?" Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both felt that the price was acceptable. So they readily paid the money and put the mysterious medicine in their pockets. After leaving the stall, the two found a tea house, planning to sit down and rest and study the mysterious medicine. The environment in the tea house is quiet, and the aroma of tea is everywhere. The two of them sat by the window, sipping tea and discussing the possible uses of the medicine. "Brother Xiang, what do you think this medicine will be used for?" Nuo Lin asked curiously. Xiang Tianlu shook his head and said, "I don't know either. However, since it contains such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power, it is very likely to have extraordinary effects. We could try to study it." After some discussion, the two decided to find an alchemist to help identify the specific effects of the medicine. So they left the tea house and continued looking for the alchemist in Yanglong City. After some inquiries and searches, they finally found a highly skilled alchemist. The two walked through the bustling streets, bypassed several quaint buildings, and finally came to a magnificent pavilion located in the central area of Yanglong City. There is a plaque hanging on the pavilion with the three big characters Danyan Pavilion, written in ancient fonts, shining brightly in the sun. "Brother Xiang, look here, this should be where the most famous alchemist in Yanglong City is." Nuo Lin pointed to the pavilion in front, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly, then looked up at the building, secretly sighing at its grandeur. The two walked into the pavilion, only to find that the interior was decorated in a simple yet elegant style. The air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, which was refreshing. Inside the pavilion, an old man in a green shirt was sitting at a carved wooden table, holding a yellowed ancient book in his hands, reading it intently. His face was kind, and his eyes revealed depth and wisdom. "Excuse me, is this the alchemist from Danyan Pavilion?" Nuo Lin stepped forward and asked respectfully. The old man raised his head, looked at the two people, and smiled slightly. "It is me. What can I do for you, my two friends?" Xiang Tianlu walked forward, took out the small bottle of mysterious liquid medicine from his arms, and gently placed it on the table. "We got a bottle of liquid medicine by chance, but we don't know its specific effect, so we come to ask the master for advice." The old man picked up the small bottle, examined it carefully, and frowned slightly. "This medicine, I have never seen it before. However, I could try to analyze its ingredients and perhaps deduce its efficacy." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were delighted when they heard this and nodded in agreement. The old man poured the medicine into an exquisite jade bottle, then took out several tools and began to analyze it carefully. The pavilion suddenly became quiet, with only the occasional slight collision sound from the tools in the old man's hands. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour later, the old man finally put down the tools in his hands, with a satisfied smile on his face. "I have completed the analysis. This medicine is indeed extraordinary. It contains extremely pure spiritual power and several rare herbal ingredients. I guess that the medicine may have the effect of improving cultivation and enhancing spiritual power." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with surprise glittering in their eyes. They didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous bottle of medicine would have such magical effects. "Thank you, Master," Nuo Lin said gratefully, and took out a few spiritual stones from his arms and placed them on the table. "This is our gratitude. Please accept it, Master." The old man smiled and pushed the spirit stone back. "It's just a small favor from me. No need to be so polite. If you two are interested, you might as well make good use of this medicine. It may help you make further progress on the road of cultivation." After thanking the old man again, the two left Danyan Pavilion. The two said goodbye to the old man from Danyan Pavilion, their hearts filled with infinite longing for the future. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side on the streets of Yanglong City. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long, as if even time had slowed down at this moment. Brother Xiang, with this medicine, our cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Nuo Lin's voice was filled with excitement, and his eyes were shining with desire for the future. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the changes in the future. Yes, but the road of cultivation is full of thorns. We must always be vigilant. The two continued to move forward, passing through the bustling streets, gradually moving away from the hustle and bustle of the city. On the edge of Yanglong City is a vast forest with lush trees and abundant greenery. They stepped into the forest. The soil under their feet exuded a faint fragrance, and the fresh air made them feel refreshed. In the forest, the sound of birds singing one after another sounds like the sound of nature. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to the forest. The two walked along a winding path, and the surrounding scenery slowly unfolded like a painting. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the forest. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and immediately became alert. They quickly hid in the bushes nearby, watching the movements ahead with sharp eyes. I saw a huge monster rushing out from the depths of the forest, its body covered with black scales and its eyes flashing with ferocious light. It was extremely fast, like a streak of black lightning, shuttling through the forest. "What kind of monster is this?" Nuo Lin asked in a low voice, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Xiang Tianlu frowned. He observed the monster carefully and said in a deep voice, "This is a black-scaled, iron-armored beast, an extremely ferocious monster. Its scales are extremely hard, and ordinary attacks cannot penetrate them at all." Nuo Lin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Although the strength of both of them has greatly increased, facing such a ferocious monster, the outcome is still unknown. At this moment, the black-scaled, iron-armored beast suddenly stopped and sniffed the air, as if it had sensed the presence of the two people. Its gaze instantly became sharp, locking onto Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu in the bushes. "Oh no, it discovered us!" Nuo Lin exclaimed in a low voice. His heartbeat quickened and all the muscles in his body tensed. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and prepared to fight. He knew that they had no way out at this moment, and could only try their best to fight the monster. The black-scaled, iron-armored beast let out a deafening roar and rushed towards the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu jumped out of the bushes at the same time and rushed forward. Their figures quickly shuttled through the forest and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. The sword flashes like lightning, and the wind is like thunder. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu each used all their skills to fight the black-scaled armored beast to a standstill. Their figures left afterimages in the forest, and each attack contained amazing power. However, the scales of the black-scaled iron-armored beast were too hard, and although the two men's attacks were fierce, they could not really hurt it. On the contrary, every counterattack by the monster made them feel terrified. The battle lasted for a long time, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both exhausted. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and their clothes were stained with blood. But they still did not give up. They knew that they had to persevere at this moment, otherwise they would die here. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly remembered the bottle of mysterious medicine. He quickly took it out from his arms and swallowed half of it without hesitation. A powerful spiritual power instantly surged into his body, and his cultivation was greatly improved at this moment. "Nuo Lin, take the medicine quickly." Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately took the remaining medicine. A powerful aura instantly burst out from his body, and his cultivation also made a qualitative leap at this moment. The two men rushed towards the black-scaled, iron-armored beast again. Their attacks became more ferocious, and each attack was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. Finally, after a fierce collision, the monster let out a shrill roar, and its body fell heavily to the ground, unable to move anymore. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the spiritual power in their bodies surged like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. At this moment, their eyes are like the twin stars in Proxima Midnight, shining with determination and unyielding spirit. Brother Xiang, today we will use the blood of this monster to sacrifice our path to cultivation. Nuo Lin growled, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. He nodded to Tianlu, tapped the ground with the tip of his sword, stirring up a cloud of dust. He then suddenly rose up like a dragon, soaring into the sky, and went straight for the monster. The sword flashed, and every strike contained the power to split mountains and crack rocks. The sword's shadows were numerous and intertwined into an impenetrable net, trapping the monster. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. His fists were wrapped in strong winds, and every punch he threw was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The air seemed to be torn apart by the wind from his fists, making a sharp, whistling sound. The fist shadows and sword lights intertwined, shrouding the monster in the shadow of death. The black-scaled, iron-armored beast roared continuously, its voice shaking the earth. Although it was covered with hard scales, it began to seem powerless under the violent attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Cracks gradually appeared on the scales, which were traces left by the two people's powerful spiritual power. Each crack foreshadowed the passing of its life. "Today is your doomsday," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the sword light suddenly became extremely sharp, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world and go straight to the vital point of the monster. Nuo Lin also tried his best. His punches became more and more fierce. Every punch seemed to tear the world apart. His force was unstoppable. The battle became fierce, and the trees in the forest were affected by the aftermath and broke one after another, and sand and rocks flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. The entire forest seemed to be in doomsday at this moment, with only the sound of battle echoing, shocking everyone. The black-scaled, iron-armored beast finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a desperate roar. Its huge body began to tremble, and then it fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, but their smiles were filled with a hint of fatigue and fear. Although they won this battle, they also paid a heavy price. 0-0. Brother Xiang, thanks to that bottle of medicine, otherwise we would be in great danger today. Nuo Lin panted, a hint of relief in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes deep. Yes, but the power of the medicine is too amazing. We need to be careful when using it in the future. The two began to clean up the battlefield, taking useful materials from the monsters and preparing to leave the devastated forest. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The wave contained some ancient and mysterious power that made people feel awe. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were about to turn around and leave, but the strange fluctuations in the depths of the forest became stronger and stronger, as if an invisible hand was stirring the wind and clouds in the dark. Brother Xiang, did you feel it? That fluctuation? Nuo Lin frowned, with a hint of doubt that was hard to conceal in his voice. 0. Nodding to Tianlu, his eyes were as sharp as torches, staring intently into the depths of the forest, as if trying to see through the mysterious veil. Yes, this wave contains an ancient power that cannot be emitted by ordinary things. The two looked at each other, determination and curiosity flashing in their eyes. They knew that if they chose to escape at this moment, they would never be able to uncover the secrets deep in the forest. So, they resolutely stepped into that unknown territory, and every step seemed heavy and firm. As they went deeper, the sight of the forest hand began to become more and more bizarre. The trees grow twistedly, with lush branches and leaves like a canopy, as if every leaf contained some mysterious power. There was a strange fragrance in the air, which was slightly sweet but also made people alert. Suddenly, a deafening roar broke the tranquility of the forest. The roar seemed to come from ancient times, carrying endless majesty and power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked. They knew that this was definitely not a natural sound. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wave of spiritual energy swept in from the depths of the forest. The wave was like a violent storm, fierce and overbearing. The two men swayed and almost fell, but they relied on their powerful skills to steady themselves. "Brother Xiang, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, his fists clenched tightly, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. The long sword in his hand had been unsheathed. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if telling some ancient legend. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the depths of the forest. The light was like the scorching sun in the sky, instantly illuminating the entire forest. Then, a huge amount of figures slowly walked out from the light. The figure was so huge that it seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. However, when the figure completely walked out of the light, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were surprised to find that it was not a demon beast or monster, but an ancient altar. The altar was engraved with ancient runes, which glowed with strange light, as if they contained some mysterious power. What is this?" There was a tremor in Nuo Lin's voice, and his eyes were fixed on the altar, as if he wanted to see it clearly. Xiang Tianlu remained silent. He walked forward slowly and reached out to touch the words. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the rune, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the altar, 883, and shocked him back several steps. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin hurried forward to support Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of worry. Xiang Tianlu stood firmly, his eyes still fixed on the altar, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. "There is some powerful power hidden in this altar. We must be careful in dealing with it." At this moment, the runes on the altar suddenly began to flash rapidly, as if some mysterious power was being awakened. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. They knew that at this moment, they could no longer retreat. As the runes flickered, the space around the altar began to distort and shape-shift, and a powerful spiritual energy surged out from the altar, as if to swallow up the entire forest. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, trying their best to resist the impact of that force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were speeding through the twisted space like arrows shot from a bow. Behind them, the surging spiritual power was following them like an invisible giant hand that could drag them into the abyss of no return at any time. "Hurry! We must find an exit and leave here." Nuo Lin's voice exploded in his ears, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Nodding to Tianlu, he searched around, trying to find a chance to escape. However, this forest shrouded by the power of the ancient altar seemed to have become an endless maze, with every direction full of unknowns and dangers. At this moment, a mole demon suddenly jumped out from the ground, its eyes flashing with cunning light, obviously attracted by this powerful spiritual power fluctuation. Although the mole monster was small, it was extremely fast and powerful, and it pounced on the two of them in an instant. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and swung the long sword in his hand. A sharp sword energy cut through the air and went straight to the vital point of Di Xunyao. However, the mole demon seemed to have foreseen the danger, and with a flash of its body, it cleverly avoided the attack. Seeing this, Nuo Lin clenched his fists, and a violent spiritual power surged out of his body, turning into a powerful fist wind, blasting towards the mole monster. The mole demon flashed again and unexpectedly avoided the attack. At the same time, its sharp claws flashed a cold light in the air and went straight for Nuo Lin's throat. "Oomph!" Nuo Lin snorted coldly, turned his body to the side, and narrowly avoided the sharp claws of the mole demon. He took the opportunity to move forward and bombarded the mole demon with his fists like a rainstorm, and each punch contained the power to split mountains and crack rocks. Although the mole demon was agile, it began to seem powerless under Nuo Lin's fierce attack. There was a constant sound of bones breaking coming from its body, and it was obviously seriously injured. However, at this moment, the runes on the altar suddenly burst out with a brighter light, and a more powerful spiritual power wave swept over, enveloping Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and the mole monster. Not good. The power of this altar is increasing. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well that if this continued, the three of them would be swallowed up by this power. Nuo Lin also realized this. He retracted his fists suddenly, retreated violently, stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, and stared at the ancient altar. What should we do? Nuo Lin asked with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment. His eyes swept across the altar, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Look, there's a groove on the altar, and it seems that something is needed to trigger it. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately looked in the direction pointed by the heavenly road. Sure enough, in the corner of the altar, there was a peculiarly shaped groove, quietly waiting for something. We have to find something that can trigger this groove, otherwise we will all die here. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and powerful. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes searching around, trying to find the key thing that could save them. Nuo Lin's sight shuttles through the twisted forest, taking in every leaf and stone. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by an ancient stone slab half buried in the soil. On the stone slab, runes similar to those on the altar were carved, but more simply. "Brother Xiang, look at this," Nuo Lin called out urgently, while pulling the stone slab out of the mud with force. Amid the flying dust, the full appearance of the stone slab appeared before the two men. Xiang Tianlu took the stone slab and examined it carefully, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. This is the key to open the altar." Before he finished speaking, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the forest intensified again, as if the altar was urging them. Time was running out. "Hurry, let's put on the altar," Xiang Tianlu urged. The two of them flashed and rushed towards the altar with the stone slab. On the altar, runes flickered and the light was dazzling, as if endless power was brewing within. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu carefully placed the stone slab into the groove. With a click, the stone slab and the altar were perfectly combined together. The light became brighter, and a gentle power overflowed from the altar, which was completely different from the surging spiritual power before. "It's done." Xiang Tianlu was overjoyed, but before his smile faded, the altar suddenly shook, and the entire forest seemed to tremble. "What's going on?" Nuo Lin's face changed. He felt that this vibration was not a good thing. Instead, it was a sign that some seal had been lifted. At this moment, a crack appeared in the center of the altar, and an ancient and powerful aura gushed out, rushing straight into the sky, and even the sky seemed to change color. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. "Did we do something wrong?" Nuo Lin's voice trembled a little. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, his eyes firm. "No, we are looking for a chance to survive. No matter what the result is, we have to face it." The cracks in the altar grew bigger and bigger, and powerful waves of force surged out like a tide, causing the two to stagger. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the crack and shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire forest as if it were daytime. "This is—" Before Nuo Lin could finish his words, he felt an irresistible force sucking him into the crack of the altar. Xiang Tianlu was not spared either, and the figures of the two instantly disappeared in the light. When the light faded, the cracks in the altar slowly closed, and everything returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. When the light faded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a darkness before their eyes, followed by an endless feeling of falling, as if they had passed through a crack in time and space, until with a bang, the two of them fell heavily on a soft grass, surrounded by a tranquil lake, sparkling with waves, reflecting the blue sky. "Ouch!" Nuo Lin rubbed his sore arm, struggled to sit up, looked around, and looked confused. "Where are we?" Xiang Tianlu also stood up shakily. His eyes swept across the unknown lake, his brows furrowed. Not sure, but it's obviously not the same place as before. It seems that the power of the altar has teleported us here. The two were about to discuss further when suddenly, strange ripples appeared on the lake, and powerful waves of spiritual energy came from the bottom of the lake, as if something was awakening. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu reminded in a low voice. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body surged, and he had a long sword in his hand, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. Nuo Lin also quickly entered combat mode, with his fists clenched and his eyes as sharp as torches, staring at the lake. At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded, and huge amounts of water columns shot up into the sky. In the water columns, an ancient and powerful aura permeated, pushing the two men back again and again. What is this? Nuo Lin steadied himself, his face solemn. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, his eyes flashing with determination. No matter what it is, we have to face it. Get ready for battle. Before he finished speaking, the lake's surface surged again, and a huge amount of water beast jumped out of the lake. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its body was covered with scales that gleamed with cold light. Its eyes were like two bright lights, staring directly at the two of them, full of majesty and hostility. The eyes of the water beast were like bright lights in the abyss, staring directly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. There was both majesty and endless hostility in its gaze, as if it wanted to devour the two of them completely. This is the Water Demon King? Nuo Lin's voice contained a hint of uncertainty, but more of solemnity. He had never seen such a huge water beast, and never thought that he would face the Water Monster King head-on under such circumstances. Xiang Tianlu held the sword tightly, his eyes determined. Although he had never seen the Water Demon King, from the ancient and powerful aura, he could feel that the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. Whatever it is, we're going to do our best. The Water Demon King let out a deafening roar, and the sound echoed on the lake like thunder, setting off layer after layer of huge waves. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards the two men. Nuo Lin dodged the attack of the Water Demon King with a flash of his body. He took the opportunity to move forward, and his fists pounded on the head of the Water Demon King like a storm. However, the scales of the Water Demon King were extremely hard. Nuo Lin's fist only caused a splash of water, but failed to cause any substantial damage to it. Its scales are too hard. My attacks can't penetrate them at all. Nuo Lin shouted, while dodging the Water Demon King's attacks. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart moved. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and swung his sword. A dazzling sword light cut through the sky and went straight to the eyes of the Water Demon King. However, the Water Demon King seemed to have foreseen the danger, and he dodged the attack cleverly with a flash of his body. It's moving very fast. We have to think of a way. There was a hint of anxiety in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Nuo Lin nodded. He knew very well that he couldn't fight the Water Demon King head-on. He had to find the opponent's weakness. While dodging the Water Demon King's attacks, he carefully observed the opponent's movements and habits. At this moment, the Water Demon King roared again, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a cloud of black mist. The fog spread quickly, dyeing the surrounding air dark, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were suddenly plunged into darkness. Oh no, this is its poisonous fog. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He quickly circulated his spiritual power to form a protective light shield that enveloped himself and Nuo Lin. However, the poisonous fog was extremely fierce, constantly corroding the protective light shield. Xiang Tianlu knew that if this continued, the protective light shield would be broken sooner or later. Nuo Lin, we must find its weakness, otherwise we will all die here. There was a hint of determination in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin made up his mind. He mobilized all his spiritual power and rushed towards the Water Demon King like a flash of lightning. He clenched his hands into fists and punched the Water Demon King in the abdomen. Bang! With a loud bang, New Orleans' fist finally hit the Water Demon King. However, to his surprise, the Water Demon King's abdomen was soft, as if it had no bones. Is this its weakness? New Orleans' mind moved, and he took the opportunity to increase his strength, and his fists slammed into the Water Demon King's abdomen like raindrops. New Orleans' fists were like a violent storm, constantly bombarding the Water Demon King's seemingly soft abdomen. Every impact caused circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, as if attacking an endless body of water. The Water Demon King roared, and there was both pain and anger in the sound. Its huge body churned in the water, raising huge waves, trying to break free from New Orleans' attack. Brother Xiang, its abdomen is indeed a weak point, but there seems to be a mysterious force protecting it. New Orleans shouted loudly while attacking, with a hint of panting in his voice. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He gripped his sword tightly, and his body moved like a gust of wind, going behind the Water Demon King. He knew very well that in order to defeat this powerful Water Demon King, he had to find the source of the mysterious power and destroy it completely. New Orleans, you continue to attack its abdomen. I will try to find the source of that power. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm and calm. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the back of the Water Demon King, 637. The Water Demon King seemed to sense the threat from behind, and it turned around abruptly, with huge amounts of its tail sweeping over like a collapsing mountain, accompanied by the sound of endless wind and thunder. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack, but the corners of his clothes were torn to pieces by huge amounts of force. That was a close call. Xiang Tianlu was secretly shocked, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined. He swung his sword again, and the sword light weaved like a weave, attacking every part of the Water Demon King's body, trying to find a flaw in that mysterious power. New Orleans was shocked when he saw this. He knew he couldn't let down his guard. He increased the force of his attack, and his fists were like two huge hammers, constantly bombarding the Water Demon King's abdomen. Every impact made the Water Demon King roar in pain, but the mysterious power seemed to be constantly repairing its wounds. Brother Xiang, I can't hold on any longer. New Orleans' voice was filled with a hint of fatigue and anxiety. Xiang Tianlu's heart sank when he heard this, but he knew that he could not give up now. He took a deep breath, mobilized all his spiritual power, and stabbed the Water Demon King's eyes with his sword like lightning. He knew very well that eyes were one of the weaknesses of living things. If he could blind the Water Demon King, its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. However, the Water Demon King seemed to have foreseen the danger. It suddenly closed its eyes, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a bead that flashed with a strange light. After circling in the air, the bead suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew straight towards Tianlu's chest. Be careful! New Orleans was horrified. He quickly circulated his spiritual power to form a protective light shield to try to block the bead. However, the power of the bead was extremely strong. It easily penetrated the protective light shield and went straight to the heart meridian of Tianlu. At this moment, a strong desire to survive surged in Xiang Tianlu's heart. He suddenly turned sideways and swung his sword, cutting the bead into two halves. However, the beads seemed to have life. They reassembled in the air and attacked Xiang Tianlu again. Oh no, this is its natal pearl. We must destroy it. There was a hint of determination and urgency in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well that if he could not destroy the bead, both of them would die here. New Orleans felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. He gave up attacking the Water Demon King's abdomen, and instead clenched his fists, mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, and rushed towards the bead like two meteors. New Orleans' fists were wrapped with endless spiritual power, like two burning meteors, cutting through the sky, and collided with the strange natal bead in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. Under the bombardment of Nuo Lin's fist, the bead was shattered into pieces again, turning into dots of fluorescent light, as if it was about to dissipate between heaven and earth. "Destroy it," Nuo Lin roared, his spiritual power boiling, and he punched out again, trying to completely extinguish the fluorescence. However, the fluorescence seemed to have a spirit and quickly gathered together, condensing into beads again, and the light was even brighter, revealing an even more ancient and powerful aura. "Nuo Lin, be careful." Xiang Tianlu was anxious when he saw this. He knew very well that this natal pearl was the core of the Water Demon King, containing his 1,000 years of cultivation and life essence. Once it exploded, the consequences would be disastrous. Nuo Lin didn't care at all. There was determination and indomitable spirit in his eyes, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into Zhou Zhijing. He leaped up like a ferocious beast and rushed towards the natal bead again. As he swung his fists, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. At this moment, the Water Demon King let out an earth-shaking roar, and its body suddenly expanded as if it was going to break through the sky and earth. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure emanated from its body, making it difficult for Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu to breathe, and the circulation of their spiritual energy also slowed down a lot. "Nuo Lin, retreat quickly," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well that the Water Demon King was going to do his best to die with them. But Nuo Lin seemed to be deaf to it. His spiritual power had reached its peak. His fists were like two lightning bolts, colliding with the natal bead again. This time, there was no roar, only a silent collision, as if two stars collided in the void, erupting with endless light and energy. Under the bombardment of Nuo Lin's fist wind, the natal pearl finally began to crack, and wisps of black mist overflowed from it, which were the resentment and unwillingness of the Water Demon King for 1,000 years. Nuo Lin was delighted when he saw this, for he knew that he was not far from success. However, at this moment, the Water Demon King suddenly turned into a black stream of water, instantly entangled Nuo Lin's body, trying to drag him into the endless abyss. Nuo Lin only felt a strong suction force coming, and his spiritual power seemed to be completely suppressed, unable to move. "Nuo Lin." Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He swung his sword at the black water without hesitation, but it was like cutting into nothingness with no effect. "Brother Xiang, don't worry about me, just do it." Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, endured the pain of being swallowed, and shouted loudly. He knew very well that at the moment he was in a desperate situation and only Xiang Tianlu could save him. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his spiritual power on the sword, and then swung it violently. The sword turned into a dazzling sword light and went straight for Shui Mei's head. The Water Demon King seemed to feel threatened. It suddenly let go of Nuo Lin and turned to face the sword light. However, Xiang Tianlu's attack was extremely fierce. The sword light was like a dragon, instantly piercing through the Water Monster King's head and splitting its huge body into two. The body of the Water Demon King was split into two, but did not fall down immediately. Instead, the two halves of its body twisted and squirmed in the air, as if trying to integrate again. Streams of black water gushed out from its wounds, spreading in all directions like angry, poisonous snakes. Wherever it passed, the lake water churned, the grass and trees withered, and there was deathly silence. How is it possible? Xiang Tianlu was stunned. He had never seen such a tenacious creature. Even after being severely injured, it still showed amazing vitality. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to break free from his restraints. His spiritual power surged throughout his body, like a flame in a strong wind, trying to disperse the black water around him. However, the water seemed to have life, nimbly avoiding his attacks and continuing to approach the two. "Brother Xiang, we have to find a way to leave here," Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that if they continued like this, Both of them would be swallowed up by this evil force. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He tightly grasped the long sword, and his figure shuttled through the black water like a ghost. Every time he swung the sword, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. It was a fierce battle between him and some unknown entity in the water. Nuolin, you go first, I'll hold it back. Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed a little vague in the surging spiritual power, but his tone was extremely firm. Nuolin felt warm in his heart when he heard this, but he knew that it was not wise to leave at the moment. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body boiled again. His fists were like the dawn, illuminating the darkness around him. Brother Xiang, I won't leave you alone, Nuolin shouted. He jumped up and rushed towards the twisting black water again. His fists blasted out like a storm. Every impact caused a splash of water, as if to tear the world apart. The Water Demon King seemed to sense the determination of the two men. Its roar became more deafening, and the black water flow became more turbulent. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin were like two leaves in a strong wind, constantly hit and slapped by the water, but they never gave up and continued to fight. Nuolin, hello, King Zhao, be careful behind you, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He was keenly aware that a danger was approaching Nuolin. Upon hearing this, Nuolin suddenly turned his body and narrowly avoided a black stream of water. He looked back and saw the stream of water twisting and circling in the air like an angry black dragon, ready to attack again. Brother Xiang, we have to find its weakness, Nuolin shouted. He knew very well that only in this way could they completely defeat the Water Demon King. Nodding to Tianlu, his eyes were as sharp as torches, carefully observing every move of the Water Demon King. Finally, he discovered a tiny flaw. There was a faint light flickering at the connection between the two halves of the Water Demon King's body. Nuolin, attack there, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he swung his sword towards the light, trying to attract the attention of the Water Demon King. Nuolin was delighted when he heard this. He gathered all his spiritual power into his fists, like two bright stars, and instantly blasted towards the light. This time, he did not hold back any strength, as if he wanted to pour all his power into this attack. Nuolin's fists were like two meteors streaking through the night sky, carrying endless spiritual power and determination, crashing into the faint light. At that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble, and the lake was stirred up by this force in a huge waves, rushing straight into the sky, dyeing the sky black. Boom! With a loud bang, the light instantly exploded under Nuolin's fist wind, turning into countless tiny spots of light and flying in all directions. At the same time, the two halves of the Water Demon King's body seemed to lose support and began to fall rapidly. The black water flow also dissipated, and a pungent burnt smell filled the air. However, just when Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu thought the battle was finally over, Shui Meiju suddenly let out another deafening roar in midair. Its body began to shrink rapidly as it fell. The scattered black water quickly gathered back into its body as if summoned, and its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a strange and powerful creature. Even after being hit so hard, it could still recover so quickly. Nuolin was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He knew very well that he could not relax at all, otherwise both of them would fail. Brother Xiang, we can't let it continue to recover, Nuolin shouted, his spiritual power boiling again, his fists clenched, ready to attack again. Xiang Tianlu's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He gripped the sword tightly, and his figure shuttled out again like a ghost. Every time he swung the sword, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing, and he started a more intense confrontation with the Water Demon King. On the lake, water splashed and the waves were surging. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu were like two gusts of wind, constantly circling and bombarding the Water Demon King. Each of their attacks contained endless power, and the Water Demon King relied on its tenacious vitality and strange ability to constantly resist the counterattack. Nualin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He keenly sensed that the Water Demon King was about to launch a fatal attack. Upon hearing this, Nualin suddenly turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the sweep of the Water Demon King's giant tail that was like a collapsing mountain. However, just as he steadied himself, he felt a strong suction coming from behind. It was the Water Demon King trying to drag him into the endless abyss. "Brother Xiang, help me!" Nualin shouted, his whole body full of spiritual power surging, trying to break free from the suction. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu should have swung his sword to cut towards the source of the suction. However, his sword seemed to be slashing into nothingness, with no effect at all. He knew very well that this was a manifestation of the Water Demon King's strange ability, and ordinary attacks could not cause any harm to it. "Nualin, hold on. I found its weakness," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on the eyes of the Water Demon King, where two strange lights were flashing. Nualin was delighted when he heard this. He took a deep breath, gathered all his spiritual power into his fists, and then like two bright stars, he instantly blasted towards Water Sister King's eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, the Water Demon King's eyes instantly exploded under Nualin's fist wind, and the two strange lights also went out. At the same time, the Water Demon King's body seemed to lose control and began to roll wildly in the air, and finally slammed heavily on the lake, causing huge amounts of water splashes. When the splashes faded, only calm remained on the lake. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that they had finally succeeded in defeating the Water Demon King. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu stood on the lake, looking at the gradually calming water, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their faces were full of fatigue, but there was a gleam of victory in their eyes. "It's hard to imagine that we actually defeated the Water Demon King," Nualin said with emotion, his voice still a little breathless. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this battle is really thrilling, but we succeeded in the end." The two smiled at each other, and their tacit understanding and friendship were sublimated at this moment. They knew that this battle was not only a test of their strength, but also a test of their will and faith. A breeze blew across the lake, bringing a hint of coolness. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the water, making the waves sparkle like golden fragments. The mountains in the distance looked even more magnificent under the setting sun, as if they were cheering for their victory. Nualin took a deep breath, feeling the tranquility and beauty. However, a sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu and said, "Brother Xiang, do you feel that this battle seems too easy?" Xiang Tianlu frowned slightly when he heard this. He thought carefully about the battle just now and felt that something was indeed wrong. Although the Water Demon King was powerful, they did not seem to encounter much obstacles in the battle and successfully defeated it. "You mean?" There was a hint of doubt in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Nualin nodded and said, "Yes, I always feel that there seems to be something hidden behind this battle. The appearance of the Water Demon King is not accidental. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind it." Xiang Tianlu's face turned serious when he heard this. He knew that Nualin's worries were not unnecessary. This continent was full of unknowns and dangers, and they had to remain vigilant at all times. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. They knew that although the fighting was over, the real exploration had just begun. "Brother Xiang, we have to speed up," Nualin suggested, his eyes looking across the lake to the endless mountains in the distance, his heart filled with desire for the unknown. After nodding to Tianlu, the two of them set out on a new journey. Their steps were firm and powerful, and every step seemed to declare their determination and confidence to the continent. The scenery along the way is picturesque. They passed through a dense forest. The trees were so tall that they reached the sky. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The birds sang happily on the branches, as if guiding them in the direction forward. The scenery here is so beautiful. It feels like being in a fairyland. Nu Lin exclaimed sincerely, with a happy smile on his face. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this continent is full of miracles and beauty. But the more beautiful a place is, the more dangers it hides." Hearing this, Nu Lin nodded, and his eyes became more determined. He knew that Xiang Tianlu was right. They had to remain vigilant at all times in order to survive on this continent. They continued on their way, crossing a vast grassland. On the grassland, there are herds of cattle and sheep, and the herdsmen are grazing leisurely. In the distance, the yurts are like pearls dotted on the grassland, which are particularly eye-catching. The life of the herders here is so leisurely and comfortable. Nu Lin sighed, his eyes full of envy. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked into the depths of the grassland in the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind on the grassland carries a wild call, as if every breeze is telling the ancient legend of this land. Their figures appear small and tenacious in this boundless green. "Brother Xiang, have you ever heard of the ancient legends on the grassland?" Nu Lin suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the empty grassland with a hint of mystery. Xiang Tianlu tilted his head slightly, his eyes deep, as if he could penetrate the end of the grassland and see the secrets buried by the years. "I have heard that the remains of countless powerful men are buried under the grasslands. Their power still resonates in this land." Before the two men finished their words, the wind on the grassland suddenly became stronger, as if in response to their words. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder was roaring. A sudden storm was about to come. "It seems that the grassland does not welcome us." Nu Lin chuckled, with a bit of unruliness in his smile. He clenched his hands tightly, and spiritual power gathered in his palms, as if he was ready to meet the challenge at any time. Xiang Tianlu had a solemn expression. He looked up at the sky, with a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "The will of the grassland cannot be disobeyed, but we are not the kind of people who could be manipulated by others." The storm finally came, the wind was howling, and the grass and trees on the grassland seemed to have turned into thousands of sharp blades, attacking the two. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved as fast as lightning, shuttling through the storm. Every time they dodged, they avoided the fatal attacks just in time. "Brother Xiang, your swordsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite." Nu Lin did not forget to praise Xiang Tianlu while dodging. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, and the sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky. Every time he swung the sword, it was accompanied by a crisp sword sound, chopping the surrounding grass and trees into pieces. "Nu Lin, your boxing skills are improving day by day. Your boxing is as powerful as thunder and shocking." The two fought fiercely in the storm. Although they had no enemies, the natural forces on the grassland seemed to be their best opponent. Every attack requires all-out effort. If you're not careful, you may get lost in this endless storm. The storm gradually subsided, and the two figures reappeared on the grassland. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but they had satisfied smiles on their faces. They knew that this battle with nature had taken their strength to a new level. The grassland is indeed a place that tempers people. Nu Lin panted, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, they looked into the distance. There, at the end of the grassland, something seemed to be waiting for them. "There are more challenges waiting for us ahead." The two smiled at each other and set out on their journey again. At the end of the grassland is a stretch of mountains. The mountains are steep and shrouded in clouds and mist, as if hiding endless secrets. Nu Lin and Xiangtian Road, along the boundary between grassland and mountains, go deeper into the unknown area step by step. The last rays of sunset have sunk into the horizon, and the inky night is quietly approaching. At this moment, a long and deep beast roar broke the silence around them, as if it came from ancient times, shaking the hearts of the two people. They looked at each other and knew, without saying anything, that they had encountered an existence that could not be underestimated. As the roar of the beast became clearer, a huge creature slowly walked out of the mountain fog. It was a monster called the soul-burning nine evil sheep. Its body is covered with red scales, like burning flames, which are particularly dazzling in the night. Its eyes were like two bright stars, flashing a breathtaking light. Its four hooves stepped on the ground, and every step was accompanied by a slight tremor, as if even the earth was shaking under its pressure. The nine evil goats of burning souls are terrifying beings that are said to be able to burn all living things. Nuo Lin whispered with a hint of solemnity in his voice. He clenched his hands tightly, gathering spiritual power in his palms, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. Xiang Tianlu had a stern expression. His sword was already unsheathed. The sword blade was flashing with a cold light, as if it could freeze the space. This beast is very powerful. We need to be careful in dealing with it. The nine evil soul-burning sheep seemed to sense the threat from the two people. It let out a deafening roar, and its body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the two people like an arrow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated at the same time to avoid the flaming hot impact. Nuo Lin, be careful of its flames, Xiang Tianlu warned loudly. His sharp eyes caught the flaw in the attack of the nine evil soul-burning sheep. Nuo Lin nodded, turned in the air, avoided the attack of the burning soul nine evil sheep, and punched out at the same time. The fist was like thunder, with violent spiritual power, and hit the monster's head directly. However, the soul-burning nine evil sheep seemed to have anticipated this and easily dodged Nuo Lin's attack by turning its head. At the same time, its tail was like a whip, lashing at Nuo Lin with blazing flames. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames that could burn everything, but a corner of his clothes was ignited by the flames and turned to ashes in an instant. Zero, request flowers. His expression changed slightly, knowing that this monster was much stronger than any of his previous opponents. Brother Xiang, help me, Nuo Lin shouted, and his body suddenly rose up again. His fist was as strong as a dragon, and he started a fierce battle with the nine evil sheep of burning soul. Xiang Tianlu's figure was as fast as a shadow, and his swordsmanship was superb. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by a crisp sound of sword. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and hitting the vital point of the monster. However, the soul-burning nine evil sheep seemed to possess a regenerative healing factor. No matter how badly it was injured, it could recover in an instant, as if its vitality was connected to the land and was endless. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nuo Lin panted. His boxing skills had been used to the extreme, but facing the seemingly endless vitality of the burning soul nine evil sheep, he seemed a little powerless. He nodded to Tianlu, and his eyes wandered over the monster, looking for possible flaws. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the eyes of the nine evil, soul-burning sheep. The two bright stars were flashing with strange light at this moment. Nuo Lin, attack its eyes, Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of determination in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he leaped up again, punching like a dragon with violent spiritual power, directly hitting the eyes of the soul-burning nine evil sheep. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's swordsmanship also reached its peak. The sword light was like a dragon, and it complemented Nuo Lin's fist wind, and together they attacked the vital points of the monster. Nuo Lin's fist wind and Xiang Tianlu's sword light intertwined in the air, like two bright lightning bolts, breaking the silence of the night. Their offensive surged like a tide, bombarding the soul-burning nine evil sheep wave after wave, but the monster seemed to have endless endurance and recovery ability. No matter how fierce the attack was, it could recover in an instant and continue to roar and counterattack. Its power seems to be connected to this land. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He felt the constant power in the body of the soul-burning nine evil sheep, as if the entire grassland was providing constant vitality for this monster. Nuo Lin was shocked when he heard this. He knew that if they could not find the weakness of the soul-burning 9 evil sheep, sooner or later they would be exhausted of their spiritual power by this monster and eventually be defeated. Brother Xiang, we must work together to break its connection with the earth. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. Nodding to Tianlu, his gaze became as sharp as a knife, as if it could penetrate the red scales of the soul-burning 9 evil sheep and look directly into the depths of its soul. The two of them were in sync with each other and had already formulated the next tactics without much discussion. Nuo Lin retreated violently, avoiding another fire attack from the soul-burning 9 evil sheep. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. Spiritual energy surged wildly in his body, as if trying to break free from the shackles and reach a new realm. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, listen to my command. Nuo Lin shouted. His eyes became as hot as torches, as if he could see through all the mysteries of the world. Xiang Tianlu appeared at the side of the soul-burning 9 evil sheep in a flash. The tip of his sword trembled slightly, as if accumulating some terrible power. His gaze was fixed on the monster's eyes. That was their only chance. Nuo Lin, are you ready? Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice, his voice revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Nuo Lin nodded. His spiritual power had reached its peak, as if it would burst out at any time. Let's go together. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and Nuo Lin's spiritual power surged out like a torrent, turning into a bright beam of light, rushing straight towards the soul-burning 9 evil sheep. Xiang Tianlu's sword light was like a flash of lightning, following closely behind and going straight for the monster's eyes. The soul-burning 9 evil sheep let out a shrill roar, feeling an unprecedented threat. However, facing the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, it seemed a little powerless. Its eyes began to blur under the shining sword light, as if eroded by some mysterious power. Roar! The 9 evil, soul-burning sheep roared again. Its body began to tremble violently, as if it was making a final struggle with some force. However, everything is destined. Nuo Lin's beam of light and Xiang Tianlu's sword light hit the monster's eyes at the same time. At that moment, the body of the burning Soul 9 evil sheep seemed to be torn apart by some mysterious force, and red scales flew everywhere. Its vitality was completely destroyed at this moment. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the 9 soul-burning evil sheep fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the flying dust, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with relief and disbelief in their eyes. The 9 soul-burning evil sheep should have turned into nothingness under this fatal blow, but at this moment, it slowly stood up from the dust in an almost weird way. Although its eyes had lost their luster, the red scales all over its body were glowing with an even more enchanting luster, as if each scale contained an eternal flame. Even the night could not conceal its radiance. The aura of the 9 soul-burning evil sheep became more violent, like a giant beast crawling out of the abyss, carrying with it a heart-pounding breath of death. How is this possible? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with disbelief. He had never seen such tenacious life. Even the legendary undead creatures would have been damaged by such a fierce attack, but the 9 soul-burning sheep seemed to be reborn from the ashes and became even more powerful. Xiang Tianlu gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement and fighting spirit. He knew very well that facing such a powerful opponent, the only way to have a chance of survival was to go all out. Nuo Lin, its power comes from the earth. We must cut off its connection with this land. Xiang Tianlu's voice was calm and firm, and his words revealed a clear judgment of the situation. Nuo Lin nodded. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, as if to break free from all constraints and reach an unprecedented height. He knew very well that at this moment, They had to surpass themselves in order to defeat this seemingly invincible enemy. Brother Xiang, you and I are fighting side by side. What do we have to fear? Nu Lin's voice was full of lofty ambitions. He took another step forward, standing side by side with Xiang Tianlu, facing the revived 9 evil soul-burning sheep. The soul-burning 9 evil sheep roared again, its voice full of anger and unwillingness. It seemed that it could feel the determination of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and knew that this would be a battle of life and death. It opened its huge mouth, and a ball of blazing flames spewed out of its mouth, like a volcanic eruption, with the power to destroy everything. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, but even so, the residual power of the flames still made their skin sting. The spiritual power shield made a slight crackling sound under the scorching flames, as if it would break at any time. Its power has increased again. Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little hurried. He knew that if they continued like this, sooner or later their spiritual power would be exhausted and they would be defeated. Nu Lin's eyes flashed with determination, and he whispered to Xiang Tianlu, "Brother Xiang, let's work together, using spiritual power as a guide, to mobilize all the spiritual energy of this grassland and form a seal to isolate it from the earth." Xiang Tianlu heard this, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He nodded, and he and Nu Lin were in tune with each other. They both exerted their strength at the same time, pushing the spiritual power in their bodies to the extreme, turning it into 2 bright beams of light, rushing straight into the sky, as if to tear the world apart. 2 beams of light shot up into the sky, like meteors in the sky, breaking the tranquility of the grassland and illuminating the entire night sky. The figures of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were looming in the light, as if they had merged with the heaven and earth. Their spiritual power reached an unprecedented height at this moment. The spiritual energy on the grassland seemed to be awakened, and powerful forces gathered from all directions, rushing towards the 2 of them like a torrent. Under their guidance, these spiritual energies gradually condensed into a complex sealing pattern, trapping the 9 soul-burning evil sheep firmly inside. The soul-burning 9 evil sheep roared angrily. It felt the restraint from the seal. The power was like shackles, restricting its movements, but did not give up struggling. Instead, it opened its huge mouth again and spewed out an even hotter flame, trying to break the seal. However, would Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu let it go as they wished? The 2 of them exerted their strength at the same time, pushing their spiritual power to the extreme. Under their control, the seal pattern emitted a bright light, firmly blocking the flames outside. The wind on the grassland began to howl, as if even the heaven and earth were trembling because of this battle. Every struggle of the 9 evil soul-burning sheep caused the seal pattern to flash brightly, as if it was going to tear the world apart. "Brother Xiang, hold on. We can't let it escape." Nu Lin's voice sounded particularly firm in the howling 4.8-degree wind, and his eyes sparkled with an unyielding light. Nodding to Tianlu, the tip of his sword drew graceful arcs in the night sky, as if he was conversing with the heaven and earth. He knew very well that at this moment, they had to go all out to defeat this seemingly invincible enemy. The roar of the 9 soul-burning sheep gradually became weaker, and its power was gradually exhausted under the constraints of the seal. The red scales began to lose their luster, as if the vitality had been drained away. "It's almost done. It's almost dead." Nu Lin's voice was filled with excitement. He felt the power fluctuations coming from the seal, which meant that the end of the 9 evil soul-burning sheep was approaching. Sure enough, as Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu exerted their strength again, the seal pattern suddenly burst into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire grassland. In that light, the silhouettes of the 9 soul-burning evil sheep gradually became blurred and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the night sky. As the 9 soul-burning evil sheep dissipated, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt unprecedented ease and relief. Their spiritual power seemed to be sublimated at this moment, reaching a whole new realm. The two smiled at each other. Without saying a word, they already understood the joy and pride in each other's hearts. Brother Xiang, we have indeed grown a lot in this battle. There was a hint of emotion in Nuo Lin's voice. He looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with anticipation for the future. Nodding to Tianlu, the tip of his sword gently slashed across the night sky, leaving a brilliant trail. Yes, Nishu, but this is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. We must continue to work hard to face more powerful enemies. The two walked side by side along the border of the grassland and embarked on a new journey. As they went deeper, the scenery of the grassland gradually became richer, with lush greenery and the fragrance of flowers. Birds fly freely in the sky, and butterflies dance among the flowers, as if they are celebrating their arrival. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at a small town called Rion Town. The small town is located on a vast plain and is surrounded by mountains. The buildings in the town are unique. They are all built with huge amounts of rocks, as if they are integrated with the earth. The sun shines on the town, illuminating the entire town with golden color. There are shops lining both sides of the street, offering a dazzling array of goods. People are bustling about. It's very lively, as if they're all enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked into a shop and saw that the shop was filled with various precious herbs and rare treasures. The owner of the shop was an elderly man. He looked at the two people with a smile, as if he had known about their arrival. Welcome to Rion Town, two young men. The herbs and treasures here are carefully selected and will definitely satisfy you. The old man said with a hint of pride, pointing to a pile of herbs. These herbs are picked from the nearby mountains and have magical effects. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at these herbs curiously. They were colorful and gave off a faint fragrance. The two smiled at each other and decided to buy some in case of emergency. Old man, we want all these herbs. Nuo Lin said. He took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to the old man. The old man took the gold coin and smiled from ear to ear. Okay. The two young men really know what they're talking about. I have some treasures here. Would you like to take a look? Nodding towards Tianlu, his eyes were attracted by a strange treasure. It was a piece of transparent jade, emitting a soft light, as if it contained some mysterious power. Old sir, where does this jade come from? Xiang Tianlu asked curiously. The old man smiled slightly, and he gently stroked the jade. This piece of jade is called Qingxin jade, which has the effect of purifying the mind and improving cultivation. I got it by chance during an expedition when I was young, and I have treasured it ever since. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with surprise glittering in their eyes. They knew that this piece of pure heart jade would be of great benefit to their practice. Old sir, we want this piece of Qingxin jade. Nuo Lin said. He took out another bag of gold coins and handed it to the old man. The old man took the gold coin and handed the Qingxin jade to Xiang Tianlu. Okay. The two young people are really destined to be together. I hope you can use this piece of Qingxin jade to improve your cultivation and reach a higher realm as soon as possible. During their stay in Rion Town, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu not only bought various precious herbs and treasures, but also tasted local delicacies and visited the town's scenic spots. They felt unprecedented relaxation and joy, as if they had left all the previous fatigue and hardships behind. On the third day in Rion Town, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu decided to explore a mysterious forest outside the town, which was said to hide ancient ruins and undiscovered secrets. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the mist and shone on the cobblestone road of the town, the two were already ready, carrying their bags and setting out on the path to the forest. Brother Xiang, do you feel that this trip is much easier than any previous one? Nuo Lin asked as he walked, a relaxed and happy smile on his face. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his eyes looking through the treetops into the distance. Yes, perhaps it is because of our inner growth that we are no longer so afraid and anxious when facing the unknown. In the forest, Birds are singing, streams are gurgling, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of soil and flowers. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, casting mottled shadows, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to this ancient forest. The two walked along the winding path, stopping from time to time to observe the exotic flowers and plants on the roadside, or to listen to the roars of animals coming from the distance. "Look, there's a stone bridge over there." Xiang Tianlu pointed to an ancient stone bridge not far ahead. The stone bridge spanned a clear stream. The bridge was covered with moss, making it look quaint and weathered. The two walked onto the stone bridge, and the brook beneath the bridge gurgled, as if whispering. Nuo-Lin squatted down and reached out to touch the stream water. It was icy cold, but also extremely clear. "The water here is much purer than that in town," he sighed. Xiang Tianlu nodded and looked around. This is indeed a good place to practice, away from the hustle and bustle, without distractions. After crossing the stone bridge, they came to an open area. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, and an ancient relic came into view. The ruins are built with huge amounts of stones. Although they have been eroded by wind and rain, their former glory can still be vaguely seen. In the center of the ruins, a 447-meter high stone tower reaches up to the sky. The tower is carved with intricate totems, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "Is this the legendary spiritual tower?" Nuo-Lin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and awe. Xiang Tianlu nodded slowly, walked towards the stone tower, reached out and gently stroked the tower, feeling the coolness and heaviness coming from his fingertips. It is said that this tower contains ancient cultivation secrets that can help people break through bottlenecks and reach a higher level. The two decided to enter the stone tower to find out what was going on. Although the tower gate is mottled, it is still solid. Pushing open the heavy stone door, an ancient and solemn atmosphere hit me. The light inside the tower was dim, with only a few beams of light coming through the gaps at the top of the tower, illuminating the road ahead. "Be careful. There may be many traps here," Nuo-Lin warned. He took cautious steps and looked around vigilantly. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, the tip of his sword lightly scraping across the ground, making a slight sound that was particularly clear in the silent tower. The two climbed up the stone steps, and every step was full of unknowns and challenges. As they went deeper, the light in the tower gradually became brighter, and a spacious hall appeared in front of them. In the center of the hall stood a huge statue. The statue held a long sword and had a sharp gaze, as if it was watching everyone who stepped in here. "This is—" Nuo-Lin opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen such a lifelike statue. Xiang Tianlu walked to the statue and looked at it carefully. This should be the heroic spirit that guards this tower. His power seems to still remain in the statue. At this moment, the statue suddenly moved, and the long sword in its hand swung out, and a sharp sword light rushed straight towards the sky road. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack narrowly. He quickly drew his sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the statue. Seeing this, Nuo-Lin did not dare to neglect it. He urged his spiritual power and joined the battle. The two dodged left and right under the attack of the statue, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. After a fierce battle, they finally found the flaw in the statue and attacked it together, smashing it to pieces. As the statue shattered, an ancient and powerful force seemed to be released, and the entire stone tower began to tremble slightly. After the dust settled, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin smiled at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and awe of the unknown. "It's incredible that the statue has such powerful power," Nuo-Lin said breathlessly, his clothes soaked with sweat and his spiritual energy consumed greatly. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes solemn. "It seems that everything here contains a power that cannot be underestimated. We may find more secrets if we continue to explore." The two continued to go deeper into the stone tower. On the following journey, they encountered many traps, but with their wisdom and courage, they were all resolved. The light in the tower grew brighter and brighter, and the air became fresher, as if they were approaching some important place. Finally, they came to a round room. In the center of the room stood an ancient altar, on which was inlaid a gem that sparkled with a strange light. The gem emits a soft light, illuminating the entire room like a white area. Is this the legendary spirit source gem? New Orleans' voice was trembling. He had heard of the legend about this gem. It was said that it could give people endless spiritual power and wisdom. Xiang Tianlu slowly approached the altar, his eyes fixed on the gem. Yes, this is the spirit source gem. But why is it here? The two of them carefully observed around the altar and found that the gem was surrounded by complex runes. It seemed that only by unraveling these runes could the gem be taken out. They tried to decipher the runes, but found that they were ancient and profound, far beyond their easy understanding. It seems that we need more time and wisdom to solve this mystery. Xiang Tianlu sighed. Although he felt a little regretful, he knew that sometimes being impatient for success would only backfire. The two decided to leave the stone tower temporarily and return to Rion Town to look for more clues and information. They returned along the same route, crossed the stone bridge, and stepped into the mysterious forest again. In the forest, the sun still shines through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. Birds sing one after another, and the stream gurgles. But at this moment, their mood is completely different from when they came, with an additional heavy harvest and expectations for the future. After leaving the forest, they set out on the journey to Rion Town. However, when they passed through a dense forest, the view in front of them suddenly opened up and a vast expanse of Gobi Desert came into view. There is endless yellow sand on the Gobi Desert. When the wind blows, you can almost hear the humming sound of the sand rubbing against each other. Here, where is this? New Orleans looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He had never thought that there would be such a desolate Gobi Desert at the end of the forest. Xiang Tianlu frowned and looked around. It seems that we have deviated from the original route. However, since we are already here, we might as well explore it. We may find something new. Before Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, the yellow sand under his feet began to surge, as if this desert had its own will and was silently resisting their entry. Nu Lin frowned. He could sense a repressive and ancient atmosphere in the air, which was completely different from the freshness in the forest before. The vitality of heaven and earth here seems to be more violent than anywhere else. Nu Lin whispered, his hands clenched unconsciously, his spiritual power quietly flowing in his body, preparing to deal with possible unknown dangers. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes like torches, scanning the surroundings. Yes, every inch of land here contains violent power. If you can't control it, you may be swallowed by it. Before he could finish his words, a strong wind blew up, and yellow sand filled the sky, blocking out the sun, leaving only a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other and saw the determination and indomitable spirit in each other's eyes. Go! Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his figure was like a flash of lightning, rushing into the wind and sand. His spiritual power protected his body and isolated all the surrounding sand and gravel. Nu Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them were like two wind-breaking arrows, galloping across the endless Gobi Desert. In the wind and sand, the figures of the two people appeared and disappeared from time to time. Every leap was accompanied by the excitement of spiritual power, which collided with the vitality of heaven and earth to produce dazzling sparks. Suddenly, Xiang Tianlu paused. He felt an extremely powerful aura approaching from the front. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and at the same time, he activated his spiritual power to the fullest, forming a solid shield that covered himself and Nu Lin. Almost at the same time, a violent storm swept in from the front like an angry dragon, carrying the power to destroy the world, trying to tear apart their shields. What is this? Nu Lin's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a terrifying force of nature. It is the will of this desert. It is testing us, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He quickly formed seals with his hands and mobilized all his spiritual power to launch a fierce confrontation with the storm. The storm was like a mad beast, constantly attacking their shields, and every impact made the shields shaky. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin did not dare to be careless at all. They concentrated their attention and exerted their spiritual power to the extreme. In this fierce confrontation, the spiritual power of the two was constantly consumed, but their eyes became more and more determined, as if they were engaged in a silent contest with the desert. Finally, after a violent collision, the storm seemed to sense their unyielding spirit and gradually subsided. The yellow sand fell back to the ground, Dinuoheo, and peace returned to the world. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin smiled at each other. Although they were tired, their eyes were full of victory. They knew that they had taken another step forward in this desert. However, when they were about to move on, they suddenly discovered that the scene ahead had undergone a strange change. The originally barren Gobi Desert has now turned into a green grassland. On the grassland, groups of unknown exotic beasts are foraging leisurely, as if this grassland and the Gobi Desert just now are two completely different worlds. Just as Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were marveling at the sudden grassland scene before them, a low and majestic roar of an animal broke the silence and shook their heartstrings. The sound came from deep in the grassland. Along with this pressure, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and even the wind stopped. A powerful monster is approaching. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He quickly looked around, trying to find the unknown existence in the dense grass. Nu Lin clenched his fists, his spiritual power boiling in his body, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise. At this moment, a huge monster covered with golden and fiery red stripes slowly walked out of the grass. It was the legendary Yanyan fantasy tiger. The monster's eyes were like two burning suns, emitting blazing light. Its body was agile, with clear muscle lines. Every step it took was accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, as if even the earth was shaking under its majesty. The body of the Yanyan phantom tiger is surrounded by circles of fiery halos, which sometimes condense into flames and sometimes turn into streams of light, flashing dazzling light, demonstrating the terrifying power contained in its body. Its tail is long and powerful, and the end is like a burning flame. When it sways gently, a heat wave blows towards you, which makes people feel awe. Is this the Yanyan phantom tiger? It really lives up to its reputation. Nu Lin whispered, with a hint of awe in his voice, but more of a fighting spirit. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes fixed on the monster, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle. Its power should not be underestimated." Before he finished speaking, Yanyan phantom tiger suddenly jumped up, its body turned into a stream of light, and pounced on the two people at lightning speed. Xiang Tianlu reacted extremely quickly, moving his body to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack of the monster. At the same time, his spiritual power burst out and he punched the ground. With the help of the reaction force, he jumped into the air and avoided the fire halo that followed closely. Nu Lin chose to confront it head-on. He roared and gathered his spiritual power into his fist. The wind from his fist whistled, carrying the power to shatter mountains and rivers, and collided with the sharp claws of the Yanyan phantom tiger. The two collided, causing a deafening roar. The wind from the fists and the light from the claws intertwined. Sparks flew everywhere, and the air seemed to be torn apart at this moment, forming cracks visible to the naked eye. What a strong force! Nu Lin's face changed slightly. He didn't expect the power of this monster to be so terrifying. He could only barely resist his full-strength attack. Xiang Tianlu adjusted his posture in the air, tapped his feet lightly in the air as if walking on the waves, and instantly landed on the other side of the Yanyan fantasy tiger. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual power turned into rays of light, like stars, attacking the vital points of the monster. However, the Yanyan phantom tiger was no ordinary creature. It was agile and cleverly avoided every attack. At the same time, its blazing flame aura continued to spread, making the surrounding air extremely hot, forcing the two to remain vigilant at all times. This is not a solution. We must find its flaw. They fought on the side of the road, while looking for an opportunity to break the impasse. Hearing this, Nuo Lin nodded. He took a deep breath, and his spiritual power boiled to the extreme. His eyes became as bright as torches, as if he could see through all illusions. He suddenly discovered that when the Yanyan Phantom Tiger launched an attack, its abdomen would briefly reveal a flaw, which was the weakest point of its entire body's defense. Found it, Nuo Lin shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow and rushed straight to the belly of the monster. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately adjusted his attack and formed a pincer attack with Nuo Lin. The two people's spiritual powers intertwined to form a huge amount of spiritual power net, which enveloped the Yanyan Phantom Tiger. Nuo Lin's figure was as fast as lightning, and he created gusts of wind as he galloped. Grass clippings and dust flew behind him like an invisible tornado. His eyes sparkled with determination, which was a desire for victory and a challenge to his own limits. Come on, show me what you're really capable of. Nuo Lin roared, his voice echoing over the grassland, interweaving with the roar of the Yanyan Phantom Tiger into a passionate war song. The Yanyan Phantom Tiger seemed to have sensed Nuo Lin's determination. It roared, and the halo around it suddenly intensified. Flames and flowing lights intertwined, like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminating the grassland. Its eyes were like two burning suns, fixed tightly on Nuo Lin, as if to pierce through him. Nuo Lin was fearless. He turned in the air and landed on the back of the Yanyan Huangwang Tiger as lightly as a fallen leaf. His hands were like two sharp swords, piercing straight into the vital points of the monster. However, the Yanyan Phantom Tiger's reaction was extremely agile. It easily dodged Nuo Lin's attack by moving its body to the side. At the same time, its tail was like a burning fire dragon, lashing towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin retreated violently and narrowly avoided the blazing tail. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, but at the same time he became more alert to the power of this monster. He knew that the battle with Yanyan Phantom Tiger could not afford any negligence. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu also launched an attack. He rushed over from the side, his spiritual power transformed into rays of light, like stars in the sky. Nanyang Phantom Light Tiger's intention was to attack. However, Yanyan Huangwanghu seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and it cleverly avoided every attack. We can't go on like this. We must change our strategy. Xiang Tianlu shouted to Nuo Lin while fighting. Nuo Lin heard this and nodded. He took a deep breath. His spiritual power boiled to the extreme in his body, and his eyes became as bright as torches. He stared at the Yanyan Phantom Tiger, looking for the opportunity to attack again. At this moment, Yanyan Phantom Tiger launched another attack. It was as fast as lightning and pounced towards Nuo Lin. However, this time Nuo Lin did not choose to dodge, but faced it. He clenched his hands into fists, and his spiritual power condensed into a thick layer of armor on his fists, like two huge amounts of iron hammers. Boom! Nuo Lin's fist collided with the sharp claws of the Yanyan Phantom Tiger, making a deafening roar. Sparks flew everywhere, and the air seemed to be torn apart at this moment, forming cracks that were visible to the naked eye. The Sunflame Phantom Tiger let out a sharp roar, and its sharp claws left a deep scratch on Nuo Lin's fist. However, Nuo Lin seemed to be unaware of the pain. He roared again, and his fists rained down on the Yanyan Phantom Tiger. The Yanyan Phantom Tiger was not to be outdone. The halo around it became even hotter, and the flames and streams of light intertwined into a huge amount of net, trying to trap Nuo Lin. However, Nuo Lin was like a fish swimming in the net, nimbly dodging every attack. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nuo Lin shouted to Xiang Tianlu while fighting. Xiang Tianlu heard this and nodded. He stared at the Yang phantom tiger closely, trying to find flaws in its movements. At this moment, he discovered that when the Yang phantom tiger attacked, its abdomen would briefly reveal a flaw. Watch the right moment, and let's attack together, Xiang Tianlu shouted. Nuo Lin was delighted when he heard this. He immediately adjusted his offensive and formed a perfect coordination with Xiang Tianlu. After a fierce collision, they simultaneously seized the flaws in the Yang fantasy tiger's abdomen, and their spiritual power poured out like a flood, directly hitting the monster's vital points. The spiritual powers of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two torrents, meeting in the belly of the Yang fantasy tiger, stirring up circles of spiritual power, ripples visible to the naked eye. The monster let out a deafening roar, and the halo around it seemed to explode at that moment. The huge net formed by the interweaving of flames and flowing light instantly shattered and turned into diffuse light spots. Roar! The Yang phantom tiger retreated violently, its eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness, but more of it was shock at the strength of these two human warriors. It never thought that these two seemingly ordinary cultivators could join forces to force it into such a desperate situation. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with determination and firmness flashing in each other's eyes. They knew that at this moment, the Yang phantom tiger had fallen into a state of rage. If this battle was not resolved quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. Come again, Nuo Lin roared, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards the Yang phantom tiger again. His fists were like two volcanoes, with spiritual power surging inside them, and every punch was accompanied by a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. His body drew a graceful arc in the air, like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. His spiritual power transformed into brilliant rays of light, pouring towards the Yang phantom tiger like a meteor shower. Each ray of light contained a terrifying force that was enough to tear apart space. The Yang phantom tiger roared continuously, and the halo around it condensed again, with flames and flowing light interweaving into an even denser giant net. However, this time Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not choose to fight head-on, but shuttled through the giant net like two fish, flexibly dodging every attack. Its power is weakening. We can't give a chance to breathe, Xiang Tianlu said to Nuo Xian while fighting. Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this. He stared at the Yang phantom tiger, looking for the next opportunity to attack. At this moment, he discovered that after launching continuous attacks, the Yang phantom tiger paused slightly, as if it was unable to do so. Now, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure appeared on the side of Yang fantasy tiger like a ghost. His fists were like two mountains, with overwhelming momentum, suddenly smashing towards the monster's waist. Nuo Lin's fists were like two collapsing mountains, smashing into the waist of the Yang phantom tiger with unrivaled power. At that moment, the wind on the grassland seemed to have stagnated. The air was compressed to the extreme at this moment, and a deafening sonic boom broke out. The Yang phantom tiger let out an unprecedented shrill roar, and its body twisted into an incredible angle in the air, as if it was about to be broken by this force. The halo of flames and flowing light dimmed a lot at this moment. Obviously, this blow caused severe damage to it. Roar! The Yang phantom tiger roared unwillingly. It tried to struggle, but Nuo Lin's fists were like two iron chains, tightly locking its fate. Its eyes flickered with despair and unwillingness, but more of it was a deep shock at the strength of the human race. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu also launched a fatal attack. His figure was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, with dazzling brilliance, suddenly rushing towards the head of Yang phantom tiger. His spiritual power was concentrated to the extreme at this moment, as if it was going to ignite the entire grassland. Boom! Xiang Tianlu's spiritual power collided with the head of Yang phantom tiger, bursting out with dazzling light. At that moment, the sky over the grassland seemed to be torn apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye spread across the air, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. The body of Yingyan Huangwanghu rolled in the air, its eyes gradually lost their luster, and the halo around it completely dissipated. Its body finally fell powerlessly onto the grassland, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the grassland returned to tranquility again, with only the wind gently blowing the grass leaves, as if putting an end to the battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, the joy of victory and exhaustion flashing in each other's eyes. They knew that victory in this battle was hard-won and was won with their sweat and blood. "We succeeded," Nuo Lin shouted breathlessly, his voice a little hoarse, but more excited and proud. He nodded to Tianlu, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. He walked to the side of the Yanyan Phantom Tiger and used his spiritual power to investigate, confirming that this powerful monster had completely lost its vitality. After Xiang Tianlu confirmed that the Yanyan Huangguang tiger had no signs of life, he and Nuo Lin approached the monster that once dominated the grassland. The grassland wind blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it also seemed to be whispering congratulations to the two winners. The strength of this monster is indeed extraordinary. If we don't join forces, it will be difficult to win. Xiang Tianlu sighed, his eyes sweeping across the huge body of the Yanyan fantasy tiger, looking for possible treasures. Nuo Lin nodded and looked around sharply, finally his eyes fixed on the belly of the Yanyan phantom tiger. There, a faint light flickered, like a treasure half hidden by the grassland sandstorm. "Look there," Nuo Lin pointed at the light. Xiang Tianlu looked over there immediately after hearing that, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The two approached cautiously and found that it was a crystal emitting a faint fluorescence. There seemed to be flames and flowing lights interweaving inside the crystal, giving off a mysterious and powerful aura. "This is the spiritual power crystallization of the Yanyan fantasy tiger," Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He knew very well what this crystal meant to a cultivator. This is the essence of a monster's lifelong cultivation, containing powerful spiritual power and unique power of law. Nuo Lin did not speak, but silently stretched out his hand and took the spiritual power crystal out of the Yanyan fantasy tiger's body. He felt that the crystal in his hand seemed to have life, trembling slightly, as if telling the story of the monster's former glory and honor. The two smiled at each other, both understanding that this spiritual power crystal would be a huge boost to their strength. They found a secluded place and decided to consume this precious treasure on the spot. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat cross-legged and placed the spiritual power crystals in their respective palms. As their spiritual power was injected, the crystals began to slowly melt, transforming into streams of warm and powerful force that flowed into their bodies. At that moment, they seemed to be in a wonderful world, surrounded by flames and lights, as if even time had stopped. Under the impact of this force, their bodies were undergoing subtle changes. Their spiritual power was constantly increasing, their muscles were constantly strengthening, and even their souls seemed to be sublimated. When the last trace of spiritual power crystal merged into their bodies, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time. There was a brighter light shining in their eyes, a strength and confidence that radiated from the inside out. "I feel like my strength has increased by at least 30%. Nuo Lin shouted excitedly. He felt as if he had been reborn and had unprecedented strength. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, his face filled with a satisfied smile. "Me too, and I also feel that I have a deeper understanding of the law of fire and flowing light." As Xiang Tianlu nodded with satisfaction, Nuo Lin suggested, "Let's find a place and rest for a while. This battle has consumed a lot of our physical strength, and we need time to digest the power brought by this spiritual crystal." Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement and looked around, looking for a safe place. Soon, he found a small valley covered by dense vegetation. In the valley, there was a clear stream. The gurgling stream brought cool breezes, and it seemed that even the air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Zero request flowers. Let's go there. Xiang Tianlu pointed to the small valley and said to Nualin. The two of them walked into the small valley together, chose a flat meadow, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate their bodies and minds. Everything around seems so peaceful and harmonious, as if even time has slowed down here. The air in the small valley is filled with a faint floral scent mixed with the fresh scent of soil and grass, making people feel extremely comfortable. The stream meanders through the valley, making a pleasant sound of flowing water, like a beautiful piece of music, adding a bit of vitality to this quiet valley. Here, Nualin and Xiang Tianlu both let go of their guard and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to self-cultivation. They closed their eyes, breathed in the fresh air, and felt the surge of spiritual power in their bodies. As their recuperation progressed, they felt their bodies were gradually recovering and their injuries were gradually getting better. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone on the two of them, they opened their eyes at the same time. There was a brighter light flashing in their eyes, and their faces became more rosy. Obviously, their injuries had been healed and their strength had been further improved. How do you feel? Nualin asked, with a hint of smile in his voice, obviously satisfied with his recovery. Very good. I feel like I have reached an unprecedented state. Xiang Tianlu replied with a smile, his face filled with confidence and expectation. The two stood up, stretched their muscles, and felt the surging spiritual power in their bodies. They knew that they were ready to embark on the journey again. They walked out of the valley and stood on the hillside, looking at the grassland in the distance. The grassland is still vast, and the sky is still blue, as if nothing has changed. Nualin took a deep breath of the morning air, feeling the freshness and vitality, turned his head to look at Xiang Tianlu, and smiled. Look, this grassland is so vast. It seems that our previous battle was just an insignificant part of it. But it is these experiences that make us stronger. Looking into the distance, with a desire for the unknown world in his eyes, Xiang Tianlu nodded gently. Yes, every challenge is an opportunity for growth. Now, I feel as if I can resonate with this world and have a deeper understanding of everything around me. The two walked slowly down the hillside. The grass under their feet was soft and elastic, and every step seemed to be an intimate conversation with the earth. In the distance, a group of sheep were leisurely eating grass, occasionally looking up at the sky. Their bleating sounds were particularly pleasant in the quiet morning. As they went deeper into the grassland, a colorful sea of wild flowers came into view. Red, yellow, blue, white. Flowers of all colors intertwined together, like nature's most gorgeous palette. Bees fly among the flowers, busy collecting nectar, while butterflies dance gracefully, adding a bit of agility and vitality to this sea of flowers. It's so beautiful. Nualin couldn't help but stop and exclaim sincerely. Xiang Tianlu also stopped, and his eyes gently swept across the sea of flowers, and he said softly, Yes, the beauty of nature can always make people forget their troubles and find inner peace. The two continued walking forward and soon came to a winding river. The river water is crystal clear and the pebbles on the riverbed sparkle in the sunlight. A few water birds flew low over the river, occasionally lightly touching the water surface, causing ripples. They walked along the river, enjoying the peace and harmony. The sound of the gurgling river, intertwined with the occasional neighing of horses and mooing of cows in the distance, forms a vivid pastoral picture. As the sun sets, the sky gradually turns golden. The two found a high ground, sat down on the ground, and watched the sunset sink into the horizon quietly. The sky was dyed orange by the sunset, and a few clouds floated leisurely, as if nature was seeing them off. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually dissipated. The last touch of golden color in the sky also disappeared into the darkness, and the grassland was quietly shrouded in the night. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu were not in a hurry to set up camp, but continued to go deeper into the grassland, exploring this ancient and mysterious land. The night wind gradually rises, bringing with it a hint of coolness, but also the wildness and freedom unique to the grassland. The two walked side by side, and the grass under their feet made a rustling sound, like a low melody echoing in the night. Suddenly, a strange wave came from the front, as if some power was surging in the dark. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They approached cautiously and saw a strange stone forest in front of them. The stone forest was filled with an ancient and powerful aura, as if every stone contained endless history. "What is this place?" Nuo Lin asked in a low voice, his perception spreading in the night, trying to capture more information. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, his eyes solemn. "I don't know, but the atmosphere here is very unusual. We have to be careful." The two of them walked slowly into the stone forest, and saw that the stones in the stone forest were of various shapes, some like swords pointing to the sky, some like beasts roaring in the sky, as if every stone contained some kind of mysterious power. They walked along the path in the stone forest, taking every step carefully, for fear of breaking any taboo. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and the stones in the stone forest seemed to come alive, making low roars, as if telling some ancient secrets. Then, a powerful energy wave came from the depths of the stone forest, rushing straight into the sky, dyeing the night sky with a faint purple. "Oh no, something happened here!" Nuo Lin shouted, retreated violently, and at the same time activated his spiritual power to form a shield that covered himself and Xiang Tianlu. However, the energy fluctuation was so strong that even their shields seemed to be shaky. The stones in the stone forest began to move wildly, colliding with each other, making a deafening sound. It seemed as if an invisible force was controlling everything, turning the stone forest into a land of death. "We have to leave here!" Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice sounding a little weak in the strong wind. Nuo Lin nodded, and the two of them activated their spiritual power at the same time, shuttling through the stone forest like lightning, trying to find a way out. However, the changes in the stone forest were too strange, as if every step was leading to a desperate situation. Just when they were about to despair, a ray of light flashed from the depths of the stone forest, illuminating the road ahead. The two looked at each other, and hope flashed in their eyes. They followed the light closely and finally rushed out of the stone forest amidst a violent tremor. When they looked back, they saw that the stone forest had returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. After rushing out of the stone forest, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu landed on an open grassland. It was so quiet around them that they could only hear each other's rapid breathing and heartbeats. The moonlight is like water, lightly sprinkling down, adding a touch of silver mystery to Wenkeyuan. What on earth was that just now? Xiang Tianlu was still gasping for breath, with fear and confusion in his eyes. He looked at Nuo Lin, trying to find the answer from his companion's face. Nuo Lin shook his head, his expression solemn. "I don't know, but that power is definitely not ordinary. We have to be careful. This grassland is more complicated than it looks." Before he finished speaking, a sudden strong wind swept in again, and the grass leaves flew everywhere, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring up the world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and their bodies rose almost at the same time, releasing their spiritual power to form two bright light curtains to resist the invasion of the strong wind. The wind became stronger and stronger, and it even had the power to tear apart space. Every time it blew, it felt like a sharp blade cutting through the skin, causing pain. Nuo Lin let out a low shout and quickly formed seals with his hands. A golden rune condensed in his palms, and then turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the center of the storm, attempting to break the source of this strange gale. However, the storm seemed to have self-awareness. Not only was it not broken, but it became even more violent, swallowing up Nuo Lin's beam without a trace. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed with determination. He retreated violently and stood back to back with New All-In. His hands changed rapidly, and he muttered something. After a moment, huge amounts of blue shield formed around them, isolating the raging storm from outside. "This is Blue Moon Guardian. I hope we can survive this disaster." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded a little dull through the shield. A faint sound of thunder could be heard within the storm, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and the entire grassland seemed to be caught up in a doomsday catastrophe. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu pressed tightly against the shield, continuously injecting spiritual energy into it to maintain the stability of this shield of life. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the storm, and an indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making the two men feel depressed. Then, huge amounts of suction came from the center of the storm, pulling at their shields, as if sucking them into an endless abyss. "Hold on," New All-In shouted, the spiritual power in his body boiling, almost breaking through the limit, and the strength of his foot shield increased to the extreme. Xiang Tianlu also clenched his teeth, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the center of the storm, looking for a possible opportunity to break through. Just when the two were about to run out of spiritual power and their shield was about to collapse, the light in the center of the storm suddenly converged and the suction force disappeared. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to escape from the storm and landed on a messy grass. There was silence all around, with only their heavy breathing echoing in the night sky. The two looked at each other, with both relief at surviving the calamity and deep fear of the unknown power emperor in their eyes. "We have to leave here as soon as possible," New All-In panted, his eyes looking across the grassland into the unknown darkness in the distance. "Leave here and find a safe haven," Xiang Tianlu echoed. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of a determination for the future. The two men stood up, searching for the direction in the night. The grassland looks mysterious and unpredictable under the moonlight, as if unknown secrets are hidden everywhere. "Over there," New All-In pointed to a small hill in the distance. The outline of the hill was looming in the moonlight, like a lighthouse on the grassland, guiding the lost. The two decided to head towards the hill, hoping to find a little peace there. They passed through a patch of low bushes, taking every step carefully for fear of disturbing the creatures on the grassland. The night breeze blows gently, bringing with it a hint of coolness, as well as the freshness and freedom unique to the grassland. However, this tranquility did not last long, as a low roar came from deep in the grassland, as if some ancient giant beast was waking up from its slumber. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. They stopped and listened carefully, only to find that the roar seemed to come from deep underground, shaking the grass beneath their feet slightly. "What's that sound?" Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. New All-In shook his head, his expression solemn. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. We have to speed up." The two set off again, their steps becoming more rapid. They walked through patches of grass, around depressions, and finally arrived at the foot of the hill. The hill was covered with dense grass and some low trees, providing a hidden hiding place for the two. They climbed slowly up the slope of the hill, taking every step carefully for fear of making too much noise. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain, and the view suddenly opened up and a wide field of vision appeared before them. However, the scene before them made them feel uneasy. At the end of the grassland, a dark fog was slowly spreading, like a giant invisible net, covering the entire grassland. The roar came from the fog, carrying with it a terrifying pressure. "What is this?" There was a tremor in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never seen such a strange sight. New All-In stared at the black fog with a frown on his face. "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not formed naturally. We have to get out of here as far away as possible." The two turned around and tried to leave, but found that the way down the mountain was blocked by dense grass. They tried to push the grass aside, but found that the grass seemed to have life, tightly wrapping around their hands and feet, preventing them from moving forward. What should we do? Xiang Tianlu asked anxiously, his face already covered with sweat. Nuo Lin took a deep breath. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Use spiritual power. The two of them activated their spiritual power at the same time, forming two bright beams of light, which entangled them in the new grass. However, the bushes seemed endless. Every time they cut off a batch, more bushes would come and surround them tightly. At this moment, the black fog had spread to the foot of the mountain, only a few steps away from them. The roar became clearer and clearer, as if there was a huge amount of eyes watching them in the darkness, waiting to devour them. Go! Nuo Lin shouted, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A golden rune condensed in his palms and then turned into a beam of light, illuminating the road ahead. The two took the opportunity to flash out of the bushes and ran away from the Black Garden. Nuo Lin's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling between the bushes. The golden beam of light was like the light of dawn, tearing through the darkness and guiding a way out for the two people. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his spiritual power transformed into a blue shield, resisting the continuous attacks from the grass and trees around him. Every collision stirred up a burst of grass and wood debris, as if it was nature's angry response to them. This grassland has such a strange power. He ran to the side of the road, panting. His voice seemed a little trembling in the night wind, but it was more of an indomitable and tenacious voice. Nuo Lin remained silent. His eyes were as cold as the stars in the cold night. Although the stars were not visible, the deep light was enough to illuminate the way ahead. He kept making seals with his hands, and the golden runes were like ancient spells, interweaving into mysterious patterns in the air. Every time he made a seal, it was accompanied by a surge of spiritual power, as if he wanted to bring the entire world under his control. However, the strange power of the grassland did not weaken, but became even crazier. Those seemingly harmless plants were now like bloodthirsty beasts, constantly swarming in from all directions. Each attack carried the power to tear apart space, as if they were going to tear the two into pieces. Nuo Lin, if we go on like this, our spiritual power will be exhausted sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu's voice revealed a hint of despair. He looked at Nuo Lin with eyes full of expectation, expecting this companion to come up with a solution. Nuo Lin's eyes were firm. He was well aware of the crisis at the moment, and also understood Xiang Tianlu's worries. But he did not stop. Instead, he activated his spiritual power again. The golden runes exploded in the air and turned into a golden ocean, enveloping the two of them. This golden ocean is like an independent world, isolating the strange forces from the outside world. Shantian wrote, "You and I will join forces, use spiritual power as a guide, and open up a way out." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the golden ocean. His tone was filled with unquestionable firmness. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield expanded instantly, as if 03 wanted to take the whole world into it. The two of them activated their spiritual power at the same time, and the golden ocean and the blue shield collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light, as if two stars exploded in the air. In the light, the two figures were like two lightning bolts shuttling across the grassland. Their spiritual powers intertwined in the air, transforming into bright beams of light that cut through the grass and trees, blocking the way ahead. Every collision was accompanied by the sound of grass breaking and the roar of spiritual power, as if it was a symphony between heaven and earth. However, the strange power of the grassland did not retreat, but became even more crazy. Those plants seemed endless. Every time they were cut, they would grow again like an inexhaustible spring. And the black fog was slowly spreading not far away, like a giant invisible net, waiting to swallow the two of them. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with fatigue and despair. He looked at Nuo Lin, expecting his companion to give an answer. Nuo Lin remained silent. His eyes became even colder. He knew very well that the crisis at the moment was beyond their control. But he did not give up. Instead, he activated his spiritual power again. The golden runes exploded in the air and turned into a golden storm, enveloping the two of them. In the storm, the figures of the two were looming, and their spiritual powers intertwined in the air, transforming into golden lightning, which smashed the grass and trees blocking the way ahead. Each bombardment was accompanied by the sound of grass and trees breaking, as well as the roar of spiritual power, as if it was going to tear the world apart. However, just as they were about to rush out of the grassland, the black fog suddenly spread faster, as if an invisible giant hand was waiting to drag the two into an endless abyss. Nuo-Lin, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of fear. He looked at Nuo-Lin, expecting his companion to give an answer. Nuo-Lin's eyes were sharp. He knew very well that the crisis at the moment did not allow for any hesitation. He activated his spiritual power again, and the golden rune exploded in the air, turning into a golden beam of light that shot straight into the black fog. However, the black fog seemed to have self-awareness. Not only was it not broken, but it became even thicker, swallowing up the golden beam of light without a trace. At this moment, a deafening tiger roar suddenly sounded, shaking every inch of the grassland, as if even the sky and the earth changed color. The roar contained endless majesty and violence, which made people feel awe and horror. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces suddenly changed. They looked up almost at the same time and saw a huge monster slowly walking out of the black fog. Its size was so huge that it almost covered half of the sky. It was a sky-devouring tiger king, covered in dark golden scales, each piece of which sparkled with a cold light, as if star fragments were inlaid on it. Its eyes were like the abyss, deep and dark, revealing endless murderous intent, as if it could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. The sky-devouring Tiger King had strong limbs, and every step he took was accompanied by violent shaking of the ground, as if even the earth was trembling under his feet. Its tail is like a huge amount of steel whip. When it swings gently, it brings up gusts of wind, and the grass and dust are flying. This is the sky-devouring Tiger King. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with unbelievable fear. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful monster on this grassland. Nuo-Lin's expression was extremely solemn. He knew very well that facing such a monster, if he was not careful, he would be doomed. But he did not retreat. Instead, he mobilized his spiritual power again. Golden runes surrounded him like guardian gods, giving him more confidence. Xiang Tianlu, be careful. If we work together, we might still have a chance. Nuo-Lin's voice was firm and powerful. His words were like a warm current that warmed Xiang Tianlu's cold heart. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield expanded again, wrapping his entire body like a layer of solid armor, resisting the pressure from the sky-devouring Tiger King. The sky-devouring Tiger King seemed to sense the provocation from the two men. It let out an even louder tiger roar, and its body suddenly accelerated, pouncing towards the two men like a dark golden lightning. The speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, as if even the space was distorted behind it. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked almost at the same time. The golden light beams and the blue shield collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light, temporarily blocking the attack of the sky-devouring Tiger King. However, the power of the sky-devouring Tiger King was too strong, and the light only lasted for a moment before beginning to collapse. Nuo-Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and worry. Nuo-Lin dodged the attack of the sky-devouring Tiger King by a narrow margin. He knew very well that it was not wise to confront such a monster head-on. As a result, his body shape kept changing in the air, like a nimble swallow, moving freely among the attacks of the sky-devouring Tiger King. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also understood Nuo-Lin's intention. He no longer confronted the sky-devouring Tiger King head-on, but instead used his flexible body movements to constantly look for the sky-devouring Tiger King's flaws. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, cooperated well, like a pair of comrades fighting side by side. Their spiritual powers intertwined in the air, transforming into bright beams of light, which collided with the attacks of the sky-devouring Tiger King, causing a deafening roar. The sky-devouring Tiger King seemed to be enraged by the stubbornness of the two men. It let out an even louder tiger roar, accelerated its body again, and launched a more fierce attack on the two men. Each attack was like a landslide, as if it would raze the entire grassland to the ground. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu faced the violent attack of the sky-devouring Tiger King, but did not retreat. With their extraordinary courage and wisdom, they constantly looked for opportunities to fight back. During a fierce collision, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a flaw in the sky-devouring Tiger King. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the belly of the sky-devouring Tiger King like a golden lightning. Xiang Tianlu, cooperate with me, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice carrying a hint of determination and expectation. Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this, and he immediately understood Nuo Lin's intention. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield instantly expanded to its limit, like a blue star, crashing towards the head of the sky-devouring Tiger King. The attacks of the two arrived almost at the same time. The golden light beam and the blue shield collided in the air, bursting out with unprecedented bright light. The light was so strong that it almost illuminated the entire grassland, as if even the sky and the earth were illuminated by it. The dazzling light was like a meteor that streaked across the night sky, carrying endless power and aura of destruction, and slammed into the huge body of the sky-devouring Tiger King. The golden beams of light and the blue shields intertwined in the air, like two dragons fighting, tearing each other apart, crushing each other, and erupting in a deafening roar. The sky-devouring Tiger King roared in pain. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. It never thought that these two seemingly weak monks could burst out with such powerful strength. The golden beam was like a blazing flame, burning its scales and making a sizzling sound, while the blue shield was like ice, freezing its flesh and blood and bringing a biting cold. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gritted their teeth. Their faces were covered with sweat, but their eyes revealed determination and unyielding spirit. They knew that this was their only chance, and they had to give it their all, otherwise they would be doomed. Xiang Tianlu, hold on, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice a little hoarse but full of power. He activated his spiritual power again, and golden runes surrounded him like burning flames, adding a bit of power to him. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield expanded again, as if to take the entire world into it. He gritted his teeth and watched the sky-devouring Tiger King engage in a fierce fight. The sky-devouring Tiger King roared angrily and waved huge amounts of its claws, pressing down on the two of them like a mountain. Every blow carried the power to tear apart space, as if it was going to tear the two people into pieces. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like nimble swallows, moving freely among the attacks of the sky-devouring Tiger King and constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. In a fierce collision, Nuo Lin suddenly flashed and appeared behind the sky-devouring Tiger King like a ghost. He formed seals with his hands, and golden runes exploded in the air, transforming into a golden beam of light that shot straight into the body of the sky-devouring Tiger King. The sky-devouring Tiger King let out a shrill roar. Its body began to tremble violently. The golden beam burned inside its body like a flame, destroying its internal organs and meridians. The sky-devouring Tiger King rolled over in pain, trying to escape the deadly attack. However, Nuo Lin did not stop there. He activated his spiritual power again, and golden runes intertwined into a mysterious pattern in the air. The pattern contained endless power and aura of destruction, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. "Zhang Tianlu, get ready!" Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of determination and expectation in his voice. Xiang Tianlu was startled when he heard this. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield instantly expanded to its limit, as if it was going to take the entire world into it. He gritted his teeth and watched the sky-devouring Tiger King start his final fight. At that moment, Nuo Lin pushed with both hands, and the mysterious pattern suddenly burst out, turning into a golden beam of light, shooting straight towards the sky-devouring Tiger King. The beam of light carried an endless amount of power and destruction, as if it was going to completely destroy the sky-devouring Tiger King. The golden beam of light was like a thunder of heavenly punishment, carrying destructive power and piercing through the huge body of the sky-devouring Tiger King. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind dark cracks. It was a terrifying power that even the laws of heaven and earth could not withstand. The sky-devouring Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar, and its eyes turned red at this moment, filled with resentment and anger. Its huge body trembled violently under the bombardment of the light column. Its scales flew everywhere. Its flesh and blood were blurred, and golden flames burned fiercely in its body, devouring its vitality. "Nuo Lin, how dare you!" The sky-devouring Tiger King's voice was like thunder, echoing over the grassland and making the two people's eardrums hurt. Its claws swung out suddenly, with the terrifying power to tear apart space, trying to tear apart the golden light column. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well how powerful the sky-devouring Tiger King was. Even under such an attack, it still had the power to fight back. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes flowed in the air, shining like stars, adding a bit of Kimura's aura to the golden beam of light. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its counterattack," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with a hint of urgency and worry. He knew very well that once the sky-devouring Tiger King broke free from the restraints of the light column, it would be a disaster that they could not bear. Xiang Tianlu felt nervous when he heard this. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield expanded again, as if to cover the entire world. He stared at the sky-devouring Tiger King, ready to deal with its attack at any time. The claws of the sky-devouring Tiger King finally collided with the golden beam of light, making a deafening roar. In that roar, it seemed as if countless stars were being annihilated and endless space was being shattered. The golden beam of light and the claws of the sky-devouring Tiger King toward each other and crushed each other, as if they wanted to devour each other. However, at this critical moment, Nuo Lin once again activated his spiritual power, and the golden runes exploded in the air, turning into countless golden beams of light, bombarding the sky-devouring Tiger King like a meteor shower. Those beams of light carried endless power and aura of destruction, as if they were going to completely destroy the sky-devouring Tiger King. In the midst of the roar, the golden beam of light and the claws of the sky-devouring Tiger King intertwined to create a shocking picture, as if the heaven and earth were trembling at this moment. The golden runes were as bright as stars, illuminating the entire grassland and making the figure of the sky-devouring Tiger King look like a giant beast from the abyss. The sky-devouring Tiger King's claws made crackling sounds under the bombardment of the light column, which was a sign that the bones in space were about to collapse as they could not withstand the terrifying power. Its eyes were as red as blood, filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was the fear of death. "Nuo Lin, how dare you bully me like this?" The voice of the sky-devouring Tiger King echoed over the grassland like thunder, carrying with it endless majesty and anger. Under the bombardment of the beam of light, its huge body was covered in flying scales and blood. Golden flames burned fiercely in its body like the fire of hell, devouring its vitality. Nuo Lin looked solemn. He knew very well that the battle had reached the most critical moment. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes flowed in the air, as dazzling as galaxies, adding a touch of immortality to the golden column of light. He was mumbling something, an ancient spell that contained the mysteries and power of heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu, prepare for the final counterattack, Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of determination and expectation in his voice. He knew very well that only the two of them could defeat the powerful, sky-devouring Tiger King. Xiang Tianlu was startled when he heard this. He took a deep breath, and the blue shield expanded again, as if to cover the entire world. He stared at the sky-devouring Tiger King, ready to deal with its counterattack at any time. His heart was filled with tension and anticipation. He knew this was their only chance. A strong wind suddenly arose, and every inch of land on the grassland was shaking, as if even the heaven and earth could not withstand the power that was about to explode. Nuo Lin's figure was looming in the golden rune light. His eyes were firm and deep, as if he had insight into the trajectory of fate. He sang in a low voice, and every syllable sounded like the sound of an ancient bell, echoing in the void and awakening the dormant power of heaven and earth. The mysterious sect of heaven and earth, all things return to one. In my name, bind this beast. As Nuo Lin's words fell, the golden runes seemed to come alive. They weave into an impenetrable net in the air and rapidly shrank towards the sky-devouring Tiger King. The net contained endless majesty and order, as if to suppress all resistance into invisibility. The sky-devouring Tiger King roared continuously, his voice like thunder, shaking the surrounding space so much that cracks appeared. It tried its best, waving its claws, and the golden flames and space debris intertwined into a storm, trying to break through the binding net. However, the net was like a dragnet. The more he struggled, the tighter the restraint became, consuming every inch of sky-devouring Tiger King's strength. At the moment, Xiang Tianlu did not slack off at all. He moved around the sky-devouring Tiger King like a ghost, looking for the best time to attack. His blue shield was constantly expanding and contracting, emitting a faint blue light, as if it contained the depth and vastness of the ocean. Every time he moved, the surrounding space fluctuated, as if resonating with the heaven and earth. Tianlu, now is the best time for you and me to fight side by side. Nuo Lin's voice penetrated the storm and reached Xiang Tianlu's ears. His eyes sparkled with golden light, which reflected his desire for victory and his trust in his comrades. Xiang Tianlu understood what he meant when he heard it. His body suddenly accelerated, like a flash of blue lightning, rushing straight towards the sky-devouring Tiger King. The moment he approached, he waved his hands, and the blue shield suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny blue light spots that fell like stars, and each light spot contained destructive power. The sky-devouring Tiger King felt threatened by this force. His eyes widened, and his roar was mixed with despair and unwillingness. However, everything is irreversible. Those blue dots of light gathered in the air into a dazzling light, as bright as the sun, instantly enveloping the sky-devouring Tiger King. In that light, the silhouette of the sky-devouring Tiger King gradually became blurred, and the golden flames and blue light intertwined together, forming a shocking picture. The wind on the grassland stopped blowing, and everything was still at this moment, as if even time had stopped. Finally, the light faded away, and the figure of the sky-devouring Tiger King disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a huge amount of deep pits and the surrounding grasslands that had been destroyed beyond recognition. After the light faded, the grassland returned to its former tranquility, but the air was still filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, reminding people that they had just experienced a thrilling battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slowly approached the huge amounts of deep pit, their eyes filled with both the joy of victory and curiosity about the unknown. Inside the deep pit, where the sky-devouring Tiger King had been originally, only a piece of scorched earth and scattered fragments of golden scales remained. These fragments flashed a cold light in the sunlight, as if telling of its former glory and power. But among these fragments, there was an unusual light flickering slightly, which attracted the attention of the two. Nuo Lin squatted down and carefully pushed away the fragments. He saw a round bead emitting a faint golden glow lying there quietly. Strange patterns flowed on the surface of the bead, as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. He looked up at Xiang Tianlu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is this the inner elixir of the sky-devouring Tiger King? Xiang Tianlu was also shocked when he heard this. He knew very well that the inner elixir of a demon beast was the essence of its cultivation and was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for a cultivator. He walked forward and looked at the bead carefully with Nuo Lin, feeling the tremendous power contained in it, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. We really did it. Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He looked at Nuo Lin with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. He knew that without Nuo Lin's wisdom and courage, they would not be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. Nuo Lin smiled and patted Xiang Tianlu on the shoulder. Yes, we did it. This inner elixir will be regarded as the reward for our adventure. The two decided to divide the inner elixir into two and share this precious treasure together. They sat cross-legged, gently touching the inner elixir with their hands, feeling the power contained in it slowly flowing into their bodies. As the power was absorbed, their bodies began to undergo subtle changes, and their cultivation was greatly improved without them noticing. Nuo Lin only felt a warm current rising from his dantian and quickly spreading throughout his body. His meridians seemed to be recombed, becoming more resilient and unobstructed, and his mental power also made a qualitative leap at this moment, as if he could see through the essence of all things in the world. Xiang Tianlu also felt unprecedented changes. His strength is constantly increasing, and his muscles are becoming more solid and powerful under the infusion of strength. More importantly, his perception ability has been greatly improved, and he can clearly perceive every subtle change in the surrounding environment. When the two woke up from their training, the sun was setting. They smiled at each other, and each saw in the other's eyes the confidence and composure that came with their improved strength. As the sun sets, the afterglow shines on the grassland, covering the land with a layer of golden veil. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu woke up from their training and looked at each other. There is no need to say much. The confidence and composure brought by their improved strength were already beyond words. Tianlu, do you think our current strength is enough to cope with the next challenge? Nuo Lin stood up and looked into the distance, with a hint of expectation and determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's enough, Nuo Lin. This training has enabled our strength to achieve a qualitative leap. I believe that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, we can get through it together. The two smiled at each other and then began to clean up. They carefully put away the sky-devouring Tiger King's inner elixir. This precious treasure would be a great help in their future cultivation. As night fell, the wind on the grassland gradually cooled down. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found a sheltered place, lit a bonfire, and sat around the fire, enjoying this rare, peaceful moment. Nuo Lin, have you ever thought about what the ultimate goal of our adventure is? Xiang Tianlu suddenly asked, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Nuo Lin was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then fell in a deep thought. The ultimate goal, maybe, is to find the legendary supreme cultivation method. But more importantly, I want to constantly challenge myself along the way, improve my abilities, and make myself stronger. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Along the way, we have experienced countless difficulties and challenges, but each time, we have been able to overcome them together. This experience is more precious than any treasure. The two of them looked at the campfire silently, their thoughts drifting away. The firelight shone on their faces, leaving mottled shadows, as if adding a bit of mystery and unknown to their adventure. When the first ray of morning light penetrated the clouds and illuminated the grassland, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu set out on their journey again. They carried their bags, walked on the morning dew, and headed towards the unknown distance. On the way, they passed through dense forests, crossed turbulent rivers, and climbed over towering mountains. Every time they passed a place, they carefully observed the surrounding environment and felt the wonders of nature. One day, they came to a vast desert. The desert sky was clear blue without a single cloud. The sun shone directly down, baking the sands hot. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked in the desert, and every step seemed particularly heavy. This is such a magical place. Xiang Tianlu looked at the endless desert around him, feeling an inexplicable awe in his heart. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes searching the desert. Yes, although this place is desolate, it contains endless mysteries. I think if we can cross this desert, we will definitely find more interesting things. The two continued to move forward, and the scenery in the desert kept changing. Sometimes, they would see patches of oases with shady trees and lush grass, which seemed to be precious gifts left by nature in this desolate land. But sometimes, they would encounter fierce sandstorms, with strong winds blowing up sand and covering the sky, forcing them to stop temporarily and wait for the storm to pass. Just as they were about to walk out of the desert, a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a stone forest composed of huge rocks, each of which seemed to have been carefully carved by nature, with various shapes and magnificent momentum. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were about to step out of the desert, a magnificent stone forest suddenly appeared before them, as if it was the last test set by nature. There are huge rocks in the stone forest, some of which are like swords pointing to the sky, and some of which are like beasts lying on the ground. Each one reveals the vicissitudes of time and the wonders of nature. This stone forest seems peaceful, but it actually hides mysteries. Nuo Lin stared ahead with a frown on his face. He could sense unusual energy fluctuations in the stone forest. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The more places like this, the more likely they are to hide unknown secrets. Let's go and see what is hidden in this stone forest. The two men stepped into the stone forest, their footsteps echoing among the stones, and every step seemed to trigger some ancient mechanism. Suddenly, a low roar came from deep in the stone forest, and then the surrounding huge rocks began to move slowly, as if they came alive, forming huge amounts of stone formations that surrounded them. This is a stone forest maze. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed, and he quickly looked around, trying to find a way to break the maze. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to deal with a possible crisis. It seems that we have to rely on our own strength to get out. In the stone formation, huge rocks constantly change positions, forming dangerous passages. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were agile as they moved through the stone formation, dodging the approaching boulders. Every time, they narrowly avoided a danger. Their hearts beat faster and their blood boiled. "Left! Quick!" Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He was quick-witted and grabbed Xiang Tianlu, avoiding a huge rock that was falling at him at high speed. Xiang Tianlu turned his body to the side and punched another boulder with his backhand. The boulder broke into pieces and debris flew everywhere. He took advantage of the opportunity to leap up, landed on another boulder, and continued to sprint forward. The two of them cooperated well, one attacking and one defending, and they were like fish in water in the stone formation. However, as they went deeper into the stone forest, the surrounding boulders moved faster and faster, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Every dodge and counterattack tests their reaction and strength. This is not a solution. We have to find the solution to the stone formation. Nuo Lin shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the stone formation and seemed particularly loud. Nodding to Tianlu, he quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find a clue. Suddenly, he noticed a unique boulder with some strange patterns carved on it, which was completely different from the surrounding boulders. "Look there!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, pointing at the huge rock. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately rushed towards the boulder. He carefully observed the patterns on the boulder, and a clear thought came to his mind. This is the core of the stone forest formation. As he spoke, he formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and a powerful force surged out of his body and blasted towards the boulder. The patterns on the boulder seemed to be activated, emitting dazzling light. Then, the surrounding boulders began to slowly stop, and the stone formation gradually dissipated. 0. When the last boulder was returned to its original place, the stone forest returned to peace again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that they had successfully passed the 10 levels again. However, when they walked out of the stone forest, the scene before them stunned them again. Ahead was a vast sea of fog, so thick that it seemed as if even the sky and earth were shrouded in it. In the vast sea of fog ahead, an ancient and powerful aura quietly spread. The fog gradually gathered and formed a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a monster so huge that it made people's heart palpitate slowly emerged. The monster was called the demon-eating monster. It was as big as a mountain and covered with pitch-black scales. Each scale seemed to be able to swallow up light, making it appear and disappear in the fog, adding a bit of horror. 0. Its eyes are red, like two burning flames, staring directly into people's hearts and shaking their souls. There were several sharp horns like swords growing on its head, flashing with cold light, and from time to time it let out a low and long roar, the sound waves rippling in the sea of fog, making the space tremble. This is a nightmare-eating monster. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He had read about this monster in ancient books. He knew that it was extremely powerful and had the terrifying ability to control people's hearts and devour dreams. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to fight. It seems that our fight is not over yet. The nightmare-eating monster seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful suction force emanated from its mouth, trying to suck Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu in. Nuo Lin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a golden barrier instantly formed around him and Xiang Tianlu, blocking the terrifying suction force. Tianlu, be careful of being swallowed by its dreams, Nuo Lin warned loudly, while mobilizing his inner cultivation and preparing to launch an attack. Xiang Tianlu nodded, took a deep breath, and suddenly accelerated his body, rushing towards the nightmare-eating monster like a flash of lightning. He gathered strength in both hands and punched the monster's head with a fierce punch that made a sound of breaking through the air. However, the demon-eating monster seemed to have anticipated this and easily dodged the attack by turning its head. You have some skills. The demon-eating monster laughed in a low voice, and the sound echoed in the fog, making people feel creepy. It moved like a moving mountain, pressing down on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Upon seeing this, Nuo Lin quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. A golden rune halo flew out from his hands and headed towards the nightmare-eating monster. The rune halo collided with the monster's scales, making a harsh metal collision sound and sparks flying. However, the rune halo failed to cause any substantial damage to the demon-eating monster and only caused it to pause slightly. It seems that we have to use stronger means, Nuo Lin thought to himself. He retreated violently and stood back to back with Xiang Tianlu. The two looked at each other, with a resolute light flashing in their eyes. Tianlu, let's use that move together, Nuo Lin shouted. He nodded to Tianlu, took a deep breath, and his cultivation surged throughout his body, as if he wanted to absorb all the power of heaven and earth into himself. The two men formed seals with their hands at the same time and muttered something. A powerful force gathered in their bodies and then suddenly exploded. I saw a bright light burst out from their bodies for 1-3 and turned into a golden dragon, which pounced on the demon-eating monster with the power to destroy the world. The dragon and the monster collided in the air, making a deafening roar, and the entire sea of fog boiled at this moment. However, the demon-eating monster did not retreat. It roared, and the scales on its body suddenly lit up, turning into a black halo, confronting the golden dragon. The energy collision between the two caused the surrounding space to distort, as if even the heaven and earth were about to be torn apart. This is not a solution. New All-In was anxious. He knew very well that if they continued to be in a stalemate, their strength would be exhausted sooner or later. At that moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, "New All-In, watch the opportunity." As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the demon-eating monster, gathering strength in his hands, preparing to launch the final attack. New All-In followed closely behind, and the two cooperated well, as if they were one. Just as he was shouting to Tianlu, New All-In's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he could see through every subtle change between heaven and earth. The two of them were like two streams of light, one in front and one behind, launching the final charge towards the huge monster, the demon-eating monster. The demon-eating monster seemed to have sensed the crisis as well. A hint of cruelty and unwillingness flashed in its red eyes. Its low roar echoed in the sea of fog like thunder, shaking every inch of space. The black scales reflected a strange light in the sun, and each scale seemed to contain endless darkness and devouring power. Xiang Tianlu was like a cannonball fired from a gun. His figure drew a perfect arc in the air and headed straight for the vital point of the demon-eating monster. His fists were wrapped in strong winds and lightning, and each punch was enough to shatter mountains. But in front of the demon-eating monster, it seemed to have only aroused a little interest in it. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiang Tianlu's fist collided with the scales of the demon-eating monster. Sparks flew and airwaves rolled. However, the scales were like the hardest armor, not moving at all, but instead bounced back towards Tianlu. His body rolled several times in the air before he could barely stabilize himself. "Heavenly Road," New All-In shouted, with a hint of anxiety and determination in his voice. He knew that at this moment they had no way to retreat, and only by going all out could they defeat this terrifying monster. New All-In's figure was like a golden lightning, following closely behind, his hands quickly forming seals in the air, waves of mysterious power surging in his body, as if to absorb all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into it. His eyes sparkled with golden light, which was the symbol of the awakening of his bloodline, and also his greatest reliance in fighting against demon-eating monsters. Roar! The demon-eating monster roared again. Its body shook violently, and the surrounding fog seemed to be swallowed by it, turning into black air currents that swept towards New All-In and Xiang Tianlu. New All-In snorted coldly and waved his hands. A golden light curtain instantly formed around him and Xiang Tianlu, blocking the black air currents out. At the same time, his figure was like a golden arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the demon-eating monster. "Come on, let me see your true strength," New All-In shouted, his voice full of confidence and determination. The demon-eating monster seemed to be angered by New All-In's provocation. It opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful suction force came again, trying to suck New All-In in. But New All-In seemed to be prepared. He moved his body to the side and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly in the air, and golden runes fell like stars, attacking the nightmare-eating monster. Those golden runes exploded in the air and transformed into golden rays of light that pierced into the body of the demon-eating monster like sharp swords. The nightmare-eating monster roared in pain. Its body began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on its black scales. "Good opportunity," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he rushed forward again. 10 punches to blast Kamei's head Q. This time, his fist finally penetrated the hard scales and hit the brain of the demon-eating monster. Boom! Xiang Tianlu's fist collided with the demon-eating monster's head, making a deafening sound, as if the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment. His fist was like the dawning light, penetrating the endless darkness and bringing a touch of brightness to this dull battle. The demon-eating monster let out a shrill wail. Its eyes were red as blood, and it seemed as if it was about to burn and devour the entire world. Black mist gushed out from its wound, like an enraged dragon, tumbling in the air, trying to find an opportunity to fight back. Nu Lin's heart tightened when he saw this. He knew that this was just a small setback for the demon-eating monster, and the real battle was far from over. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes jumped on his fingertips, wrapping around the demon-eating monster like a living thing. You want to escape? Nu Lin snorted coldly, his voice echoing in the sea of fog with unquestionable majesty. Those golden runes were like chains, tightly binding the body of the demon-eating monster, making it unable to move. However, the demon-eating monster is a powerful monster after all. How could it surrender so easily? The black scales all over its body began to flash, and powerful demonic energy surged out of its body, trying to break free from the golden rune chains. Bang! With a loud bang, the demon-eating monster finally broke free from its restraints. Its body rolled in the air like a giant beast that was injured 3.2 times, but the cruelty and unwillingness in its eyes were even more intense. Nu Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. He knew very well that the counterattack of the demon-eating monster was coming, and this time, it would go all out. Sure enough, the demon-eating monster opened its bloody mouth and a powerful suction force came again, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt the horror of this power, and their bodies involuntarily moved closer to the demon-eating monster. Want to devour us. That's not that easy. Nu Lin snorted coldly. He waved his hands, and a golden light curtain formed again, protecting the two of them. At the same time, the blood power in his body surged, and golden light emanated from him, as dazzling as the scorching sun. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He clenched his hands into fists, his muscles as hard as steel. He rushed towards the nightmare-eating monster again, punching it again and again, each punch seeming to shatter the heaven and earth. The demon-eating monster roared in pain, its body trembling continuously under the attacks of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and its black scales began to fall off in large pieces. However, it did not give up. Instead, it fought back even more frantically, trying to tear the two apart with its sharp claws and fangs. Bang! 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 The sounds of fighting echoed in the sea of fog, and every collision seemed to tear the space apart. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu both tried their best. Their figures kept flashing in the battle, like two golden lightnings, drawing bright tracks in the darkness. Hold on, Nu Lin. We will definitely win, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with determination and conviction. Nu Lin nodded, his eyes flashing with golden light, which was the symbol of the blood power in his body and also his greatest reliance in fighting against the demon-eating monsters. He took a deep breath and launched another attack. The golden light surged out like a tide, sweeping towards the nightmare-eating monster. Nu Lin's golden light surged like a tide, colliding violently with the black mist rolling around the demon-eating monster. The two intertwined together, bursting out with dazzling light and roaring sounds. It seemed as if the heaven and earth were torn apart at this moment. Roar! The nightmare-eating monster let out a deafening roar. Its eyes were like burning flames, flashing with madness and unwillingness. It opened its bloody mouth again, and a suction force even stronger than before emanated from its mouth, trying to completely swallow Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated quickly, back to back, facing the terrifying attack of the demon-eating monster. Nu Lin quickly formed seals with his hands. Golden runes jumped on his fingertips, and he muttered something, as if chanting an ancient spell. Tianlu, get ready, Nu Lin shouted. His voice was particularly clear amid the roar. He nodded to Tianlu, his muscles tensed like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath, then exhaled suddenly, rushing towards the demon-eating monster like an arrow. His fists were wrapped in strong winds and lightning, and each punch was enough to shatter mountains. Bang! 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 Xiang Tianlu's fist collided with the scales of the nightmare-eating monster, making a deafening sound. Sparks flew, airwaves rolled, and every collision seemed to tear the space apart. However, the demon-eating monster seemed to feel no pain. It fought back frantically, waving its claws like lightning and biting its fangs like swords. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both agile and kept dodging the attacks of the demon-eating monster while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Nuo Lin, hurry! Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin suddenly waved his hands, and golden runes fell like stars, attacking the demon-eating monster. Those golden runes exploded in the air and transformed into golden rays of light that pierced into the body of the nightmare-eating monster like sharp swords. The demon-eating monster roared in pain. Its body began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on its black scales. However, it did not give up. Instead, it fought back even more frantically, trying to completely crush the two with its power. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exerted force at the same time, and their fists collided with the body of the demon-eating monster. This time, they did not retreat, but attacked with all their might. The golden light and the black mist intertwined, collided, and exploded in the air. Every collision seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart, and every explosion seemed to drown the entire world in destruction. However, in this fierce battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more courageous. There was a determined light in their eyes, and a golden aura emanated from their bodies. They seemed to have become the masters of this world, controlling all power. Roar! The nightmare-eating monster roared again, but its voice had become weak and powerless. Its eyes began to lose their luster, and its body began to go limp. Hold on, all in. We will definitely win. Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of determination and conviction. Nuo Lin nodded, and he exerted force again. The golden light surged out like a tide, completely submerging the demon-eating monster. With a deafening roar, the huge body of the demon-eating monster fell down. Its eyes completely lost their light, and the black mist dissipated in the air. At the moment the demon-eating monster fell, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and looked at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the calamity and deep trust in each other. We did it, Tianlu. Nuo Lin panted. The golden light gradually dissipated from his body, revealing a tired but determined face. Yes, Nuo Lin, thanks to your runes and my fists. Xiang Tianlu responded with a smile, his eyes gleaming with victory even though his body was shaking from the fierce battle. The two carefully approached the body of the demon-eating monster, and after confirming that it had completely lost any signs of life, they began to look for a place to rest. Not far away, there's a clear lake surrounded by ancient trees. The lake water ripples in the sun and is filled with the faint fragrance of grass and trees, as if it is a safe haven specially prepared for them by nature. Let's go there. It looks like a nice place. Nuo Lin pointed to the quiet lake and nodded in agreement to Tianlu. They walked slowly toward the lake and found a large flat rock to rest on. After sitting down, the two of them took out the healing potions they carried with them and assisted each other in treating the wounds from the battle. As the drug took effect, the pain and fatigue gradually eased, and they began to close their eyes and rest, enjoying this rare tranquility. All around, there were sounds of birdsong, and occasionally the roar of beasts could be heard from afar, but they were all embraced by the tranquility of the forest and did not seem so frightening. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on the two of them, bringing a hint of warmth, as if even time has slowed down at this moment. A few days later, when the first ray of morning light once again penetrated the treetops and shone on the faces of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, they had recovered their strength. The wounds have basically healed, and their physical strength has returned to normal. In fact, because of the experience of fighting together, the tacit understanding and friendship between them have become even deeper. How do you feel, Nuo Lin? Xiang Tianlu asked while packing his bags. It's better than ever. How about you? Nuo Lin stood up, stretched his limbs, his face full of energy. Same. Let's go. There are more challenges waiting for us ahead. Xiang Tianlu looked into the distance firmly, his eyes flashing with desire for the unknown world. The two set out on their journey again, leaving the lake that gave them peace. As they go deeper into unknown territory, the scenery gradually changes from dense forests to rugged mountains and then to vast grasslands. Every 10 steps are full of novelty and challenges. When Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu set out on their journey again, it seemed as if there was an invisible force between heaven and earth pushing them forward, and every step they took was filled with tenacity and determination. Ancient trees were towering, blocking out the sun. They walked through the deep forest paths, and the fallen leaves under their feet made rustling sounds, like the whispers of nature, telling of the past and the future. There seems to be an unusual aura ahead. Nuo Lin suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, and a vigilant light flashed in his golden pupils. He could feel the subtle energy fluctuations in the air around him. Really? Let me take a look. Xiang Tianlu's figure flashed, and he was already standing on the top of an ancient tree. He closed his eyes and concentrated, as if communicating with the world. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Indeed, there is a strong spiritual power gathering in front, but it is not hostile, more like the breath of some kind of ruins. The two looked at each other, and without saying a word, they understood each other's minds. They quickened their pace and headed towards the source of the mysterious aura. After passing through the last dense forest, the view suddenly opened up to a vast grassland. On the grassland, an ancient altar stood alone, surrounded by circles of mysterious runes, emitting a faint fluorescence. The air was filled with an ancient and sacred atmosphere. Is this an ancient altar? Nuo Lin whispered, his eyes flashing with curiosity and awe. He could feel the power contained in this altar, ancient and powerful, as if it could communicate between heaven and earth. Awaken the sleeping gods. It seems that our journey is more exciting than we imagined. Xiang Tianlu smiled, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to explore this unknown altar, see what secrets are hidden in it. The two slowly approached the altar. As soon as they got close, the runes around them seemed to be activated, shining brightly, and ancient and powerful forces surged out of them, forming invisible barriers that tried to prevent them from getting closer. A mere seal, you think you can stop us? Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and his body suddenly accelerated. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he rushed straight to the altar, with thunder and lightning intertwined on his fists. Each punch contained the power to create the world, and blasted towards those invisible barriers. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Golden runes jumped on his fingertips and transformed into golden rays of light. They pierced the barriers like sharp swords and intertwined with Xiang Tianlu's attack. A deafening sound broke out, and the entire grassland seemed to tremble under this power. The battle reached a climax at this moment. The two figures shuttled through the light and roar. They put all their strength into every attack, trying to break through Kong Kang's seal. However, the altar seemed to have infinite power, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not reach its core. This is not a solution. We must find the weakness of the seal. Nuo Lin panted and said. His golden light began to dim. Obviously, the long battle consumed a lot of his spiritual power. I'll attract its attention, and you look for an opportunity. A trace of determination flashed across Xiang Tianlu's eyes. He knew very well that at this moment, only by cooperating seamlessly could they have a chance of survival. So, Xiang Tianlu launched another fierce attack, and Nuo Lin took the opportunity to observe carefully, looking for the flaws in the seal. Time seems to freeze at this moment, and every second is filled with tension and anticipation. Just when Nuo Lin was about to discover the weakness of the seal, The light on the altar suddenly became brighter, and an unprecedented force surged out from it, knocking the two men back at the same time. They each staggered back, their faces pale, and it was obvious that they had been seriously injured. After being repelled by the power of the altar, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu each took several steps back before they could barely stabilize their bodies. Their eyes were fixed on the ancient altar, with shock and unwillingness in their eyes. What kind of power is this? Nuo-Lin panted, with disbelief flashing in his golden pupils. He could feel that the power did not come from this world, but seemed to have come from another time and space, bringing with it endless majesty and mystery. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression on his face. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't know, but it is definitely not something we can easily contend with. It seems that this altar hides a deeper secret than we imagined." The two looked at each other and understood without further ado that the current situation was beyond their control. However, they did not back down, but instead became more determined to explore the altar. Under the influence of the altar's power, the surrounding grasslands seemed to have lost their former vitality and became silent. A light breeze blew by, and the grass tips swayed gently, but it could no longer cause a ripple. The entire world seemed to be dominated by this altar, and all forces were attracted and bound by it. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in his heart. He looked towards Xiang Tianlu, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We can't just give up like this. Now that we've come this far, we must find a way to break the seal." Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes also burning with an unyielding fire. "That's right. No matter how many difficulties we face, we cannot retreat. Let's challenge this altar again together." The two stood side by side again, facing the ancient and mysterious altar. They know that this challenge will be more difficult than any previous one, but they also understand that only by overcoming this difficulty can they uncover the secret behind the altar and continue their journey. Nuo-Lin quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes jumped on his fingertips, turning into golden rays of light and flying towards the seal of the altar. However, the moment the light touched the seal, it seemed to be swallowed up by the invisible power and disappeared without a trace. Xiang Tianlu launched another attack. His body was as fast as lightning, and lightning and thunder intertwined on his fists, bombarding those invisible barriers. However, no matter how fierce his attacks were, he could not shake the seal in the slightest. Just when the two were in trouble, the light on the altar suddenly became brighter again, and an even more powerful force surged out from it, enveloping the entire grassland. This force carries with it endless majesty and holiness, as if it will crush into pieces anything that dares to challenge it. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt so small and powerless in front of this power. They tried their best to resist, but were still unable to withstand the impact of that force. The figures of the two people were looming in the light, as if they could be swallowed up by this power at any time. However, at this moment of life and death, a glimmer of enlightenment suddenly flashed in Nuo-Lin's eyes. He seemed to see a crack in the seal and a hope of breaking through this difficulty. "Xiang Tianlu, hurry! I found the weakness of the seal," Nuo-Lin shouted. His voice was particularly clear in the light. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart suddenly jumped, as if he had grasped the last straw. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared at the direction Nuo-Lin pointed. The spiritual power in his body surged wildly, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. "Okay," Xiang Tianlu roared, and his body suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and he rushed towards the altar regardless of everything. His fist was wrapped with the force of thunder and lightning, and every time he swung it, it seemed to tear the air apart and hit the seemingly invisible ceiling barrier. Nuo-Lin did not dare to neglect it. He formed seals with both hands at an extremely fast speed. The golden runes flew around his fingertips like stars, turning into dazzling golden beams. Following closely, It intertwined with Xiang Tianlu's attack to form an impenetrable attack network, tearing open a crack and breaking the seal. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. The attacks of Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two meteors streaking through the sky and slamming heavily into the seal of the ancient altar. The golden runes intertwined with the thunder, bursting out with dazzling light, illuminating the grassland like daylight. "Break it for me!" Xiang Tianlu roared angrily. His muscles were tense and veins bulged, as if he was going to pour all his strength into this punch. The fist whistled, carrying with it the terrifying power to tear apart space, and collided with the invisible ceiling barrier, making a deafening roar. Nuo-Lin kept making seals with his hands, and the golden runes flowed on his fingertips like water, transforming into golden beams of light that pierced into the vital points of the seal like swords. Those beams of light intertwined in the air into a complex rune network. Each rune contained Nuo-Lin's profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, trying to find the weakest point of the seal. The light on the altar fluctuated violently, as if angered by the two people's attacks. Powerful backlash forces surged out from the seal, trying to swallow up their attacks. However, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not flinch. Their eyes flashed with determination and unyielding spirit, and they continued to intensify their attacks. "Umph! A mere seal dares to show off in front of us." Nuo-Lin snorted coldly, and he suddenly clasped his hands together. The golden rune net instantly shrank and turned into a dazzling golden light column, which slammed into the seal. At that moment, the entire grassland seemed to be shaken by this force. The earth trembled, and leaves flew. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to follow up. His figure shuttled around the seal like a ghost, and every time he swung his punch it seemed as if he would tear the world apart. Thunder exploded in his fist, interweaving with the golden rune light column, forming a thrilling picture. The seal began to collapse under the fierce attack of the two, and cracks spread across it. However, just when they were about to break through the seal, the light on the altar suddenly became brighter again, and an unprecedented powerful force surged out from it, knocking the two back at the same time. Puff! Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu vomited blood at the same time. Their bodies staggered backwards in the air, their faces as pale as paper. That force was too strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would find it difficult to resist. "What kind of power is this?" Xiang Tianlu gasped, with disbelief flashing in his eyes. He could feel that the power seemed to be connected to the entire heaven and earth, carrying with it endless majesty and sacredness, which was not something they could easily contend with. Nuo-Lin also looked solemn. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It's not clear, but we must keep trying. The secrets hidden in this altar are too important to be abandoned." The two looked at each other and saw determination and indomitable spirit in each other's eyes. They stood firm again, ready to attack the altar again. However, at this moment, the light on the altar suddenly began to change, and mysterious runes appeared on it, as if responding to their challenge. Those runes flashed with strange light and emitted a heart-pounding aura. "Be careful!" Nuo-Lin shouted. He could feel the terrifying power contained in those body texts. He formed seals with his hands again, and golden runes jumped on his fingertips, preparing to deal with the impending crisis. Xiang Tianlu was also on high alert, his muscles tensed, as if he would burst out with amazing power at any time. There was determination and indomitable spirit in his eyes, as if he would not back down no matter how many difficulties lay ahead. The light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, and those mysterious runes seemed to be brewing some kind of horrific attack. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu could feel that the power was constantly rising and had reached an unimaginable height. "Come on!" Xiang Tianlu roared. He took the initiative to attack and rushed towards the altar like lightning. His fist, packed with the force of thunder, blasted towards those mysterious runes. Nuo-Lin did not dare to delay either. He formed seals with his hands at an extremely fast speed. Golden runes flew around his fingertips, turning into dazzling beams of light that followed closely behind, interweaving with Xiang Tianlu's attack to form an indestructible defense network. However, at this moment, the light on the altar suddenly burst out, and an unprecedented, terrifying force surged out from it, submerging both of them at the same time. At that moment, the entire grassland seemed to be shrouded by this force. The sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. At the moment when the light burst out, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to be drawn into an endless vortex. The space around seemed to be distorted, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Ah! Xiang Tianlu roared. He felt unprecedented pressure, as if the whole world was squeezing his body. However, he did not back down, but instead it further stimulated his fighting spirit. His muscles were tense, as if every muscle was bursting out with amazing power at this moment. Nuo Lin also gritted his teeth. The speed of his hands forming seals did not slow down due to the drastic change in the environment. Instead, it became faster. The golden runes flowed across his fingertips, transforming into dazzling beams of light, trying to find a ray of light in this chaos. Xiang Tianlu, hold on! Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the chaotic space, as if it became the only guide in Xiang Tianlu's heart. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart was shaken, as if he saw the light of hope. He swung his fist violently, and thunder exploded on his fist, turning into arcs of electricity that collided with the distorted space around him, causing a deafening roar. However, the power gushing out from the altar was too strong, and even Xiang Tianlu's thunder fist could not shake it in the slightest. The moment those electric arcs came into contact with that power, they seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. Nuo Lin was extremely anxious when he saw this. He knew very well that if this continued, both of them would be swallowed up by this power. Then he suddenly clasped his hands together, and the golden rune net instantly shrank, turning into a dazzling golden light beam, which slammed into the force. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be illuminated by this golden beam of light. The beam of light collided with that force, making a deafening roar, as if to tear the entire world apart. However, even so, that force was not completely offset. It was still constantly squeezing Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies, try to crush them completely. Nuo Lin, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with despair. He could feel that his strength was constantly being consumed, yet that strength seemed endless. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He knew very well that the current situation was beyond their control. However, he did not give up, and his eyes still flashed with determination and indomitable spirit. Xiang Tianlu, do you still remember the oath we once made? Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the chaotic space, as if carrying a magical power. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart suddenly lifted. He seemed to have returned to the days when he fought side by side with Nuo Lin. Those vows and promises all came to his mind at this moment. Definitely remember, Xiang Tianlu roared, and all the strength in his body seemed to be released at this moment. He swung his fist again, and thunder exploded on his fist, turning into arcs of electricity that collided with that force. Nuo Lin also formed seals with his hands, and golden runes flowed on his fingertips, transforming into dazzling beams of light that intertwined with Xiang Tianlu's attacks, forming an indestructible defense network. Under the collision of this force, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Cracks spread across the sky, as if they were about to swallow up the entire world. However, at this moment, the light on the altar suddenly began to dissipate. That powerful force also began to weaken at this moment, as if suppressed by some mysterious force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both delighted when they saw this. They knew this was their perfect opportunity to strike back. Therefore, they increased the intensity of their attack once again, trying to break through the constraints of this force in one fell swoop. However, just when they were about to succeed, a strange wave suddenly came from the altar. a new force surged out from it, bringing with it a heart-pounding breath. At the moment when the light of the altar dissipated, a new force suddenly emerged, carrying with it an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura, as if it was a giant beast that had traveled from ancient times, causing one's heart to palpitate. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were about to take advantage of the situation to fight back, but suddenly they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression coming from behind the altar. They turned around and saw a huge monster slowly walking out from the shadow of the altar. This monster is tall and covered with black hair, but under the moonlight, you can vaguely see a faint silver glow flashing between its hair. Its eyes were as deep as the abyss, revealing a heart-pounding chill. The most shocking thing is that it has 9 tails behind it, each of which is as hot as a flame, constantly flashing red light, as if it can burn everything. "This is Tai Ching 9-tailed bear," Nuo Lin exclaimed, his face instantly becoming solemn. He was well aware of the horror of this monster. According to rumors, not only were they extremely powerful, they also possessed the ability to control fire and space. Xiang Tianlu's expression also tightened. He had never seen such a powerful monster. However, he did not back down, but instead it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, thunder exploded on his fists, and prepared to face this sudden battle. "Humph! Even if you're the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear, so what? We are not afraid of you," Xiang Tianlu roared. His figure rushed towards a monster like lightning. When the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a stream of blazing flame instantly spurted out of its mouth, rushing towards Xiang Tian Road like a fire dragon. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the flame. However, just as he was about to fight back, he saw the monster's 9 tails waving at the same time, transforming into 9 red lights, attacking him like 9 fire snakes. He shouted loudly to Tianlu and swung his fists. Thunder and fire collided in the air, making a deafening roar. However, the 9 fire snakes seemed endless and kept attacking from all directions, making Xiang Tianlu overwhelmed. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he formed seals with his hands. Golden runes flowed through his fingertips, turning into dazzling beams of light, trying to rescue Xiang Tianlu. However, the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear seemed to see through Nuo Lin's intentions. It leaped suddenly and actually jumped directly over Xiang Tian Road and pounced on Nuo Lin. Its huge claws pressed down like a mountain, bringing with them a suffocating force. Nuo Lin's face changed drastically. He retreated quickly, and at the same time, he formed seals with his hands. The golden rune net instantly unfolded and turned into an indestructible barrier. However, the giant claws of the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear seemed to be able to tear everything apart, leaving a deep crack on the barrier. "Damn it!" Nuo Lin yelled angrily, knowing full well that he could not back down. Then he suddenly clasped his hands together, and the golden rune net instantly shrank, turning into a golden beam of light, which slammed into the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear. The Tai Ching 9-tailed bear seemed to be unafraid. It opened its huge mouth, and an even hotter flame spurted out of its mouth, colliding with Nuo Lin's light column. The two forces intertwined in the air, making a deafening roar, as if to tear the entire world apart. In this fierce battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both showed their amazing strength. However, the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear seemed endless, and each attack was as fierce as a mountain torrent. "Nuo Lin, this is not a solution. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He tried to extricate himself from the battle and look for the flaw of the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear. 0. Request flowers. However, the Tai Ching 9-tailed bear seemed to see through their intentions. It swung its tail suddenly, and a red light instantly cut through the space and attacked Xiang Tian Road. Xiang Tianlu was unable to dodge and was hit by the light. His body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not back down, but instead it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and punched towards the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear again. Nuo Lin was also anxious. He knew that if this continued, both of them would be in dire straits. Then he formed seals with his hands even faster, and the golden runes flowed on his fingertips, transforming into dazzling beams of light that continuously bombarded the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. However, the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear seemed to have an invisible shield, and no matter how Nuo Lin attacked, he could not really hurt it. 0. Its 9 tails were waving in the air, like 9 fire snakes, constantly attacking Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. In this fierce battle, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Cracks spread across the sky, as if they were about to swallow up the entire world. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu constantly flickered in this chaos and crisis, fighting a desperate battle with the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear. So what even if you're the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear? We won't give up so easily. Nuo Lin roared, his eyes flashing with determination and indomitable spirit. He knew very well that this battle was a matter of life and death for them, and they had to go all out. However, the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear seemed to be unconcerned about their attacks. It leaped suddenly and pounced on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. Its huge claws pressed down like a mountain, bringing with them a suffocating force. At the moment when the giant claws of the Tai Ching nine-tailed bear were about to touch Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the space seemed to freeze and time slowed down at this moment. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew very well that any retreat would be futile in the face of such an ancient monster. He took a deep breath, and the vital energy in his body surged. Golden runes flowed around his body, shining like stars, making him look like a god of war. Xiang Tianlu, you and I fought side by side, and we have never been afraid of any strong enemy. Today is no exception. Nuo Lin's voice was firm and powerful, echoing in this torn space, like an invisible force, inspiring Xiang Tianlu.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.